the LEC was forged by countless great moments that forever changed the European landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live on in the memory of every European fan. And of course, highlights from the LEC 2022 season.
And here we go. Have to see what the shift is now from Rogue. Mad Lions have clearly found the path to success, and it certainly starts with Arma on the Wukong. We'll see what the adaptation is going to be. For now, again, Rogue on the blue side, Seraphine banned away, standard from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, and Mad Lions, they finished third in the regular season. Rogue finished second, and this one game will decide who finishes first and gets the trophy. I'm so hyped. Rogue, they've picked blue side. We'll see what they want to do. They've shown us so many different comps. What do they want to approach it with?
Will they ban the Wukong? They banned Carzzy's Comfort in the Ezreal. You heard Bwipo on the analyst desk say it. He thinks they need to get rid of the Wukong, but they don't. They leave it open. It's the Ezreal again.
Yeah, it's the same bans as the game 4. They don't want to touch the Wukong. They want to take away the Ezreal. They think the jungle is what the problem was. They think the jungle is where they need to strike, and they first pick the Udyr away instead of taking the Lucian.
I mean, I like this to some extent, right? Trying to move Elyoya off of the early game power pick that is that Udyr, but we also saw that the Lucian was winning the laning phase from Larssen. They were able to use it, but it didn't convert into much more. It was the early game presence of Elyoya, and I love seeing this already. Forget the Hecarim. That's out of here. Elyoya wants to hit towers, wants to dive towers, and he's been diving Odoamne non-stop all day long.
And what we saw in the last two games was Mad Lions dictating the pace. When they go hard, they go fast, they find fights, and they build advantages quickly. Now the fallout for Mad Lions, yes, they can go for the Senna, but when you look at the Kai'Sa coming in for Carzzy, it allowed them to follow up immediately in every single exchange.
Now, I wonder if this Kai'Sa Volibear pick tells the story of the Wukong. We've talked about the Wukong so much, Rogue haven't banned it. Now, I think Rogue would probably ban it on the 4-5. I'm pretty sure they would. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Mad Lions pick it up on 3 and ban away tops to make it a more comfortable matchup. We'll have to see what Rogue respond with. I wouldn't be surprised to see them pick up their bot lane, perhaps maybe even blind pick a mid like Victor, which is open, because there's still Lucian open as well, actually, and Tristana. So they have so many options. It feels like these OPs of the AD carries have kind of fallen off as the series has gone.
Tristana seen in literally every single game so far in the LEC playoffs, and it's been going down in priority. Hansama and Trimby return to the Senna in the bottom lane, and now for Mad Lions, I love the Twisted Fate for Humanoid. I would love to see them pick it up here. The way they used that global, just blow open the game, was so powerful in game 4.
It was a fantastic performance from Humanoid. It feels like he's been getting better and better as the pressure has continued to raise across each and every one of these games. Now, of course, we have the lock-in of the Rakan. We saw Trimby pull out the same strategy against the Senna Tahm Kench. We saw how effective it can be because it is hard to stop this champion when you don't have immediate, reliable CC. And more importantly, for the first time since those 2 Senna Cho'Gath games, we see Hansama in the Rogue bottom lane on a bot lane that is not guaranteed to get early priority, that is not guaranteed to win out on early fights.
Yeah, the Rakan will have so much room in fights because there's not that much CC when it comes to the engages itself. Barring the Udyr stun, there's really not much he's looking at, and that's why it's good into the Senna time. He gets so much freedom in the lane and in the fights. Now we're looking at solo lanes. For Mad Lions, it's been the story of Armut and Humanoid on Wukong and Orianna. The Orianna's down. Is Rogue going to take away that Wukong? And we'll see what kind of solo lanes we get here.
Look, Rogue need the team fight power that's been missing a little bit in the last few games. Sure, they had the Gnar in the last one, but the immediate reliable CC has been something they've been wanting in both of their losses. Great choice by Rogue to ban away the Wukong here.
And the last time these two teams faced, Rogue had Infernal Soul, a really fed Aphelios, but Armut was the one who was 11-1 on top lane. What was he playing? He was playing Urgot. He wasn't playing Wukong, so there's still this one carry champion open for Armut that if he wants to run it back, which Rogue have faced before, it could be really difficult for them. They have last pick on red side, both these AD carries taken away from Larssen. It's going to be a control mage matchup you'd expect, unless one of these mids has a trump card.
Something we'll have to track in the game is the pressure on Odoamne. To be in your first final after 7 years and to see the enemy top laner potentially carry 3 games back-to-back to an MVP performance is something I can't even fathom. So how he adapts here, what he picks, how he and Rogue set him up for success is going to be so crucial.
Well, the way they're setting him up for success is they say no Wukong for Armut and no Twisted Fate for Humanoid. Great ban by them after all the other super high priority mids have been taken away, and that's the Victor, like you said, Kadril.
Yeah, the Control Mage of Victor coming out. Now, Larssen, there's about 4 or 5 mid lane bans if you count the Seraphine, and the Victor's picked away, so might have to dig deep here for some kind of counter. We've seen the Syndra for Larssen, we've seen things like the Azir as well. Are we going to go back to Comfort? We've been talking on EU4, Drake, about the EU4 on the Ginger God on Azir, the Teamfight King. It's going to be a Control Mage versus Control Mage, but I'm more interested in what the top lane matchup's going to be.
And Comfort was massive when Mad Lions wanted to turn things around, but instead it is going to be the Rise, and I am happy to see this because we have seen the Azir. It has been nerfed. It is so much weaker than it used to be, and as much as Comfort is key, power is also crucial. Rogue debating. Do they go for the GP? Do they go for the Gnar? What is the answer here? How do they round out this composition? And it's full confidence coming in from Odoamne. Renekton may have disappeared in the LEC, but it is a power pick in every other region.
Odo needs strength in the top lane, needs something that can survive the onslaught that you know Elyoya is going to take to him. And for the rest of Rogue, their answer into Mad Lions, playing the global style, playing the fast map plays, has been triple global. Senna, Tahm Kench, and Larssen on the rise as well. They have the ability to influence the entire map and respond to every attack the Mad Lions throw their way.
I feel like both these teams have almost swapped places. I think Rogue was the one with the big team fight, with the Victor, with the Rakan at the start of this series. And Mad Lions were the ones with the Senna Tahm getting dove, having very little engage, having very little team fight prowess. But it feels like the tides have flipped here, except Rogue's comp slightly different. They have a Tahm Kench ult, they have a Ryze ult, double global, like you guys were saying, and they have a really strong top laner. So Rogue definitely needs to start winning lanes, getting their side lanes ahead, and start splitting the whole of Mad Lions up, because if they group up around these dragons, it's going to be very difficult for them.
Gentlemen, every single game has come down to team fights, except for the last one where it came down to an early snowballing Wukong. Who wins? If we go to team fights, if we go in on even footing, who takes it? Because all these early advantages outside of the last game have not amounted to wins. It has been clutches in the team fights. It has been huge individual step-ups. Who takes it in the fights?
It's going to be so hard to say, because although I think that Mad Lions' comp is better for just straight 5v5, there's so many intricacies. Can Odoamne find the flash stun and Larssen find the follow-up? Can they find a good Senna Tahm Kench collapse before the fight even starts? But in a straight 5v5, I feel like Mad Lions have a lot of room to work with the amount of AoE that they have. But Rogue have so many tools to find picks and find one-shots on single targets.
Exactly, you have Larssen's side lane play, the engage, the Senna ever stacking range. This game will never be able to be called. This series has never been able to be called. Every single game, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and game 5 looks like it's going to deliver.
Yeah, and Rogue, they have a 1-3-1 comp. Ryze and Renekton on side, the Tahm Kench in mid with ult. We'll have to see how this game goes. We're getting into game 5.
Let's go, Europe. Take a deep breath. This is the last time you're going to get to be relaxed. Until this game is over, the tension will be high, the pressure nearly insurmountable for both teams. Only one can come out on top. So take this opportunity, relax a little bit, and remember what these teams are fighting for.
In the next hour, we will see which team takes the crown and the start of a new era. And this series already has shown us the start of a new rivalry between these two teams. They both grew at the same time. The rivalry was always there, a little bit underneath the surface, but they were always looking up to the G2s and the Fnatics of the world. But it is different this time around. Now it is Rogue versus the Mad Lions for it all.
Who do you believe in, Europe? In the world, lots of people from other regions watching as well. Who do you believe in? Time to spam in chat. Rogue or Mad, RGE or MED. You can vote. You can let us know who you believe in. It is do or die. And now we get into the early game.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how the game progresses. But these were the two teams who betted on Rookie Talent. These are the two teams which toppled G2 in the playoffs. Game 5, there's not much action happening level 1. It looks like both junglers are going to calm it down, start towards the bot side of the map, path up towards the top side, and there might be a contest around this top side Skull Crab in the early game.
Yeah, we have seen lane priority influence these early junglers so much. Oftentimes been favoring Humanoid in the early laning phase, often also been favoring Armut topside as well, with Elyoya influencing that lane so much. Rogue have been so focused on getting their bot lane ahead, but this game, it feels a little bit different with the Senna and the Tahm Kench. Inspired can play towards top lane.
Yeah, definitely with the Renekton up here, you definitely want to play towards the top side. If Larssen can get some kind of push and get up to this top lane, we want to see some some 3-man dives. Mad Lions are the ones who have been pulling the trigger on these dives. Odoamne is the one suffering from the dives. Maybe Rogue want to change it up, play more towards the top side, but I think the key thing here in this early game is Rogue know Elyoya started bot side because the bot lane leashed. But Mad Lions don't know that Inspired started bot side. So there could be a surprise here for Elyoya. If he finds Inspired up towards his top side, we'll have to see how the top lane push progresses.
Certainly a lot of room for creativity. Top lane trading back and forth already. You can see Humanoid winning out there on the early pressure, sort of as expected. And Mad Lions now the favorite. Chat, I'm going to be honest, it seems like you can't decide as much as we can't decide who the favorites here. You've gone back and forth on every single poll, and I think it's fair because we're not in the era anymore, again, of the G2s and Fanatics where you feel like you have a sure things, where you feel like you have your favorites. This is unknown territory for all of the LEC.
Look, it's hard to blame them too, and you can already see Elyoya skipping his Krug, skipping his Raptors, knowing the top lane getting frozen against Armut. Bot lane, big trade.
Kaiser.
Oh, it's tense because look, this bot lane has been crazy all series long. Hansama and Trimby have had Carzzy and Kaiser's number, but I've seen this before.
There's a top wave. Armut needs to crash it. Inspired will finish this camp and go towards the crab, so he doesn't know Elyoya's there. That won't spot him either. Odoamne might get surprised here. If Inspired comes up for a gank, Armut could be the one that's vulnerable, but he's going for the crab. Elyoya's going to go for the dive.
He's stacked up on Fury, though. He's healed a little bit.
It's so risky. Larssen has TP too. He just went back to base. He's coming to up.
TP now moving in. They've got more than enough damage, but the empowered stun is there. But Elyoya still alive for now. They're going to turn it back, though. Getting the kill for Larssen is disastrous because now Armut is in trouble as well. Rogue have turned the play back in their favor.
Mad Lions get first blood, but Larssen on the TP shows up. Humanoid cannot respond, and getting kills onto this Rise early is deadly.
Yeah, look at this play. Odoamne TPing in mid to make sure they don't lose mid waves. Such clean execution from Rogue. Really good timing for Larssen P towards this top side fight with the TP. He already based. He knew some kind of play was coming perhaps. TP's in, stops the play from happening. Rogue get the early game advantage.
And now Inspired doubling the jungle CS of Elyoya. Elyoya spent so much time trying to set up that gank, trying to set it up. He sacrificed so much just to be there on the top side. In the meantime, Inspired was farming, and he still showed up for the counter.
It's a huge gamble in Game 5, a match that decides the winner of the spring split. Elyoya will be set pretty far behind. You also know the Udyr, he just clears faster than that Volibear, so this could get much, much worse. Inspired knowing the respawn timer of Elyoya's Raptors and all this.
Yeah, I think the mid jungle of Mad Lions are going to be the ones to suffer. Elyoya falling, he's down in camps, 3 camps now. Inspired's already back out of base with the boots, and Larssen level 5 on this Rise already. He pushed out top, he didn't lose anything in mid. Now he's back to catch the wave, and he has double buff, so Humanoid's definitely going to suffer here though, but Armut going aggressive on this Gnar. No flash on Odoamne.
He can finish this one out, and now into Mega. Odoamne with a sidestep. Wall up, not going to be there. Has a bit more damage, but Odoamne just going to walk away. That was the edge of death for Odoamne.
Larssen's on his way up though. This wave is really bad for Armut. Looks like Odoamne is slowly pushing it back in though, and Larssen's going to have to go back mid and catch the wave. Puts a little bit of wards down to catch some information as to where Elyoya is. And in the end, if Odoamne got hit by that stun, I think he was dead.
Look, these lanes, super volatile. We saw it at the start in the bot lane, the 2v2 looking very close between those two teams. Top lane 2 on the knife's edge, but it is Rogue with the early information in the enemy jungle. Seeing Elyoya go topside, and Rogue, if they can slow things down, get back to their controlled style, they have a lot of really good elements to play around. Play the pressure game and play with their globals.
And again, at the start of this series, it was all eyes on the jungler. Inspired and Elyoya set to define. And now it is the solo lanes who are stepping up. It is Inspired who's pulled massively ahead, and Elyoya who has to find a way in his rookie split and his final game, in the final game of the season, to turn things back in the favor of Mad.
And for 4 games as well, it's been Larssen landlocked in mid, Humanoid with the edge, but it's different this time. Larssen multiple times trying to move out of that lane and get up towards topside. Now you can see Inspired knows the timers here, sees Elyoya on that ward, and sees an opportunity for a top gank.
Inspired moving up. Mega Gnar would be big, but here comes the Realm Warp. Inspired just fishing for the stun. Armut no room to move. They know that he burned the flash in the 1v1. He got over-aggressive, and now he will pay for it. Larssen grabs another kill on the top side.
This is what we were talking about, Dracos. Rogue need to start moving to this top side. This Renekton needs to get ahead. Mad Lions are the ones always playing top side, always diving top, and Rogue playing bot side. The Senatom, the switch up. Let's play top side. Let's get aggressive, get Rise up there, and play for this 1-3-1 and get our solo lanes ahead.
It's crazy as well. An entire season. Rogue don't even think twice about top lane. Don't even look there. When everything's on the line, they are investing in Odoamne. It will be traded out for the Infernal Drake on the bottom side of the map. Rogue not putting pressure on Hansama or Trimby's lane, just letting them do their thing, and it's been going well so far.
And the important thing is Larsen's the one getting the kills. Odoamne is just getting free bases and getting himself through this lane phase, which looks quite difficult for him. But Larsen's the one getting the kills, and when it comes to the mid-game and Larsen's on side lane on this Rise and he's ahead, no one of Mad Lions can match him.
My, look at this. So many numbers. Look at this from Rogue. 4 players
now,
on the bot river.
They're contesting the blue buff. Elyoya not even level 6 yet.
He has no room to move. all of Rogue collapsing, using his early advantage so well. We got so comfortable in the playoffs watching Rogue build early advantages out of their bottom lane, but this time around it is the solo lanes of Rogue stepping up clutch. It is the punish on the top side where Armut, after 2 back-to-back carry games, oversteps and is punished.
And it's team-wide play as well, which just swings the jungle matchup. We asked at the start of the day, does this define who the best jungler in Europe is? Well, it's defined these are 2 best junglers in Europe, and they are showing that with just a slight edge, you can take everything. Inspired using his lane strength perfectly to steal away camps and get a lead over Elyoya.
Yeah, both these junglers playing absolutely fantastically. I think Inspired definitely has the level lead. 1 level up on Elyoya, who just hit level 6. Next objective in the game is going to be the Herald. We've seen Rogue most of these games just basing it around minute 8 and swapping, committing to the swap, playing for their bot lane. But this game's slightly different. Odoamne is the focus. They don't want to swap and put Odoamne in a 1v2 lane because they need him to get ahead. And they need Larssen to keep this mid push. Why swap when you have so much mid priority and Larssen can move to either side?
And additionally, it's Senatom Kench. You do not have a lot of ways to clear the wave. You do not have ways to get prio advantage on the bottom side. That might change if they can extend this trade for long enough. Devour ready to go into Kaiser if he overcommits. Carzzy now going to be in trouble, forced to use the ultimate early out. Trymbi just refuses to stop the flash forward. The tongue lick, the rookie in the finals game. Game 5 shows up and finds the kill.
All day long, Trymbi and Hansama have had Kaiser and Carzzy's numbers. Time after time and time again, they come out on top, and it is the final game without any pressure from the rest of their team. They just win the 2v2 straight up.
Yeah, and Trymbi coming into this team from the start of Spring Split. He won the EU Masters with Agro Rogue. He won EU Masters with their academy team. This is his first ever LEC finals in his rookie split. He has the aggression to go for this 2v2. I think Mad Lion's bot lane has died 2v2 in bot lane every single game.
Every single game. And Rogue, the ERL talent factory, originally bringing up 4 of the 5 members from that team back in 2019. Well, they've got a few still here with Larssen Inspired as well.
And Hansama has had so many fantastic supports by his side over the last few years. Gorilla, Ignar, but now Trymbi showing up in this final game. Who would have thought? Rogue have advantages in top, mid, and bot. Inspired's looking towards his top side again. Larssen's on the way up.
Inspired looking to move forward. The bot lane for a brief moment no longer the center of attention as Armut may have once again overstayed his welcome. Chilling Smite moves in, follow up. The stun is there. Senna from downtown. Inspired finds another kill, and Rogue here in game 5 are demolishing the Mad Lions.
Rogue are not messing around, and you can see Elyoya panic, scrambling, trying to figure out what he can do. He's falling behind in the jungle 2 levels. Inspired is up over him, and Inspired is still finding the gank. So what does he do? Can he dive with his ultimate? He's level 6. No. Larssen is playing too smart around it, not giving him the opportunity. And bot lane, how do you dive a Senatom Kench when Rogue can always respond with Larssen and an Odo TP?
Inspired based instantly and moved towards the bot side. He got the Herald as well, so we'll see where he wants to use it. But Rogue playing so well in this early game.
Inspired's here though. They're ready for the play. There's no room to maneuver. Luckily for Mad, they do not overcommit, but Elyoya can't even find an angle into the bottom lane.
And this all comes down to that top dive, level 3. Elyoya spent so much time waiting in the bush for the wave to crash, and eventually Larssen TP'd, and it was a 2-for-1. So all that time he wasted, Inspired was farming, and you can see the exponential growth in farm now that Inspired is so far ahead in gold. Second up there with Larssen. You can see where all this gold is for Rogue, which is surprising because the majority of the series, it's all been in bot side. Now it's the top side of Rogue that's ahead. They're 3,000 gold up. And although we've seen every single early game this series not really translate into much into the mid to late game, despite having such a strong early game, both these teams kind of find the fights and they find the team fights where they snowball the game. So I'm not sure if Rogue can snowball it into a massive advantage, but they have the Herald. We'll see how they use it.
And Larssen's entire career, he has been known as the scaling mage player. The Azirs, the Corkis, the Rises. He is now on one of those signature picks once again and poised to completely take over the game as once more Inspired shifts towards the top side. Armut about to hit Meganar, and he does have Elyoya in the area, but the threat of the gank is always there.
Yeah, and like you said, Ender, Larsen's playing fantastic in this series. He overcame his demons yesterday against G2, and it feels like Larssen and Humanoid have been going toe-to-toe for the last couple of years against each other when Caps is sitting on his throne as the best mid. Now these two are showing up, and we'll see who wins out on this series. But Larssen definitely ahead in this matchup so far, has the TP to move to sides, and he's always moving up and down this river after pushing in mid. Humanoid, we've seen him before in the series when he's under his tower. He's actually managed to find plays on sides, but it looks like this time he won't find anything.
It's just so difficult. The Senatom Kench, we don't expect it to dominate the lane. The fact that Rogue were able to find that kill in the 2v2 is so massive for them now because you can't kill them. The Tom Kench just picks you up, he walks away, and if they burn any of their cooldowns, now we know Rogue have the potential to turn the play on its head.
Well, what is Mad Lion's strong side of the map? It's not bot lane, they're losing 2v2. Rogue have invested so much in top lane too that Elyoya doesn't really have a great place to play around all the series long. It's been very well defined for Mad Lions. Just gank top, it's going to work. but it has not, and now Rogue once again just chunk out Mad.
So much damage. Hansama has the ultimate up and available, but he's taking his time on this one. He knows even the pressure will amount to plates. He does not need to overcommit. Inspired moving up. Could look to take the 1v1. Certainly stronger overall, but does he have the more powerful champion? Elyoya definitely does not want this fight. It's Humanoid on the backup, and Inspired walking away just in time. Happy to take 70% of his health bar and walk it out.
Yeah, Inspired to level up and has the chem tank already. 12 minutes in the game. Herald's coming out to the bot side. Rogue have 3 winning lanes and a winning jungle matchup. They have full control of this game.
Inspired is out of control this game. He has been absolutely everywhere on the map. He has nearly single-handedly won every single one of his lanes. Only Larssen really benefiting from a top play where Armut overextended. Otherwise, this Udyr is out of control. And now Hansama, we have been here before. When Rogue funnel resources into Hansama, he does not miss.
Mad Lions left without an answer. They don't have Armut's Wukong that the past 2 games destroyed Hansama in the team fights. Humanoid has not been able to find influence over this game yet. Elyoya silent in the early game, and Rogue very nearly took down that bot lane tower with full control. A Rogue-styled game. They are poised to continue taking advantages.
Mad Lions really struggling against these 3 winning lanes. You can see all the plates falling in top, mid, and bot for the side of Mad Lions. The CS numbers are low compared to the side of Rogue. Rogue sitting so far ahead in this early game. And we'll have to see how they snowball this game, because that bot tower is 1 hit away from dying. And look at the items that Rogue's bot lane just picked up versus the items on Mad Lions' bot lane.
Oh, it's just a massive difference right there. Already completing those mythics, and you have to think the next stages of the game as well for Rogue. Well, you have a super strong solo laners, right? From Rogue, Larssen, Odoamne can both go to sides. You put Hans and Trimby in mid. With those 2 globals, you can instantly influence side lanes. There's no place on the map which Mad can attack if you take that formation.
And again, for the side of Rogue, so much rise on this. Yes, Larssen Inspired. This team has been built around them and has been built up over the years. But for Hansama and Odoamne, 2 players who have been so close so many times to be on the cusp of victory, it is everything. That said, there's a 4K gold lead for Rogue. They are close, but they are not there yet for Mad Lions. We have to ask, how do they come back? What can they actually do to come back in this game?
Well, we're seeing it a little bit already. Elyoya and Kaiser, so much playmaking potential between that duo combination. You can see them walking into the enemy jungle after considering a top lane gank, and these are the types of things they have to look for, but where does the damage come from? That combination does not have it. You have to play around a strong area of the map, and because Rogue have all these globals, it becomes very, very difficult. You have to see Rogue full commit. Hearing a Drake go down gives you some confidence, and maybe sets you up for a top lane dive.
Odoamne, he's moving towards his top side. He's been dove so many times on this side lane. The weak side machine has been tanking all the ganks, but this time around, he's not going to fall for their trap. He's not going to try and clear the wave. He just gives up the tower. So, Mad Lions get a blue buff and a top tier 1 on the cross map versus the first tower and the dragon that Inspired just picked up. The Herald's always started by Mad Lions. Odoamne's fishing around for some vision. I think Inspired is
got his team on the way. Look at it, right? Hansama and Trimby after the Drake have reset. They could get up into this top lane if Mad Lions were to force, but Mad Lions realizing this have already gone towards the Herald. They could still pour it in on Armut if they want to.
Double dash, Stride Breaker is not going to be enough to take Armut out to safety. Immediately the ultimate comes out, the Dominus, and Odoamne certainly looking to dominate. Pushing through, pushing forward. Hansama ulti is what we have to watch. Waiting, Armut forcing the flash out early. Kaiser now has to run for the hills. He'll leap back to his teammate and he'll hold on for now, but it is massive pressure on the top side for Rogue. They are poised to break this top tier 1.
Armut just about lives. He has to flash away. Kaiser saves him, but Mad Lions are so far down in tempo. Elyoya just picked up Herald and he's clearing camps. Humanoid's based. Armut and Kaiser are basing too. Rogue can just take this top tier 1 for free. Larssen's going to clear out mid-wave. Mad Lions, despite picking up the Herald, they stayed way too long.
And they've also been using their globals as a way to gain pressure and just take more off the map than they should be able to. Trimby actually didn't have his Abyssal Voyage ready to go, I think doing some trades earlier on in the match, but Larssen just full pushed bot lane and then used Realm Warp back to mid to find a wave that was crashing into tower. So Rogue, even when they are grouping up in certain areas of the map to take the Drake to back up Odoamne, they are losing nothing in return.
And now you'll see the 1-3-1 come into effect soon. In the next couple of minutes, both side lane towers are down. The focus is mid tower. Hans is going to be mid with Trimby with those globals, and the pressure is going to be on when Larssen and Odoamne are pressing out these sides. Mad Lions need to find numbers advantages and need to find picks.
Maybe the collapse coming in, but Inspired is here first. Kaiser and Elyoya on the way. They have the man advantage, but is it going to be enough? Will Inspired overstay? Larssen waiting. He's level 12, though. They have to be careful. Maybe they can find the collapse, but in the meantime, it's Armut who's suffering with no team there to back up. He's going to get taken down before he can go mega, but maybe they can find the rise in the mid lane. Larssen going to be in trouble to flash back to safety. Elyoya is there to block it. The shutdown for Humanoid is massive, but it's Carzzy who's now in trouble. Hansama on the chase. The slow will not be enough.
There is no more important player to get the shutdown than Humanoid for the Mad Lions. Absolutely critical. He gets gold. He has been silent all game so far, but this series, he has been the carry for the Mad Lions.
That pick with the Herald got mid-tier 1. What did Rogue get in response? They got a kill on bot onto Armut, but the shutdown onto Humanoid, like you said, Ender, is huge. Carzzy managed to clear out top wave. He's not losing top tier 2 too much. And Rogue, although they're so far ahead, one pick slowly crawls Mad Lions back into this game. They need to be careful this doesn't happen again.
You can see it on your screen right here. Mid lane back to dead even. After the early influence that Larssen was able to get, one shutdown is enough to equalize between the two players. But the concern then comes when you have a fasting Senna that's ahead in gold over a Kai'Sa on the other side, getting so much value out of the passive as well. Quickly checking in on that, 67 souls already for Hans Sama, continuing to stack up range. And this is the threat. How do Mad Lions reach that backline? They have tools to dive on in, but eventually it becomes too much to get past when there's a Tahm Kench also to support.
Yeah, and I think in the next few minutes you'll start to see the play styles of both compositions. Rogue in the 1-3-1 now will push out sides and collapse towards mid to try and take the tier 1, whereas Mad Lions want to try and find picks before they can get this kind of setup. The Drake's up in 1 minute 50 seconds. There could be a team fight around there, but that's the core concept for both these teams in the next couple of minutes.
And we've seen Mad Lions earlier in the series be able to find fights with the numbers advantage, even against some globals and tools that they have. Inspired chasing down Elyoya.
Good damage now for the follow-up. He's going to be forced to ult out. If he's not careful, he's taking so much back. He's forced to ult away. He gets the heal out from Carzzy as well. Positive trade for Rogue, but they cannot find the kill.
Yeah, this is the difficulty, though, for Mad. They're just going to be run down in the deep vision inside their jungle. Brutal. Odwamne and Armut do take a bit of a trade down towards the bottom side of the map, but this is what Mad Lions have to do. When we see Rogue spread out across the map, can they pull the trigger decisively and effectively before Rogue can respond with their map movement?
Exactly. Now Elyoya there was trying to find the pick, but Inspired covered Larssen, managed to stop that from happening, and they need to make sure that they keep vision around these solo laners, because if Larssen has vision, it means he can push to tier 2, and then he can move through this jungle to mid, and Humanoid will eventually have to give it up. Inspired looking for the red buff.
Zooming right out, there's good vision. They know exactly what's going on. Inspired could just look to steal it, but they're going to try to commit here. Does this mean that Carzzy will pick it up? Good news for Carzzy overall. Elyoya would have preferred to have the experience, but good to give it to the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, 40 seconds on Dragon. Larssen probably going to push out top, maybe the next wave as well. He has the TP to join the fight, but you can see Rogue just pressuring this top side of the map, making sure Larssen can't get caught out, and they can scale, look to start objectives whenever they want, and keep these lanes pushed in. But Mad Lions, they have a lot of wave clear. Humanoid can keep this tower alive for a long time until Rogue commit numbers.
And it feels like both teams, again, are playing very cautiously in this best of 5. Rogue know they have the big lead, but they also know that that has not mattered in the series. The early game leads are not what wins you the game ultimately. So taking their time, not looking to give anything up, playing for the small advantages, the Saw Summoner spells, the ulti here and there, trying and waiting to turn it into more. For now, they are absolutely in control, happy to let the Senna continue to scale up, but Mad Lions have to see what they can get done. Elyoya still very far behind. Level 12 to now level 11 in the jungle is the good news, but still a massive deficit.
But now Rogue are in the 1-3-1. Not only does this give the Globals the ability to influence the side lanes, 2 players in mid already winning their respective matchup. You get priority over river, you get the ability to walk into jungle, and also having Senna in mid next to the jungle camps, Raptors and Wolves. She can always be there when Inspired is clearing those away. Just continue to just super farm those souls.
Yeah, and Mad Lions need to keep this mid tier 1 up. If that falls, it makes it a disaster to hold these tier 2s, because Rogue will have so much map control. They've done pretty well in the last couple of minutes to keep the game weathered. You know, the lead hasn't grown for Rogue. They're still around a 3,500 lead for Rogue in the gold. And yes, they have 2 dragons, but they still have around 10 minutes to work with before that soul spawns.
So tough though, because now with the fully stacked Seraphs coming in for Larssen, extra mana, extra damage, he is going to be a lethal threat. Mad really need to find that one target, pick them off, and shut them down. And Hans Sama too, as you mentioned already, getting so many skulls, scaling up. You can see how he was the support early game, but now he is very powerful in these exchanges. And Inspired moving in. He's just going to force out the quick stopwatch, but he can just go right back in for the stun. Elyoya ready to come over the wall if he needs to. Trimby now backing off. Larssen in the area. All of Rogue ready to collapse on this, and that's big damage coming in from Hans Sama. Into the midst of everybody. Elyoya, he can't shut his own tower down, and now Rogue are moving in. They're going to take the kill back on Odo, or will they? Trimby there to save the day. Carzzy with the follow-up. They want to turn it back. Eyes on Arma, but the quick flash out from Hans Sama. He will not be shut down. Arma drops. Rogue in control in the mid lane. They are ready to break this game open, and Hans is too damn clear. outplay!
Hans Sama with the outplay in the team fight, not just the kill at the end, but flashing away from Armutsnar, and Rogue are poised for a 21-minute Baron.
The 1-3-1 collapses first, and the mechanical execution from the carries was flawless. Hands flashing away from the Mega Gnar. Such good execution. Odoamne finishing off Humanoid with the Stride Breaker, nets them 3 kills, and nets them this Baron.
Rogue do not care about the momentum of Mad winning the last 2 games. They come up when it matters, and even the teleport in from Humanoid, it is too little, too late. Rogue with such a lead, 6,000 gold, and you'll see in this fight just how Rogue started it off.
Yeah, Humanoid's using the stopwatch to avoid the stun, but then Inspired can stick around and he flashes away. Okay, but look at the 1-3-1. Larsen's already here, Odoamne's already here. Karzi's on the way as well, but Armut's nowhere to be found. He has to TP in, and they're already chunked out. Humanoid gets stunned into Stride Breaker, and he falls, but look at Hans. The mechanics in this fight were perfect. Odoamne gets eaten up by Trimby and gets saved. Karzi manages to find him, but then Hans Sama with the reaction flashes away from the ult, and then manages to find Elyoya and Armut as well through the tower.
Yes, how does he, yeah, right through there. Kaiser almost gets cut out mid.
Kaiser's just so squishy. He does not have the room to move anymore in these fights. The empowered W from Renekton, the sheer damage coming out from this Rogue lineup means there's no room for him to play. And Trimby again with the emotes in Game 5.
The Pride Alliance can do nothing but run away. Rogue have everything they need now. Just running down Mad Lanes, getting the Baron before they get the first turret in the middle lane. It just simply does not matter. They are so strong at this point in the game, riding their early game success and being so decisive when it comes to the team fights.
Rogue have the Baron. They're setting up around mid. Mad Lions could look for an engage if they want to, so Rogue deciding to back off. Rogue know this is match point. They know they don't want to make a mistake, because if they win this game, they're lifting the trophy, and they're ahead. There's a TP coming in from Larsen.
Inspired moving in. Humanoid, he's got no flash. He's got no way out. Elyoya running for the hills, but it's Karzi who will get taken down. The dash in. Odoamne here to finish the job, but no, they managed to live. They managed to pull back. The interrupt, the gravity field is clutch. Hans Sama now could be in trouble to pull back away from Rogue. It is good news for Mad. They have held on.
It's an overforce from Rogue and a great response by Mad Lions. Humanoid kiting back, stunning up 2 with the gravity field and playing off of those zones of control. Odoamne did not have the support due to that CC, and the Baron is outlasted.
Yeah, just as I say, Rogue's playing it smart. They overextend for a fight. Mad Lions find the kill, and that's what Mad Lions need. When you're behind against the 1-3-1, you need to pick people off to regain control of the map. Right now, Rogue have lost most of the control, but they still have very deep vision on the bot side jungle. And as we watch this again, it was a bit of a confusing TP. I think they wanted to sandwich them into their own jungle, but Larsen, as soon as he drops a TP, he has to flash out.
Yeah, he's in a whole lot of trouble. You can see Armut underneath this fight as well, so Larsen's like, I have to get out of here. Just barely misses the Everfrost, and then Odo thinks he can dive in, but he's instantly CC'd. Very hard to finish off that kill on Karzi. Look at the top of the fight, the double CC of the gravity field. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The zone control in the jungle from Humanoid kept Mad Lions away from the rest of Rogue.
Yeah, if Odoamne got that Q off on Renekton with the Fury, he would have finished off Karzi and healed up, but the chain CC took him down. But Rogue still have a little bit of Baron to work with. Humanoid's chunked out. They're on this mid lane. They're not going 1-3-1, they're going 1-4. Larsen's right behind them. Mad Lions.
Humanoid alive for now, not quite enough damage at this point in the game. Souls continuing to stack for Hans Sama. Rogue just continue to get stronger. The Rise scaling up as well, but for now, Mad are holding on. It is almost a 7,000 gold deficit 24 minutes into the game, but Mad are not going out quietly. Hans Sama taking souls left and right, though, does mean that he is going to be unstoppable in the late game fights.
We have seen single team fights decided by a small mistake, a small outplay all day long. Humanoid often taking the fall for Mad Lions in the first 2 games of the series. Now, with their backs against the wall, he must be the player to step up if Mad Lions are to hold on.
Rogue can't overcommit. Freddy sweating backstage. He's worked hard for this too. Coaching staff behind Rogue, knowing that everything relies on this. A clean Realm Warp out into the 3rd Dragon. Rogue are playing it by the book. The coaching staff can be proud, but Mad Lions are going to do what they can to disrupt that as Rogue pull back.
They definitely pull back 2 towers almost. They almost got the bot tower. They get the Drake. They're on Mountain Soul Point again. I don't know how many times I've said Rogues on Dragon Soul Point, but again, they are on it. 5 minutes until that Mountain Soul. And just how good is Rogue playing despite losing the last 2 games? The mental fortitude to just pick such an early game aggressive comp and execute on it despite losing the last 2 games. It's just flawless and exceptional to see.
And staff of the split starting to feel more and more worth it. How many teams would have broken down in this high pressure moment? How many rookies would have broken down? But still, this is one of Trimby's best games of the series. A man who's playing out of his mind in this one, and certainly going to be a hard one to shut down. All of Rogue continuing to build this advantage, continuing to push forward. For now, it's holding at about 7,000. It's only going to get worse, though, if Mountain Soul does manage to come through. For Mad, it's the same story that has been since they fell behind in the early game. Find picks, find openings, find windows of opportunities, because a 5v5 fight, you're not going to get.
Yeah, you can see Mad Lions just grouping up on a pink. They're trying to find a pick. Kaiser was hovering towards the top side, but the wave was pushed in too deep. He knew no one would catch it. And they have to play the waiting game. They have to wait for Rogue to overstep, make a mistake, punish it, and that's when they can regain control. Because if they even leave their base right now, it's going to be really difficult if Rogue find an engage.
But Rogue have everything with these globals. The gravitational pull of the Baron buff in a minute will draw Mad Lions in there. And you can see Odoamne already walking through enemy territory. Rogue can play the waiting game. They can walk up mid. They have Realm Warp to reposition and buy themselves time and space, forcing Mad Lions out of their own jungle. And it's completely up to them to not let Mad Lions have a chance into the pit.
Inspired waiting in the darkness, Trimby there as well, and now Mad Lions are ready to go. They've got the man advantage. Elyoya wants to get things kicked off, and they manage to get out Kaiser into the backside alongside Carzzy. Trimby buys as much time as he can. He wants to spit Hansama back out over the wall, but it does not work. Hansama in trouble. Hansama still alive. Hansama does get taken down in the end. Arma wants to follow up Larssen over the wall. He can't get any damage down, but it's Odoamne in the midst of everybody. Odoamne being torn to pieces, and Humanoid, who is still standing. It is the triple for Humanoid. It is the fight for the Mad Lions.
Humanoid stays alive through it all. 5 kills now to his name. 3 in the last fight, even with all the TPs, the globals of Rogue coming through. Mad Lions down 6,000-7,000 gold before that fight, have the confidence to pull the trigger.
They find the engage, they find hands, they all dive on the backline. Odoamne was in front of 5 people, but he couldn't take anyone down. Humanoid comes up clutch alongside Carzzy and Kaiser here. The engage was flawless.
It is so rare in League of Legends that you find 2 teams so equally matched in skill, and you see it in moments like this. Carzzy and Kaiser flying into the backline, setting it all up for Humanoid.
Yeah, this 5v3 for the first couple 5-6 seconds of the fight was what won them the fight. Rogue, Larsen's off to the side, he had to TP in. Odoamne had to TP in. They were slightly late to join the fight, which gave Mad Lions enough time to take down the backline, take down Hans, take down Trimby, take 3 kills onto your main carry in this game, Humanoid. And that just goes to show gold is one resource, but time is another.
But if you are a Mad Lions fan, take a deep breath, because that is not the fight that wins you the game. That is the fight that brings you closer back to even footing. That is the fight that buys you time, but that is not the fight that will decide the game. Mad Lions need more, and they need it fast. Again, priority, they have the advantage. They won Vision off of that fight, but they have not gotten much else.
Gold is against the Mad Lions, but the summoner spells are all for them. Only Larssen holds on to his flash from Rogue. The Baron is alive, and is just Kaiser without his on the side of the Mad Lions. Humanoid and Carzzy, if they can stay alive in fights, if they can kite back, it is possible. 12,000 gold from Humanoid. He's matched with Larssen.
Yeah,
Full on 5v5.
If you look to those gold numbers, the carries are even. Larssen and Hans are the same gold as Carzzy and Humanoid. It's only the front line, Inspired and Trimby, who are ahead in gold, 3,000 a pair. That's just more health, not more damage. So if the carries of Mad Lions can find the positioning and find the fight like they did last time, it's an even matched fight despite the gold difference. But both these teams contesting mid-wave, because whoever gets the push can look to get the Baron vision. And if they get the Baron, they can set up for the siege. But 1 minute on this Mountain Soul for Rogue. Mad Lions needs contested.
We take a breath again. The last pause before what could be the bloodiest exchange we've seen all series. A do-or-die team fight for both sides, most certainly. Mountain for Mad buys them time. More space to scale into this game, more time to get money onto their carries. For Rogue, it is a death sentence for the opposing side. Big pressure across the lineup. We're watching Armut. He was clutch on the Wukong. Can he be clutch again on this Gnar? For Humanoid, he had 1 team fight. Can he make it a second? For the side of Rogue, Hansama, Larssen, they've been clutch across the fights. Can they find the positioning necessary to survive what Mad has to throw and punch back even harder?
And despite the gold, look at Inspired, 3 levels up on Elyoya, level 16 Udyr. Larssen, 2 levels up on Humanoid. It's the mid-jungle who has this level advantage, but not a gold advantage. But Mad Lions need to find a way into this Dragon. It's 10 seconds left.
Look, Elyoya doesn't get anything because they give everything to Humanoid. He gets Wolves, he gets level 16. That Chaos Storm, massive in this fight. Let's see what happens.
Both teams holding off. Either one wants
We're
to
going!
put Kaiser immediately in the midst of everyone, but it's Larssen. Free fire and Carzzy immediately into the backside. He gets a lot of damage down. The Kaiser flashing out to safety, but it's just not enough. The Udyr is simply too strong. Rogue have taken the fight, but Arma wants to turn it back. Mega Gnar, 2 into the wall, but Larssen remains untouched. In game 5, it is the Realm Warp to take his team out to safety. It is Larssen who saves the fight.
It's Humanoid versus Larssen. It all comes down to this. The next generation of EU mids, man. And it's Rogue versus Mad Lions. It's so close. They deny the Mountain Soul. Mad Lions will take it, and it's right back dead even.
You're so right, and both these AD carries went 1 for 1 on their deaths, but it was the mid laners free hitting the fight. Larssen untouched, Humanoid untouched, but Armut with the Mega Gnar sealed the fight. The Realm Warp was good for the disengage, but I think the Liandry's finished off Trimby, and Elyoya was the one to start this off with a flash over the wall.
Yeah, it's him going in with Kaiser as well set up. They know when to pull the trigger, even staring down 5 members of Rogue. It's insane.
Larssen just free hitting on the front line. Carzzy dives into trade for Hansama. He ends up loses his life, but Odoamne dies in the back line. Now it's somewhat of a 3v3, but look at Armut with the Mega Gnar and Humanoid and Larssen free hitting. Looks like Mad Lions the ones who won. And then the Realm Warp from Larsen's, the Liandry is what kills Trimby.
And the redemption of Humanoid from game 1 until now. Again, played 99% of the games perfectly, but in the critical team fights in games 1 and 2, he choked, he got caught, he missed his shockwave, everything went wrong. But here when it matters, from the jaws of defeat, he has stepped up and been the carry that Mad Lions need.
Most definitely. In both these fights, both bot laners died almost instantly. It was a 3v3 between the top side, and again we saw it. Mad Lions coming out on top in these fights. The longer they go, it's all on Humanoid. He has so much gold and so much resources from Mad Lions. Rogue around the Baron, TP coming in from Humanoid. They still want to contest around mid.
One more fist fight at the Baron pit. Both sides
Got
ready for it.
Rapidons now.
Humanoid incredibly powerful. Larssen with a level advantage, but will it be enough to balance out in this team fight? Hansama is strong, but he needs the space to work, and Carzzy did not give it to him.
Important thing to note though, Larssen has no flash and Humanoid does. That gives him a bit more space to work with on this Victor. Mad Lions get the push, they get the vision. Rogue are gonna respond.
Both teams looking to throw everything at the enemy mid laner. It's a battle to the death here. Mad Lions never cease. They start the Baron and they invite Rogue into them.
Massive consequence or confidence play. Will they take the 50-50? Looks like they do not want to risk it, but is bot lane pushing in favor of Rogue?
Armut
the more
has
time
Mega.
they spend here, the better it will be for them. Look at the massive wave on the bottom side. Rogue are happy with this exchange. Mad Lions a little too excited.
Yeah, Mad Lions know that if they try to start this Baron and it goes on for so long, maybe Rogue could TP in and look for some kind of base race or backdoor, because Mad Lions would just keep getting cancelled from Trimby and Hansama. Both teams stare each other down, trying to invite each other into a fight, but Kaiser has flash and so does Humanoid. I think Rogue want to wait for Larsen's.
How insane is it that Rogue got a 21-minute Baron in this game? This Baron has been on the map for 5 minutes now. We've just been waiting to see what actually happens with it. But Rogue, they keep playing. They say, we want the Mountain Soul. We don't want to risk it over the Baron. The Mountain Soul, not a big throw, especially before Mad Lions get to Soul Point.
But similar to Game 2, when Mad Lions were the ones so far ahead, Rogue found the fights and came back. Similar story in Game 5. Rogue's ahead, Mad Lion find the fights. The early games don't really matter. Both these teams are so equally matched, and you can see it this whole series long. It's all about the Baron. Rogue have started it up. Armut's TPing in.
Rise with a death cap is going to be massive. Kaiser already burning the movement speed steroid. He's looking for the engage. All of Rogue backing off, happy to just get the TP. When the pressure is on, Rogue have lost their heads a few times, but it will not happen again. They are playing it out slow. They are waiting for the perfect opportunity.
There is no juggernaut in this series. It is so rare to see a final in Europe. Never happened before without a G2 or a Fnatic, but it's within touching distance for both these two teams.
Kaiser going in. Caught out. Kaiser whips the engage zone. It's inspired in the middle of everything, but is it too little too late? Odoamne tries to find a way to the backside, but it won't matter. Armut into two. The two-time TCL champion makes his mark on this final, and Mad Lions are not done yet. It is Hansama running for the hills. It is Rogue falling down in the final moments. Mad Lions may end it right here.
Mad Lions have the wave in mid. There is no stopping them. 3 games in a row, the reverse sweep becomes a reality.
7,000 gold deficit. Armut's Gnar solidifies the win. It's the nail in the coffin. The wave's there. Odoamne is trying his best. He's gonna fall. Mad Lions are gonna win.
It is not Rogue. It is not Fnatic. It is not G2 and the new era of European League of Legends. It is the Mad Lions.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Hold up, let me get my story straight. It hit me like a tidal wave. Won't you give me just another day to tell myself it's not over yet? Tell me where you started a fire. It's burning up in my head. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? Why you gotta tell my heart out? Leave me in the rain. Why do I always...
Kia, movement that inspires. It's not over yet. Tell me why you started a fire. It's burning up in my head. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? Why you gotta tear my heart out? Leave me in the rain. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? When the light fades and the dawn breaks, that's when it's hardest to fix it. When you're lonely and your heart aches, that's when you know what you're missing. Hold up, let me get my story straight. It hit me like a tidal wave. Won't you give me just another day to tell myself it's not over yet? Tell me where you started a fire. It's burning up in my head. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? Why you gotta tear my heart out? Leave me in the rain. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? It's not over yet.
Show me where to look for a halo. Oh, I'm sick and tired of the pain, so I don't wanna be the one to let go. Oh no. But why is everybody telling me it's over? Trying to shut the voices out, they're getting closer. Help me stay alive just so I can show you it's not over yet.
Tell me where you started a fire. It's burning up in my head. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? Why you gotta tear my heart out? Leave me in the rain. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? It's not over yet. Tell me why you started a fire. It's burning up in my head. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? Would you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over? Or would you walk away this time? 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light.
as we search for the light in the dead of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again. Feel the rush, feel the tide. 'Cause here begins a newfound strength. Find yourselves out here. We won't be the same again. If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eye? Could you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over? 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light on the edge of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tide. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again.
So, let me get this straight. You want to drop out of playoffs.
Look, I've done this for over half a decade. I'm tired. I can't keep up with these kids anymore.
Well, if you quit playing, well, what then? We've got a match coming up soon.
Listen, I have the answer right here. A way to start a brand new life.
I'm going to hit the John, and I'm hoping you've come to your senses by the time I'm back.
I won't.
Are you sure about this?
I swept out the area. There's no odds whatsoever. They won't even see us coming. It's gonna be completely free. This is a gang!
Everybody get on the floor! Now!
Did you not hear me, old man? You're on a trip to the fountain. Well, well, well. If it isn't G2. Don't you know the bottom of the standings is further down the road?
SK, XL, what are you doing here?
There's a change coming. This is New Blood territory. What's in the suitcase?
EU's chances of winning Worlds.
Don't bullshit me. Show me.
What is it?
It's beautiful.
Let him go! Let him go! Let him go! I'm gonna release God Gillis's might upon you.
Tell her to be cool. Say SK, be cool.
SK, be cool.
Don't hurt him.
Nobody's gonna get hurt. We're gonna be just like the Freljord. SK, what's that like? I said, what's that like, SK? Cool? Correctissimo. You're gonna drop the gun and put your hands on the table on the count of 3. You with me? 1, 2, 3.
Ooh, smooth from 4 picks of Twisted Fate.
You think that going to one Korean bootcamp and figuring out a single patch makes you the same level as me? They call me the Korean Killers.
Last time I checked, Gramps, this was in 2019. Korean Killers don't go 0-3 versus T1.
You've lost sight of yourself, old man. You have no idea what being a pro is all about.
You think that I don't know what it means to be a pro? I've got this passage memorized from the chat logs of Faker at 1337. The path of the pro is beset on all sides by the inequities of the patches and the tyranny of the meta. But blessed is he who, in the name of mechanics and good macro, shepherds their teammates through the fog of war. For he is truly his jungler's leash and the stealer of lost objectives. And I will cast down upon thee with great memes and furious banter those who attempt to int and feed in my solo queue games. And you will know I am the GOAT when I lay my vengeance upon you. You know, for the longest time, I thought I was the pro, beset by the inequities and tyranny of this world. Then later in life, I really wanted to become the shepherd, and I tried. But just now, I've had the realization that I am no pro and no shepherd, for 20mm water cannon here is and will always be the GOAT. I am simply its vengeance. But I am trying real hard to be the shepherd.
He's crazy. It's not worth it. Let's get out of here. We're scaling.
So, if you're really going to retire, nothing I can do about it. I'll help you whenever I can.
I have completely changed my mind.
Are you serious? Changing my fast and BDS at Baron.
Yeah, while you were in the John, I was reminded about why I started doing this in the first place. And it's to stop these perma-inting teams on my fiddle-sticksing stage. We have a game to play. Come on, let's go.
Welcome to week 7 of the LEC summer season. The heat is on this weekend as we're approaching the end of the regular split and all playoff spots are still up for grabs. My name is Frankie Ward. I'm going to be your host this weekend, joined by the wonderful Vedius and our new thespian Goldberg. Who knew you had it in you?
Well, I didn't even know the word you just said, so I don't know either.
It means you like acting.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm not sure what's acting in.
You look terrified by the fact that I've just brought up
great
Levy
opportunity. You could have read from your book a quote from Shakespeare, and you could have gone for the whole thespian vibe. It was all there for you, Goldberg. It was written in stone.
I didn't write anything about this.
I mean,
He's trying.
there are really no words to describe what we just witnessed in that cold open. I didn't know what was going to be, I guess, unfurled before our eyes. I'm still trying to process it right now. So instead of doing that right now,
yes.
Shall we talk about last week? Shall we recap?
Let's do it.
In what we're calling the good, the mad, and the ugly. It's really the only way to recap last week's action, as Mad Lions solidified themselves at the top of the standings and as the current best team in Europe.
I feel like just with Mad Lions in general, they are just one of the best teams. Well, I'd actually go, they are just the best team we have right now. I think they are the best at playing this LPL, aggressive early game style. I think they're really solid at setting out their plans. They're one of the only teams you'll have who will go in aggressive, level 1, drop a ward on camps, and then play around that telegraph that they know they're going to be tracking the enemy jungle about, and then designing a game plan for that. They're just so good at snowballing their leads from the early game.
I think that Mad are just a cut above the rest right now. On top of the fact that we've seen dominance from them in terms of their early game, let's not forget that there was a period in time where this team was one of the best team fighting teams in Europe, and I think that they're very close to reclaiming that title once more. Kaiser seems to be on form with his engages. Armut seems to be having the split of his career. I feel like everything is coming together for the Mad Lions.
What about the good, Goldberg?
Well, I feel like we still saw some good in some of the teams that we didn't expect, actually. And I start out with the Misfits, you know, coming in with a swab, Zlatan, going back to the L roster with the Misfits Academy, coming in then with the main teams, and Sarah being raised up. And this was a perfect meta for him. We saw the Puppey coming through. We saw how much he was actually able to get done for the team. But I don't think so much of that was on the Rift. It just seemed like Misfits were an entire different team. They kind of just got everything going from them from the at least mid to late game earlier in their team fights. I feel like they've really just solidified themselves as one of the teams you have to worry about moving into the playoff race.
Yeah, and I think that while Misfits were able to separate themselves further from the rest of the pack in what is a mess of the standings right now, Vitality have cemented themselves in second place after a very dominant 2-0 week, finding themselves on a 3-game winning streak, which to many of us is not something that we expected, which may come as a surprise because at the beginning of the year, this was the super team, the team that was supposed to be rivaling the top of the standings, and after their failure last split, I feel like everyone's expectations dramatically fell. But this week, we finally got to see what this team is truly capable of, and hopefully they can maintain this level of performance into this week to keep that momentum going.
Which teams do we need to see more of this week? Who are the ugly?
I feel like there's, you know, there's three we've had in mind, right? There's the Rogue, there's the G2, and there's the Fnatic, who's currently struggling right now. And when I think they have different reasons as to why all of them are struggling right now, I feel like one thing they all share is just that they're discohesive. There's not anything really going on well for them on the map. And I feel like when it comes to playing as a team, you know, like usually with good teams, we'll talk about the jungle, the support, and mid synergy. I feel like we haven't really seen that from all of these teams here.
I think that when you look at these names, these are the ones that you expect to be at the top of the standings. G2 coming off the back of an MSI, Rogue, the regular season kings, Fnatic, the other fabled super team. These are the three organizations that coming into summer should be prime candidates to be representing Europe at Worlds. And right now, it seems that all of them are struggling. And as Goldberg said, the reasons seem to be quite different. G2 with their early game issues, Fnatic with their mid to late game issues, Rogue with what seem to be a plethora of issues. All three of them right now need to level up as the race for playoffs only gets hotter and hotter.
Who do you think has the best chance of leveling up this week, Goggles?
Oh, that's a great question. I actually think that with the patch coming through, and we'll discuss that later, I think Rogue, I'm putting my chips on them in terms of reading the patch, in terms of what they used to be so good at in the past. And then maybe I have my eye out for Comb as well, now that this might be a little more bot lane heavy.
Well, there was so much action last week that obviously we've had some changes in the standings. Take a look at the middle of that table, Freddy. There's quite a lot to play for here.
Yeah, there certainly is. Every single game does in fact count. It is a bit of a trope here in the LEC where as we get close to the playoffs, you know, every game counts becomes the hashtag, but it couldn't really be more true right now when Fnatic, who find themselves tied for 7th with a 2-0 week, could bump themselves into 2nd place. So everything is still on the line. Only 5 games left to go. Every single win really will matter in determining your position in playoffs.
And yet, with so much to play for, they're only going to release a new patch, Vedius, because for the final 2 weeks of the regular season, we're going to be playing on patch 12.14, which is looking to shake up the meta once more. I'd only just blooming learnt it. Now I've got to learn it all over again. Vedi, can you please sort us out?
I would be happy to, Frankie. And, you know, I've made it simple. I've prepared 3 slides that can summarize the most important things that we need to keep our eyes on as we come onto the new patch here in professional play. And let's start with the Dragons. Fun fact, they've changed. They've been buffed. Their early game attack damage has been reduced. Overall, their HP has been increased. They are a little bit tankier, but overall, they are easier to kill. And you can see this plethora of buffs that have come through for acquiring all of these dragons in the early game, basically making them much more valuable even as single drakes. Now, moving on from this, a few champions that were very prevalent in the meta have also been hit. In particular, Wukong, Gnar, and Gangplank. You're all very familiar with them. First picks, first bans, insta-locks whenever there's an opportunity. These champions have been very prevalent in the meta, but they got nerfed.
On top of that, some sustain has been hurt as well. Things like potions, things like the resolve tree, on top of the fact that Scorch and Sudden Impact have been buffed, have made these champions that are traditionally safe and strong in lane affected in a very negative way. But now we see some of this early game shenanigans coming through. What champions can further supplement this? Well, there are a few. LeBlanc, Pantheon, Jarvan. These are 3 of just a few champions that have been buffed in terms of their early game impact. And with dragons becoming more prevalent, with safer champions being nerfed and hurt in the early game, champions like LeBlanc that have crazy early game laning dominance, Pantheon who's a point and click CC early game monster, and Jarvan who can help facilitate these engages and teamfights, all look to be prime pickings as we evolve into what I expect to be a very early game dominant meta.
Ooh. Early games. I feel like there's a team or two who are particularly going to benefit from this, Goldborg.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like there's multiple teams that might benefit from, what was that, early games again?
Early
something
games,
about
yep.
early games, yeah. Well, we already have established that we have 2 excellent teams that are playing for the early games. Mad Lions and XL, to me, are some of the best going for this early game aggression that we so often see from a mid-jungle duo, Makun and, of course, Nukedog, but also with Niski and Elyoya. And you can see their stats here as well, right? They are just topping the charts here in our league. So now when the game is so much more about getting these early Drakes, getting so much going for you with the defensive runes now all of a sudden being nerfed and aggressive rune being buffed, well, that should automatically benefit the teams that already went for style where it was so early game focused.
And while we look at the positives of the patch, there are some teams that are naturally going to struggle with the patch like this. And in particular, I think that G2 is a team that's really going to suffer, given that their early games have already proven to be disastrous. And Vitality, I think, is another team that, given recently they've showcased a top-side focused play, a lot more facilitated in the early game, I expect that shift to be more towards the bot side of the map. Carzzy and Labrov are going to have to be the focus of this new meta, and if Vitality aren't able to shift in a short time frame, I think they're going to struggle on what should be a very early game dominant patch.
And that's going to be the big thing going into a new patch, right? We so often highlight teams that all of a sudden get the patch before everyone else. They pick up a few wins. I mean, SK was very reminiscent of then when they found out the thing about Poppy. This is the chance for these teams to suddenly, you know, here's the read on the patch. Here's what we need to do. We know it's going to be early game dominant. We need to figure out something soon, else we're just going to fall even further behind than they already were.
Is this patch going to be kicking Fnatic while they're already down?
Well, that's the one that I think we're both a little unsure of, right? Because Fnatic, I think, for the most part, have shown some solid gameplay overall. And even earlier on in the split, when they were winning, they had a lot of aggression towards the top side of the map. They typically played through Wonder. They found a lot of early game successes. Their laners are very reliable. But now they need to shift that approach to the bot side of the map. And historically, Fnatic has always been very good at this. But in recent history, they haven't been able to do just that.
And I think even from the side of Rogue as well, lately, these are 2 teams that just kind of struggled in finding one identity they wanted to be. With early game changes coming through, of course, yes, there's the dynamic, they need to be more aggressive, but there's also the Drake changes, and they're going to be so pivotal in terms of securing the first few Drakes. And when you want to secure Drakes, well, you need bot lane priority. Both of these teams have incredibly solid bot laners to play for, and I feel like that makes it a little easier for you in terms of, well, what do we really want to play for? Well, now Drakes are suddenly buffed. Let's just throw everything down towards that bottom lane and see if we can just outplay them down there instead.
When we talk about Rogue having a formulaic approach to the way they rotate about the map and take those Drakes, so surely we are going to see a better week from them.
Well, ideally, that would be what you would expect, but in sudden patch changes, sometimes this is where Rogue can falter, because historically, this team during the regular season has been very good at finding a methodology to approach the draft and approach the game, but when there is a dramatic patch shift and then the meta suddenly shifts, this team can be a little slow to adapt, or when they're already on a downturn, finding themselves on a 3-game loss streak, there's a world where that loss streak just continues to mount, which is why I'm very unsure as to what we'll see from Rogue this week.
Well, let's bring up today's schedule, because we've got a couple of games with massive implications in our race for playoffs. I mean, obviously, our opening game between Misfits and Astralis for Goldborg. Anything you're excited about?
Well, obviously, the first game, as you just mentioned, massive playoff implications that you were talking about, and going down that road of the massive playoff implication, SK versus Fnatic is also one to look forward to for sure in terms of who is really going to lock in that playoff spot since they're so close, and SK desperate of wins.
For anyone that had the opportunity to listen to the Euphoria podcast, you will have heard Alphari talking about that his upcoming matches are BDS and Astralis, and he was trying his very best to say that they need to not underestimate their opponents and they're going to treat them with respect. But it wouldn't surprise me if Vitality, being the team that they are, did in fact underestimate their opponents, and there was in fact a bit of a surprise victory here today.
Can I just say, he didn't try that hard.
Yeah.
Did you listen to that podcast? The way that he spoke about BDS, I'm paraphrasing here, but it was something along the lines of, we might just throw the first 10 minutes of the game and int, and then just come back and win it because that's how confident we are that we're going to beat BDS.
That is Alphari showing respect.
Yeah.
I'm quite glad I didn't interview him last weekend then. In our marquee match of the day, we're going to see an epic top-of-the-table clash between first-place Mad Lions and second-place Rogue later on. That's going to be game number 4, and I can't wait.
We are like now top team of the LEC, so we have to show to everyone how is the best team of Europe.
We kind of have the tools to win. Everyone individually kind of mature in terms of, you know, their role in communication. I feel like then everyone's a bit more optimistic and has a bit more trust in our picks and each other.
Boy still standing, Larssen stunned. He knocks him back. We wanted to know how they would get into range, and Larssen delivers them. Comp with a massive triple.
I think right now we are maybe in the best shape, but we have so many mistakes and we still have so much to improve on that. Yeah, it feels still frustrating to be the best, but not at the highest level, you know.
Unforgiven is about to get knocked up. He does indeed. Moonlight Vigil comes forward, and there's the flash. Unforgiven turning so much damage. He gets the kill inside the pit. Channel on Hex. Can he steal it? He does. Rogue do it. Malrang gets the Baron.
Continues. Jezu being chunked down by Elliot. Who flash jumped. You don't beat the Troll King. Mad Lions mid jungle comes to play.
It really is going to be such an exciting match. It's a new LEC rivalry. It's not G2 versus Fnatic, Vedius. Finally.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams have been battling off now, even in finals. We got to see it in the match history just before the show went live, where it was an epic final between the two teams. They've consistently matched when it comes to playoffs. But funnily enough, when we look at the regular season, it is very Rogue dominated, but then in playoffs, when the games really matter, that is when Rogue has often come up clutch.
And that has always been the conversation, right? The fact that Rogue has always been that consistent teams that would always show up in the regular season, that be number one. And Mad Lions actually historically had a kind of trope about them that, you know, they were never really good in regular season. They were always a team that were going to show up in the best of fives. And I feel like you can see that as well when you take a look at the playoff stats and the regular season stats they've had to against each other with the head-to-head.
Are we expecting a switcheroo, though, come playoffs? Just assuming somehow that the two teams that are at the top of the standings are going to make playoffs. I know everything can change in the next 5 games, but still. Do we think that actually Mad, maybe they've shown everything they have?
I think Mad is just a team that's going to dominate Europe, both in regular season, also in playoffs in general. I think Rogue is going to have a very hard time catching up. They've shown in the past that they're good and they're flexible at understanding what they need to do when they have a task ahead of them. But something about this time in my gut just feels like it's Mad all the way.
And also, when it comes to Rogue, we are surprised at the moment that they're on a 0-3 loss streak. And yet, actually, at the start of the split, they weren't really looking too hot. They were stealing their wins.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like the Rogue have been a little inconsistent this split. A lot of the wins I think that they got, they really shouldn't have. And credit to them, of course, being able to make those plays is just part of League of Legends, and I'm not saying they don't deserve the wins. It's just that when you look at the level of performance that they have brought this split compared to last, it's difficult to have the same level of faith in this Rogue that we've had in previous seasons.
To quote Odo Omni, they're a bunch of troopers. Now, coming up, we've got Misfits Gaming versus Astralis. They are two teams who are currently neck and neck in the standings. Let's remind ourselves of those right now. There is so much to play for. I believe that Misfits, they're tied 3 ways for 4th at the moment, and Astralis right behind them in 7th. It's a little bit confusing. I had to get my mind around it at first, but eventually I did because handily, you can see, win-loss streaks.
Yeah, I mean, what's crazy is typically we would be saying that these two teams are now fighting for that last playoff spot, but arguably they're still fighting for a position at second place, right? Like the standings are so close. The fact that Misfits is only 1 game behind second place not only shows the importance of the head-to-head, but also for the rest of the seeding as well. And losing here can really affect your chances, especially when everyone is so close, and we get closer and closer to locking in as well.
And just to hammer home how important this win is for Misfits, Astralis already won the first game against them earlier in this season, which means that if Astralis take it today, they have the 2-0 head-to-head. And if they continue to be this close, or it's just, you know, Astralis and Misfits sharing the place at the end of our season, well, Misfits are just going to be knocked out.
Last week, I got the pleasure of being on the floor, borrowing the microphone from this lady right here. It's time to say bonjour to Laure, because she is joined by Astralis' Cersei. Take it away, Laure.
Thank you so much, Frankie and Xerxes. Thank you also for joining me for this interview. I'm actually sad that you can't be in the studio, but I heard that COVID has been hitting you guys a bit hard. How is it going? How are you managing through this situation?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a tough a week and a half now, because we haven't been, let's just say we haven't been in sync with the COVID. And yeah, I'm really disappointed that we can be on the stage in front of the crowds. But I'm hoping that at least for the next week we can be back.
Yeah, fingers crossed, Super Week, you're back, and wishing you all the swift recovery. But also, I want to point out that even though you guys have been sick, you've been performing so good. And especially when I think about last week, the early game from Astralis initiated what you've been doing in game has been phenomenal. I want you to talk me through your early game impact and your growth as a player in helping the lanes get ahead.
So I would say most of the time jungle diff is just support diff, honestly. And yeah, I think my support Jonghyun has been an absolute beast this split, and it's been very easy to play for this team and with him. And I think overall, like, I have a really good synergy with my laner, so
yeah,
makes my life pretty easy.
He has been praised a lot, as you said, and rightfully so, honestly, given that it's his first split in Europe. What sets him apart from the other supports, you would say?
I think he's just crazy, and I think he's just really crazy. Like, I don't know what else to say. The angles and the opportunities this man sees are just. I think some people have said that you know, he's like a bit like Hylissang.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think from his gameplay, you know, we can all agree he's really crazy. So that definitely brings that surprise factor, I guess.
Another mad scientist in the LEC. Staying on the topic of mad scientists, actually, but on the jungle, or rather, you've been facing off against Misfits today. The Taxman is back. Another crazy player in the likes of Zanzara, if I may say. You played Zlatan in the first round, Rabbit, but this time it's a new jungler. And we were talking about the early game for Astralis. I think the early game for Misfits is also an improvement from last week. How do you plan on tackling the early game, and what do you think of bringing in Zanzara for the team?
Thing is, I don't think I've ever played against Zanzara, so I'm not sure. I've only heard the tales of him, right? So yeah, I'm just looking forward to it. I'm pretty sure he wants to win against his old team. Yeah, just let's hope I'm hoping for a good game.
Giving him extra fuel, no doubt. And yeah, be careful about the Trundle. We know that. Xerxes, thank you so much for the interview. I wish you the best of luck on the Rift. And Frankie, back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laure. Interesting to hear from Xerxes then. He's heard tales of Zanzara, but I want to know the tale. Yeah, many have. I heard a few stories, and I heard even more last weekend. But what about the tale of Xerxes? So he had a disappointing time on Immortals in NA, but now he's back in the LEC with a point to prove.
Yeah, and I think that he's proving it, in my opinion, because you're right in that in North America, he was heavily criticized by the fans. He didn't have the strongest showing. But domestically, he's always been a very creative and strong jungler, regardless of what team he's been on. He was famous for his Zac, his Rumble jungle. Like, he would come up with all sorts of crazy picks. And I think that already on Astralis, he is a key part of their early game. And you can look at how involved he is with the team. Like, first for kill participation as part of his team, one of the highest damage percentages. Like, he's very active in the early game, and he is a core part of what makes Astralis good in the early game.
Yeah, I completely agree, and it's kind of just what's bridging them in there, because if you take a look at the, holistically, Astralis in the early game, they're not that good, but in some of their recent victories they had, and with the gold lead they often gain from themselves, all of that gold is located at Xerxe. He's the one who's bridging that early game into the mid to late game, and then they find these late game team fights that we know Astralis is so capable, how they've got so many of their victories, but Xerxe, he's the one getting them there.
Is there anything the rest of his teammates could be doing to actually help make the most of that gold lead and help him in the early game?
Well, I think that Jonghoon is his partner in crime, right? He's the guy that works alongside him, and we saw him in a bunch of these clips. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see how Zanzarah matches up against that, because this level of pressure is something that I expect to be rampant once again from Astralis. That jungle support synergy has been what made Astralis successful so far in the early game, and Zanzarah is still finding that formula with his team, right? He's not the same level of early game impact that we have seen from other junglers, and I don't expect him to try and match Xerxe in the early game. But we'll see how he handles that level of pressure that Xerxe and Jonghoon are going to try and throw down towards him.
Well, last week, Zanzarah was called up for the Misfits, and he immediately brought in quite a spectacularly positive vibe into the team. Let's have a listen in to some of their comms.
I want to see a 255 clear leashless.
It's not possible. So how many camps? How many camps? How many camps?
Every camp, 250.
Every camp. I don't think I'm not Udyr. Third camp. Look, he can't even look at me because he knows Skarner is coming. Oh! I was timing Summoners, my bad.
That's fine, that's fine. Okay, go back.
Okay, it's good. Catch right.
My bad.
It's fine, Summoners, guys? Ezreal flash, right? Yeah. One Skarner Trundle and not first pick pot, guys. Nice draft. I don't know. I'm used to taking wins from Rogue, so it was like nothing. Was nothing special, nothing special, just another day on the jobs for me, so guys.
Well, the greatest hits of Zanzarah, it feels like, but surely there's many more hits to come.
So apparently some casters to come as well. We love Zanzarah. It's great hearing from him. Hapgood 1, Hapgood 2, here to bring you some sizzling sibling synergy straight to your screens, wherever you may be. I can come up with some other S words, but we'll leave them for now.
And, nothing special for Zanzarah. Special for us, of course. Getting to come back to the LEC stage. And special to see these two teams face off. Now, of course, we were just kind of jumped to here, but we do have a little bit of admin to get through
we
first.
do. Specifically, Hex Flash has been administratively disabled for today's games due to a bug which results in instantaneous respawning. Maybe saw it in the LCK earlier. As a result, it's just been taken off the board for today.
So we're not going to spend too much time talking about this. No, it's happened. Just have to deal with it now and get on with these games.
Indeed.
It will, of course, affect all of the games happening today and this week. First game of the day, though. Just saw the SOT from, with that video, rather, interview from Zanzarah. We have Astralis versus Misfits. A huge game, a leapfrog game in the standings. This one is going to be crazy.
Of course, as it stands, Misfits are just ahead of them in the standings at 7 and 6, but Astralis are just behind at 6 and 7, with only 2 games between what effectively is 2nd and 8th. There's so much to go for here, and Astralis have the head-to-head right now, so if they win this, they do, as you say, leapfrog in the standings, which would be huge, with only 5 games left to play in the split.
So, game behind, but have the game over them. They'd have that 2-0 if they win this game, so if they end on the same games, things get very, very spooky after that point, but to set the tone, let's get into the music, get into the champion select.
Oh, yes! Always lovely to hear the crowd going wild first thing on the LEC day. Just heading into draft here and preparing ourselves, warming up alongside the crowd. See what we have in store for us, of course, heading into 12-14 as well. So some potential changes in how this draft will work out.
So, yeah, a lot of things to recap. We'll probably get onto them a little bit more in-game, but, of course, expect some of the power picks we saw before. We have that Gwen, we have Sivir, a number of high-priority picks. But, of course, some of our picks have been hit fairly heavily. Now, a champion which both of these top laners have played, Relevant has played it more, Mr. Chachi, is that Gnar. Gnar was hit quite a lot in 12-14 in terms of that mini Gnar. It's more able to be taken down at that point. So if you're going to pick lane counters, maybe it is less blind pickable. I really want to see how various teams respond to that and how you can safely blind pick top laners in this meta.
Absolutely. Still going through a few of those bans. Nothing super surprising right now. A lot of these picks have been pretty common across most regions as it stands. And the Ahri out away from Dayor, one of those relatively safe playmaking mid laners. I know it's a disappointment to you.
A little bit, but plenty of high agency carries for both of these headliners. You know, I think particularly VTO has been going back to some more tried and true assassin-like picks. He did pick out the Sylas a few times and looked very impressive on it. Of course, the Akali as well came back a little bit. But, you know, even though we've had so much of it on the last couple of patches, the Poppy is still going to be such high priority. I really think Poppy is this kind of champion where people kind of fooled themselves in this mind game of going, ooh, but we need to pick it into dashes. I genuinely think Poppy is so strong right now. You can just pick it and just say, I don't care if you got dashes. It's the best champion on the patch, according to some.
Absolutely. Xerxes hovering a Jarvan here, of course, not locked in as yet, but another one of those potential playmaking, early ganking junglers does instead decide to go towards Viego. And with how Xerxes was playing last week in particular, happy to see him on something with a little bit of carry agency.
Yeah, I think the Viego really fits a lot of what Xerxes wants to do, because it allows you to play through a lot of your lanes because you're able to brawl early. If you have strong early lanes, it allows you to join up them very, very early, but it gives you that ability to get up in the face of these matchups like the Poppy too if you meet them on the Rift. Thing is though, when you're playing against something like a Taliyah, which is just locked in, this is a champion which has been popping up an awful lot in the last patch or two. It just gives you this unparalleled mid lane shove. We saw that actually a lot from Ahri earlier in the season. Of course, that's banned away, but Taliyah is one of these very non-interactive champions in the first 3 levels. You push in that wave, you get to stabilize the map very, very well, and I love it paired with the Sivir. Now, I actually think we saw this a little bit in LPL earlier today. What the Sivir does is give kind of, it gives you this huge consistent damage, and then when you're playing around the Taliyah E, you just get to always put out that damage. You're fairly safe on your own nowadays, but that Unraveled Earth is an effective extra frontlining tool to use.
Yeah. But a brief fun fact about Sivir as well. In the last 24 hours, she has 3 pentakills. One in the LJL.
That's a lot of pentakills.
One, of course, in the LFL, knocking out Carmine Call from players now to EU Masters, and then one for Jackie Love over in the LPL. And it broke the longest League of Legends loss streak of all time. 0-39 for V3 Esports. Finally won a game this morning with this champion. Sivir is everywhere
So
right
what
now.
I'm hearing is Sivir is just a very strong champion, and if you're talking about breaking loss streaks and being present in these big games, it's just one of these ones which you expect to pop off. And when we've seen it reach that late game, it has just chunked out damage. And what that means for both these teams is that we're probably looking towards those team fights. No surprise when you're looking at Astralis, no surprise when you're looking at Misfits either. I do think that these two teams are going to be butting heads in terms of those team fighting potentials. And what better way to really judge the better of these two teams on the day than going strength versus strength to potentially determine who is going to leapfrog the other one and keep themselves in the playoffs right.
So many standings implications for this last few days and weeks of games. Very tight standings, as we said. So many of these games today as well are against direct standings rivals.
Yes.
One game apart for these two teams in particular right now. And you can see exactly what these last few picks will be. Astralis banning away a few potentially dangerous side laning options in the Akali and the Jax. Some of those more interesting supports away on the other side by Misfits Gaming.
It doesn't really surprise me to see some of those Gnar counters, quote-unquote, kind of banned away, particularly, as we said, it is 12-14. Mini Gnar's had a couple of hits to their base HP.
Ooh.
And going straight down to the other side of the map, you've got the Gnar who's still trying to be plugged in as this safe blind pickable top laner that allows you to throw resources bot lane if you think Gnar's going to be safe, and a Draven is a champion that thrives off of that attention.
Does indeed. Have to see what the support options are here with it, because Sivir is great if you can survive the lane and keep the shove up. Draven likes to, you know, not let that happen.
Very true. So we are probably looking for something that, of course, can start putting some kill threats on. Sejuani is going to be another frontliner. I'm actually really liking the safety that Misfits now have coming into the late game, because this Sivir is going to do all of your damage for you. You just need to make sure that there is a Poppy W one side, a Taliyah E the other, and a Sejuani somewhere in the mix, and Sivir can just put out the damage for you. Question is now, Astralis, what can you do with your last pick? I mean, we're going to go see a support traded here, and support counter matchup going to go towards Astralis, but it needs to be backline access. It needs to be something that can reach that Sivir, because I'm seriously worried for Astralis if they can't reach that Sivir.
Absolutely, and Kobe on the Straven. There's a lot of ways to kind of roam down and punish him right now. Jonghoon's pike being hovered. We saw the miracles he pulled on us before. The crowd are excited. It's a hover, guys. Wait for it.
We saw this combo earlier. We saw this combo in the LCK, I believe. And no, sorry, it was the LPL.
Okay.
And but this duo is really good at just looking at you level 1, dead in the eyes, and fires throws out the flag and says, "Come pick it up." Gauntlet's been thrown. 2v2. And spicy from Astralis.
Oh yeah, it is. And on the other side, you got the Taliyah and the Poppy, who just would love to go down and make sure that doesn't happen. So all eyes on bot lane. Surprise, surprise.
Of course, coming into 12-14, we knew there was likely going to be a more bot lane focus. We've been seeing it from a couple of teams in the LEC, particularly, I think, actually SK were looking very much at looking towards bot lane, picking kill lanes and throwing a lot of resources down there. That was last patch. On this new patch, dragons are more valuable. We'll get into that when we get into game, folks. But when you have this ability to win lane early and then get towards those neutral objectives, which gives you more value now, playing towards bot lane has that much more value.
Time to see whether that value pays off, of course. If Sivir gets out into the mid game for free, things get very scary. If that Draven, that Pike get rolling, the double cash-ins, man, that gold is going to start getting extreme as we hover over the crowd. They're getting ready to start clapping away.
There we go. Hype it up. It's a hype matchup. It's got stakes. See how it falls down on the Rift.
Welcome indeed, everybody here in the studio and wherever you're watching from home or otherwise. The Rift is here. We know exactly how important this game will be. And honestly, for both of these teams as well, this is, in some ways, Misfits' last hurrah. We know about the Heretics deal and them coming through and the change that have come through with Zanzarah. Astralis on the other side, ever since rebranding to Astralis, have never made playoffs as an organization. Both of these squads would love, love, love to make sure they get into playoffs for such pride reasons, such, you know, big reasons in terms of what they want to succeed for these organizations.
Emotive reasons, right?
Exactly.
It's very compelling to listen to, and yeah, no, I think you can really see how close it is. Really no surprise in that one, but it does have this extra kind of degree of stress on top of that a little bit. I'm sure these players are sat at their PCs understanding what this game means. And of course, we do have a lot of games left to play. It does feel sometimes like it comes down to these individual moments to kind of give you a larger scenario, though, because each team has 5 games left. It feels like a small amount when you look down to these one games, like, oh, the series is, the split is won and lost here, you're going to get into playoffs or not. Overall, in total scenarios, there are 33.6 million remaining. I know a lot of people look at these and go, well, if they win this, doesn't that mean we can start getting out the foldy sheets? If you got a foldy sheet out right now, it would be 1.34 million pages in length. Now,
that's quite a lot of folding.
The printer backstage actually ran out of paper. Even if it was full, I would need to do that like a couple of hundred times. But it just shows how you can focus on these individual games, and yes, they feel very, you know, very big, very momentous. There is a lot to be decided in the last few games of the split. And do we get to pull out that line, every game counts just yet?
You begin to wonder. You're getting towards that point in time indeed. And while we can't do a foldy sheet quite yet, we can certainly still realize there's so much to work with. And the point is, playoffs are still wide open. We've seen exactly how close the standings are. Only 5 games to play, lots to happen as a heel burnt from Neon early as Kobe and Jonghoon just trading aggressively down there.
Yeah, and of course we can see as well, if you look over to where those junglers are pathing, they're all pathing towards bot side. Everyone's heading towards that. This is something, and again, we've seen a lot of our players going to a lot of our teams going towards this bot side focus. Everyone knows bot lane is where the flip's going to happen.
There'll be a smite fight for this one. It's won by Xerxes. Zanzarah does have a steadfast presence, so we'll get out without too much danger, but Xerxes wins the early invade, and this is a jungler who had a phenomenal last week on paper. Xerxes had an incredible week 6.
He did, and you know, I think Xerxes has been this kind of player who has typically played through the lanes, been the person to kind of be this scaffolding for Astralis to make sure they can get through to the team fights. Took matters into his own hands a little bit more in that last week. Not to say that Zanzarah didn't have impact on his own, doesn't necessarily show in those stats there, but we saw in that interview just beforehand, he's brought a bit of life to the atmosphere of a team which did struggle for a lot of this split. This jungle matchup is going to be important, and the first annoyance, first strike goes to Xerxes, who gets ahead in the individual fight.
Exactly, and you saw the stats there on paper, Xerxes 100% kill participation, doing so well, but on audio was how we were phrasing this. Zanzarah, such a big sort of intangible factor for this squad. As more trading happens in the bot side, Mercy taken very low, has to flash out. Kobbe and Jonghoon making this lane very difficult.
And you know why they can do this? One, yes, they win the wave trading early on. They get to stack it up, push it in, use the threat of that all in. But the other thing they do is they win that jungle matchup. And that means that bot lane feel even more empowered to go down towards and keep pushing in. Misfits though, they flip up the script. They go top side. Can Chachi get out?
Gonna make this happen. Vizicsacsi is ignited, charged away from First Blood. Over to Irrelevant. Anything but.
Okay, well, what's the cross map? Xerxes now sat down towards bot side again. We said this is where Astralis really wanted to put their resources down towards. It is a kill onto Chachi. It is a kill. Of course, Irrelevant picks that one up. But the question is actually, how much is this actually worth? You're still down 20 CS in the 2v2. You're being forced off of waves. You're being forced into a bad situation.
Here we go. They're managing to get the Ignite down. Mercer looking to be sacrificed to Kobbe. The glorious execution needs one more attack. But Xerxes is the one that picks it up.
Again, while you have like the eye candy on top side, I think it is the right decision for Zanzarah to just pick up the early option there towards top side. You are still in a very bad spot down towards this bot lane. I'm actually a little bit worried now for Misfits in terms of actually what can you do to bail out the Sivir. We were talking so much about, oh, it's Sivir, she's back, she's scaled, she's got 3 pentakills, ended the world record streak for losses. It's a champion which is really getting crazy value across the world. But if it's behind like this, you do not feel particularly comfortable with it.
So pretty good weeks from both of these squads last week, but Astralis, again, doing pretty well to get ahead a little bit early in this bot side and make sure that Kobbe and Jonghoon are getting to be very aggressive and effective. 100% first turret rate last week. Massive increase in the goal difference, especially considering their early games were pretty weak in the preceding weeks.
So, and again, we can see a kind of a continuation of this here. Very confident about the way they're playing. I think what I've been really impressed with this early game from Astralis is the fact that it's very obvious where they wanted to put their resources, and they played towards it. They were very disciplined about the way to do it, and they were very, very active. They're now starting to remove this Pyke from the lane. This is the second phase of it. This Pyke starts to roam in, and you start getting worried.
Irrelevant has had the passive knocked off, but does get to walk away. Just a bit of a trading ultimate there, wondering whether there might be a little bit more of an angle, but they get out of it for now.
But the reason why this is really good, right, because you can look down to where this wave is. Like, that Draven isn't halfway up the lane. That Draven is very safe under their tower, and that means that, of course, this Pyke can go walkabout. Draven isn't losing farm. You get to affect the rest of the map. Astralis have clued up their waves at the right point in time, and the hook just about misses.
That is a Teemo off.
As much as this is kind of like a failed look in top and a mid lane play which doesn't really work out, just the fact that they had the space to do that without losing anything is good setup from Astralis.
Jonghoon and Xerxes don't seem to be done though. It'll be a 2v3 in the river. Smite fight comes through, but here's a Taliyah. Weaver's Wall to try and turn this one around. Making this now a 4v3 over the wall. Goes Mercer trying to get to Dayor. Shockwave used. Dayor got nowhere to go. And the clockwork winds down.
So Astralis actually biting off a little bit more than they can shoot at that point. As much as they had the first move towards top lane and mid lane because Jonghoon was separated from that lane. How much can they really continue here?
They're keeping to look forward, but they miss out with the stun, so they're going to try and play this one out anyway. And just some trades back. Attempt there from Astralis to make something happen after the play went awry for them, but they're only going to control ward and a little bit of a retreat.
So to kind of rein us back in, because while I was very impressed with Astralis and how they, got this kill bot side, and it's like, wow, cool, this Sivir is going to really struggle at this point. Yes, the Sivir is still very far behind in gold. We're going to keep tracking that. Misfits have actually, of recent weeks as well, been having some good moments, and this one is an overestimation of how much damage Astralis have and underestimating how quickly Taliyah can join the fray. Level 6, of course, has the Weaver's Wall and just gets to be here. Add that utility. Dayor is completely cut off at the pass, and Vito, so much to say about this player who had a wonderful spring LEC, has been starting to regain some of that form, and getting involved again is important for this Misfits team. We're actually fairly even after all things are said and done, though we'll have to see again what happens to this bot lane matchup. Do you want to keep putting a finger towards that? Well, the gold is fairly even. Worried about this 2v2.
Exactly, and this is really to highlight the fact that both these teams have had great turnarounds over recent weeks. It's irrelevant. Out of nowhere, it's a solo kill. Who needs graphics?
Well, okay, put up the Misfit graphics again.
There you go. Reminded people.
Yeah, well, okay, I was half joking about those. Like, when you put it up, like, wow, it's like you've summoned the solo kill. But, I mean, we do know that Sejuani has been a good matchup into that Gnar, but this is what happens when you have so much base percentage health damage. That Permafrost actually stops the Gnar dash midway through, and then, of course, means that can't get away from the Sejuani following up that ultimate. Gets 2 procs of that damage. And then, you know, we said that it was potentially counterable, potentially a champion which is harder to survive in lane nowadays. We've now seen Chachi die once to a gank, but that solo kill gives Irrelevant a lot more confidence in this matchup.
Problem is, though, Kobbe still managed to get 3 plates for himself, nearly a 4th, and while Zanzaro is trading away with some Krugs here, that's not quite the same as getting this Draven to a point of pound. While he's not cashed in quite yet, he's still stacking up that passive, still ready to cash in at a moment's notice alongside Jonghoon. See what Misfits can do to continue their winning ways if they can, right?
Well, one thing which can potentially lead to that is, of course, something like a lane swap. Again, just going to bring up this minimap because we see that Irrelevant has been pushing in towards bot side, using the shove that way. I was actually wondering if we were actually going to see, because this is something that we saw a little bit in the ERLs. One of the big Draven games I remember back then was when a lane swap was initiated after some weird 2v2s, because if you go into a lane swap and actually you kind of give up on one side of the map just to get a shutdown on the other, it works out so well for you. Of course, with the amount of CS and the amount of axes that Kobbe has been catching, I was a little bit worried that Misfits maybe were opening something up for Astralis, but they couldn't capitalize it on at that point. We're back to lane shenanigans. The Sivir and the Draven still on opposite side of the maps.
Keep an eye, of course, on Zanzara's inventory as well. Did pick up that Herald, as we kind of noticed earlier, and it's time to see whether they can maybe unlock the Sivir, get some gold into her, as she's been somewhat under pressure, really, in this early game. You can see it, where Kobbe's got that fairly significant gold lead from the CS, even if the kill's gone over to Sivir.
This Herald play is going to be really crazy, because I actually, most of the time, I hate cross-mapping versus the Herald, because you're like, okay, the Herald's always going to take a tower, always going to be guaranteed gold, but if you trade that for a kill onto a Draven on the other side of the map, things get very, very different. We can see that Irrelevant is stuck in this matchup versus the Draven right now. Xerxes responding bot side, so it is actually going to be a bit of a split map, but Astralis not looking to contest the Herald.
Yeah, VTO roams down as well and does have the Weaver's Wall available, so this would be very risky to truly defend this. Looks like Neon will get every blade here as Berlin. Very pleased to see Shelly get a charge on in.
Got some demolitionists in the house. Crying out for that one. But okay, so Misfits, they don't end up getting cross-mapped for this one. That was the one worry I had with this Draven on the table. Very unique champion in the way that he kind of affects macro just with the threat of that extra gold coming in for a single kill. But Astralis not really in position to do much with it. And we said we were going to keep an eye on what was going to happen between these two AD carries with the 2v2 advantage coming on, and suddenly Neon now has that kill, which was picked up in that bot side skirmish, was now actually got a lot of plates, Star not falling further behind in farm, and is ahead in gold. Until we get a shutdown coming in for Kobbe, as you were saying, and we get that cash in, actually, Astralis, for all the hard work they put towards bot side and what we praised them for, it's not actually amounted to a game-breaking advantage or anything.
Not right now. This game, as we said, is pretty even. We saw, having kind of switched between those graphics between the various moments of action, that both teams really improved last week in their early game, but against each other right now, it is pretty even. We've got ourselves a Sivir and a Draven who are ready to play out as the crowd is preparing a little bit of a Queen melody to go along here.
I know we have like Kings, Legends, and Dynasties. Didn't know we had
Queens as well.
Have the full monarchy in here.
Who's Freddie Mercury?
Definitely not me.
Maybe we'll avoid singing on broadcast for now. We will Mountain Drake you.
That is awful.
I know, I'm sorry.
That is so bad. Never do that again. We have now at this point, though, started to slow things down, and we are waiting for that explosive fight again. We know that both of these teams on the Rift really like to wait until those grouped up fights, those skirmishes. That's where they've really started to succeed, particularly Astralis. They've gone towards those team fights more often than not. Misfits occasionally go towards a bit more skirmishy stuff, but they are no strangers to the 5v5 as
Mercer.
well.
Ooh, very risky place to be as Leona still tanky enough, but he's about to find himself the end of a Phantom under tow. Not taking that low and actually trying to turn this one around, and Xerxes having to retreat, gets just out of range of the Glacial Prison. Attempted pick by Astralis, swiftly responded for.
Oh, it's a good flash.
That's going to be a massive flash. Dale having to flash back out now himself. The phase rush is going to be stopped out with a massive shockwave. but he's kicked away by Keeper's Verdict.
And that was kind of what it's...
It's
Wait,
not
the fight keeps going.
It's just all over the map right now. Both these teams scrambling to find themselves any advantages, but nothing comes of it quite yet.
The reason I wasn't really hyped up for that initial Leona pick was Mercer still has Flash. Leona is a very tanky champion. Taking the Aftershock, it's not going to be a Glacial. So that Leona is quite hard to take down. So Astralis biting off quite a lot on that play and not being able to finish off the plate. Now, we talked about these dragons. Ocean Dragon is alive. Astralis has them. Reminder, individual dragons have more value. They have 50% increase on what they gave on this last patch. So if you're getting these individual ones, which Astralis, of course, got that Infernal early on, now about to get themselves an Ocean as well, unless a contest comes through, this means more than it would have done on previous patches. This is why we're alluding to 2v2s being important, early bot lane wave control being important. Have to see whether these now latent stats passively affecting Astralis will come into play.
It appears that that little bit of Queen earlier on has in fact summoned the Mountain Rift, so well done, people.
No, don't enable him.
Why are you so disappointed in me?
Because I have to deal with this at home all the time. These people don't understand. That doesn't understand.
To just throw me under the bus live on air, why don't you? They're cheering this now as well. Dear me.
Right, so back into these resets. And again, now we're starting to look around what's going to happen with these next series of picks. What is going to happen with the next time that Mercer steps up into Jonghyun looking around the edges, someone with a bit of CC, because last time, basically all of those flashes were available. We're starting to cut through some of those summoners. So in the next couple of minutes, see what that vision leads towards, whether it can lead to something like this.
Zanzaro managed to get a knock on to Jonghyun, but he's gone invisible with the Ghost Water Dive, so gets out, but loses a lot of his HP for it.
But you know Irrelevant, you see that timer ticking down?
I do.
That was a couple of seconds off of potentially very dangerous situation for Astralis. It is around that second. Herald Ultimate's now available for pretty much everyone on the board. You know we're talking about those team fights. Round one.
It's brewing here. Can they make it happen? Chachi on the side nearly at Mega Null, but will be shoved forwards and into the wall afterwards with a heroic charge. He's knocked up and knocked down. Chachi out. Glacial Prison afterwards, and Xerxes now has to back out best he can. Member down. Misfits managed to have the Herald reset on them, but should be able to secure this, and the Xerxes felt the need to go in, will instead retreat to his Krugs, and Misfits right now feel in command with a few thousand gold to their name.
And I know that Mininar is a little more squishy than they used to be, but I have to feel... Oh, gosh.
The Pike is about to find himself on the end of a Zenith Blade, but actually Kobbe forced a flash out of Mercer, but now Kobbe out of mana. The Blood Rush isn't going to matter. Zanzara knocks him down, and the stacks are down for the count.
And Astralis, it feels like they're miscalculating. I do agree that flanking a Taliyah around that Herald is probably the angle you're looking for, right? But if there's a Chachi, doesn't have a Mega Nard Bard, doesn't use the flash, and just gets absolutely mauled by Vito and Zanzara at the start of it, followed into a bit of a oopsie from Jonghyun, and Kobbe stuck alone in that mid lane, not really understanding where Misfits members are moving. And Astralis, a couple of picks in a row, lose their heads for a little bit, lose some kills, and while they've been stacking up those dragons, and they'll certainly help, they're now quite far behind in gold on several important roles.
I've done that again. I've got to get used to the fact that replays do in fact occasionally come up here. So we'll look into this one as Misfits came out heavily on top.
Well, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, this is actually looking towards that Mega Nard, but like, you have to flash there. You cannot afford to get caught, and Zanzara finished off the kill, which Vito steps up, and once the one flank is started, we were talking a little bit in Champion Select about how safe the Sivir is. If you don't have that flank, if Visage actually doesn't survive that initial part of that fight, Misfits don't need to worry about that Sivir getting shut down. It means that Astralis have to back off, and this is where the next big miscalculation comes into. Pyke is all well and good when he's on the roam. When he takes a straight-up fight against a Leona, which can lock him in place, though, he has to back off very quickly, and because he's backing off, Draven suffers for it too.
And in they come with the second Herald, ready to try and make sure this happens. They're going to keep charging forward. Irrelevant forcing a flash away from Jonghyun potentially. He's got nowhere to go though and just gets knocked straight down. No chance to use the summoner until a little too late. Second charge comes through. Weaver's Wall afterwards to prevent any easy defense. Man down, 2 towers down, and Misfits on a roll here.
And Zanzara is having a wonderful game on this Poppy. You know, talk about some of the missteps from Astralis, but you know who's forcing him to do that? It's this Poppy pick, it's the first pick, and it's Zanzara. The taxman cometh, and he's holding Astralis to account both financially and their immediate well-being as well.
Absolutely trying to make this one happen. And there we have the Santander total goal. This time actually functional and not during a replay, as some interesting moments here as I feel that might be slightly bugged. I have no idea what's going on, but you have to imagine there's gold leads.
We have removed Astralis from the graph, but they are behind in gold.
Has Shakarez managed to get a hold of this and has set up like an impromptu like pop quiz? Like on air?
Ask me about ability clues. I can win that one. I can win that one.
If a Taliyah gets this amount of kills early on into the game, how much gold will she be over her opponent?
No, that's not... Don't ask him to do a mass potion of that. That would be very, very bad. Thing is... Well, Shachi having to force back towards his base, and this Gnar has been just punished time after time. It's going to potentially happen again.
They're going to step forward. Zanza on Poppy for the 3rd time in a row since he's joined the team, finding a lot of success here. On paper, this time, not just on audio, getting some huge leads for himself and the team.
I believe one of the things he said in that was, imagine batting the Trundle and not first picking the Poppy. Now, of course, Misfits chose blue side today, and they first picked that Poppy. Again, you can see how much they value it and how much it means to a player of Zanzara's caliber on his favored champions. Astralis are at least able to get themselves a bit of a cross map. Of course, objective bounties not going to be enabled because they have themselves a couple of dragons. That kind of adds into that equation. They're not getting extra gold funneled into their pockets. But even with that cross map, it's not really affecting the way that Astralis want to play the map, because this is a dragon going down, so it's not like Astralis can capitalize on the early dragons they got. They also don't have that much vision. They're spotted on all of their entries. What can Cersei do here?
He's got to keep his verdict. Misses, though, and now actually Misfits a little bit pinned in place. Neon throws down. The spell shoveled into the wall is stunned. Zanzara, can they trade this one out? There's just not enough damage quite yet, and now the rest of Misfits are here and looking to fight. Kobe, stunned, has to cleanse Flash, and he's in trouble stalling the side of Vizichachi. Taken out by a Ricochet. And it's going to be a bounce house that Neon is winning. A shutdown, though, on the Zanzara is something. But can they sit down? The Sivir will get it. And Astralis still playing this one up best they can. Irrelevant. And Vito are still going to try and punish, though they are not done here. They refuse to lose. Xerxes will be stopwatched away from killing off the Taliyah. Double to the mid laner of Misfits.
And you know what? As soon as we saw that approach the dragon, I was getting a little bit worried. I thought that Misfits, even with their vision, had allowed Astralis into a very dangerous area. But the items are through, and they managed to protect that Sivir. Neon goes down in the fight, but not before doing so much damage with those ricochets going back and forth. And Misfits retain control of this game. They pick themselves up their first dragon, which is that mountain. Of course, that'll go a long way to, again, giving them extra combat stats to fight off with. And again, looking back at this replay, this is one of the worst case scenarios you could see from Misfits at this point, where the Sivir is in a dangerous position, but they still manage to survive. The Stars don't manage to shut down that Sivir early on, and at this point, you just don't have the extra ability to close that gap. You've used a lot of your big cooldowns at that point, and it's just not cleanly executed after the Stars miss the initial blow.
Absolutely, and Neil went from 1-0, 1-2-3, 1 and 4. Yes, he dies, but he gets himself nice and involved, and Vito is very happy to clean up the remains.
Now, I do really think Astralis found one of the better scenarios they could there. They were in a very difficult spot. They'd lost a lot of their vision control, and they still found a way potentially to shut down that Sivir. But it's just once you fail that initial engage, and that's, you know, partly credit to Neon and Zanzara both playing disengage very, very well there, it's just very hard to continue the fight. And you're already in at that point. The Sivir allows them to run back down. Misfits, as we said, run away with that fight. Back out onto the map. Resets involved, extra items involved, and Astralis waiting to see where the hammer blow falls next and where they have to respond to.
Try their absolute best. Jonghoon on this Pyke, a player we've had so much praise for. This rookie coming in, causing a bit of chaos, really, here in the LEC. His Pyke was pretty phenomenal the last time he pulled out, but this time around, it's just not really landed. The Draven and the Pyke haven't snowballed, haven't got those cash-ins, and now Misfits in a very commanding position. They stop the soul point coming through, and honestly, with the Sivir now at 2 items, nearly 3, you get very worried.
Let's see with this brief pocket of vision, Astralis might be able to find a pick.
Then we're going to try and get this one down. There's surely a shutdown coming through, death from below. Jonghoon cashes in.
Okay, all right, that's important. It's extra gold on the table. Of course, reminder, this game is so important for both of these teams. Moments like that, lapses in concentration, can mean so much, but Misfits on the hunt with the Sivir.
They will not let that kill go unpunished. Astralis in a 4v3 must fight somehow, some way, teleporting in, trying to survive, but already Dayor taken so low. Falls down to a final ricochet. Chachi is here, but Jonghoon will burn down to irrelevant. Again, that name feels more and more like a complete joke as Chachi is wounded away with the wall. May have a hop, may have a hope, but not enough quite yet. Mega Gnar is just not enough. He falls down, Vito on a killing spree, and Misfits punish the temerity of Astralis for trying to take down one of their members.
With a hop, a skip, and a crunch, Find that now right back towards that Death Chamber. Got the Baron started up finally at this point. Misfits using that Sivir ult to great impact to catch Astralis out after they'd find their own pick. Xerxes around. Doesn't have a great way into the pit right now.
He must try to find something. He's got no Blast Cone, no ultimate, no flash. He's just going to stand here, unfortunately, and watch as the Baron falls down. Over the wall goes Irrelevant. This Sejuani has done nothing but go forwards. A rampaging Freljordian warrior doing so much more. They get themselves the Baron, they'll get themselves out, and Misfits now at a staggering 6,000 gold lead early on into this game.
And that's the Baron as well. They get themselves a clean reset, not going to lose themselves anything for the reset too. This started off as a pretty good play from Astralis. Again, we're talking about the pressure in this game and how much it means to both of them. Astralis find the pick onto the jungler. Great, awesome. Maybe they can make a play around an objective, but they just overstay a little bit, and credit to Misfits are really seeing that time and window, realizing, actually, you know, we do have the Sivir ult. We can start walking over this, have the other global of the Taliyah and take a ride through the wall as...
I really enjoy those facial expressions. They're great.
I'm sure Astralis too when they see that smiling face come right over the wall.
You kind of feel the need to go, wee! Yes, she's sort of riding along that wall, and that's, yep, Deadnar, and very early Baron there, not quite on spawn, but only a couple minutes afterwards.
You've got to be careful with those sound effects. The crowd's learning.
They are. That's it's like terrifying, really.
They're beginning to believe.
As stated, they are learning.
I'm so glad we're providing peak entertainment for your audience.
Thank you.
Can we get like an LEC soundboard? Can we do that?
Like crowd soundboard. I would definitely buy that.
Yeah, Deborah, if we get back on that, that'd be great. Talk to us about it in the break.
Well, the siege continues right now, and they're going to see whether Vitiod, having gone golden here, will be just about fine. Teleport coming through to get back from the side lane from Dayor. Knocked back away is the near Megadar. You can hear what the crowd wants.
Yeah, the crowd
see whether they'll allow it. It seems like Irrelevant feels the need. Dayor has to whack away. On comes the Whirling Death, but still Kobe yet to cash in. Zanzara murders out the pike. Finally catches in, does Kobe. But I think it might be a little too late into this game. It's a 1-for-1 right now, but the inhibitor turret falls regardless.
Oh, they finally get a kill onto the Draver, but it's after so many deaths, and it's just not easy pickings for Astralis. They've been left trying to pick up the pieces of so much in this game. Couple of early look-ins, and it's just not really stabilized from Astralis outside of that point. As soon as Sivir got back on the board after some crafty play from Misfits getting the Sivir back into it, Astralis have struggled to adapt to this mid-game.
Soul Point is on the board here for Astralis, and looks like they're going to try and get to this before Misfits can reset and get out here, but they'll know it's happening because of that control ward just north on your screen. Neon and Mercer coming over. So I wonder whether Misfits are in position to punish nice and heavily. There's the teleport.
Okay, they don't have the Sejuani ult just yet. That's one of the primary engage tools down, nor do they have the Solar Flare. Question is, do they actually care?
Absolutely
no.
not.
Threat of those wallets, threat of just walking menacingly. Astralis enough to force them off. Astralis potentially could have found themselves a timing window, but it does feel like, as in most of this game, Misfits, even with the smallest windows, have managed to get the most out of these plays.
Let's have a look at this replay once again. It's a 1-for-1, but the tower falls, and still in the end, a Misfits win.
And that's actually really well played by Irrelevant. You can see where Dayor was positioning the ball. You can see that he's looking for that Miracle Shockwave. Irrelevant punishes him for walking up into that command attack distance and gets a very important initial pick. There is that turnaround, but I do really want to praise Irrelevant for that pinpoint Sejuani ultimate. Just playing the mind game against Dayor, knowing that the Orianna was looking for the big ultimate.
Reminder is, again, the standings are incredibly tight right now, and both these teams tied for 5th to 7th, or rather, sorry, 4th for Misfits with XL and G2, but Astralis just behind them here, 1 win behind. Misfits about to give themselves some space between themselves and their nearest opponents just out of playoffs.
And again, there are so many of these teams which are looking at these teams just below them with a bit of sweat on the brow. Nothing to do with the heat in Berlin right now. It is all about the pressure. It's all about the stakes. And again, while this game hasn't been the most explosive team fight affair, there has been a little bit of posturing between the two teams, a little bit of difficulty in committing to them. Again, you can see both these teams are still looking nonetheless.
Here comes the Keeper's Verdict being spun around again, looking to see whether they can keep people away from the tower, and they do so just fine. Now the Inhibitor is the one under siege. None of them have fallen quite yet, but I don't know whether Astralis have what it takes to prevent that from happening. Misfits now just rode over towards the mid lane, and Jonghoon, yes, he's trying to pull the wave away, but that's about all he can do right now.
Well, he's pulled them a couple of seconds to get back into position. It means that Misfits can't just walk from one player to a combo.
Flash cleanse down, the Draven down to a 3rd. Jonghoon just being a menace, nuisance on the side.
He's so fast, you know. He's got himself a flash still too, so he can get away from that steadfast presence. And as much as the crowd would like it, we are not fighting just yet. We are a very civilized community here at the LEC. We are civil.
I'm with you, crowd. You boo that. That's fine. I want some more action. Thank you. Hey!
No fighting. Hammer away.
And now the fight begins. The crowd will get what they asked for, and they asked for blood. Irrelevant gets a kill on Tadeo. Jonghoon still hammering or haunting behind the scenes here, but just nothing to be done. Kobe gets a bit of a trade onto Zanzarah, but Inhibitor falls regardless. One remains in the top side, but it's unshielded by a tower, so maybe some damage here is shoved back is irrelevant, but he's just so tanky. The turnaround comes straight on through. That is a dead Chachi. Zanzarah will follow up on the Solar Flare, and Xerxes has to Heartbreaker away. Kobe, whirling death, just not enough, and Jonghoon, it just feels like there's nothing you can do right now on the pike.
And as soon as Misfits get this 5-man unit together, especially with the gold lead, it's so difficult for Astralis to find their target, find them. Oh, good flash away from Jonghoon, but you can see Astralis really struggling to land the hits.
It's a last dance, a last attempt to hold on to the base. They just can't quite make it work. Misfits looking to secure themselves that additional game win, looking to make sure the playoffs is theirs and not taken from their hands. A critical win against their nearest competitors will be theirs. Misfits move to 8 and 6.
Nexus finally falls. It took a bit of effort, but Misfits, I really admire their discipline in this game. There was that one slight slip with the pick onto Zanzarah as they were looking around that Baron, which of course Astralis punished them for, but they were very quick to pick up the ball after that point. And Misfits, what a revival this team has had from the start of summer, where it felt like they'd lost their mojo a little. This team has become quickly now another one of these playoffs representatives that we're likely to see. And this win puts them very firmly on that path.
The last hurrah from Misfits continues to be really exciting. And a reminder here, people, key player of the game on LEC at Twitter, of course, looking like we might have some options here to go through. It'll be Irrelevant and a couple other people I can't see
when
right
it
now.
scrolls back up,
there
we'll
we go.
see
There you go. Irrelevant, VTO, Neon, go throw those votes in. You can hear what the crowd wants to say. What would you rather say?
Ooh. You know, the thing is, I would actually say none of the above, but I think Zanzarah had a great game.
Oh, no! It's not available, though.
I'm going to be the dissident. But, you know, I think in this game, you look at Misfits, and it really was an understanding of these rotations.
Allez, LeBlanc.
There we go. Great to see some of these fans and these players and these teams in the audience. You show that love to those players, it means so much to them. And of course, go vote for those players and show that extra bit of love on Twitter. And see what happens with that. We'll check in with that in a bit.
Of course we will. And, you know, still just waiting here for interviews to be set up. So we've got a little bit of time to chat through this one. And honestly, in some ways, we're wondering whether this game might be a little closer, but Zanzarah gets things rolling early, and the discipline, as you said, to stop the Pyke or the Draven getting cash-ins meant actually they never got that huge gold lead, that huge ability to just explode that goal from nowhere.
Yeah, and, you know, the first couple of minutes, you know, I think we gave, you know, a very warranted praise to Astralis, saying, actually, you know, it's a very obvious draft that they want to put resources bot lane, and they put resources bot lane well. They got, you know, that 30 CS lead, they got a CS lead, which ended up being very, very dangerous, but it never evolved beyond that because Misfits were very good at making sure their bot lane could stay in the game. I do genuinely feel this was a little bit closer than the scoreline suggests.
Either way, the scoreline still reads an additional win to Misfits. After the break, we'll have an interview with Neon, so we'll see you after that.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Vegas Kit Kat?
The desire to see, and experience more. It's in our nature to seek a wider perspective. Innovation that broadens your horizons. The all-new Sportage.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Every moment of my life for this, and you expect me to just call it quits? Not likely. Coming for the title at the top, you won't stop me. Think that I missed my shot, but no, I'll be damned if I give you a chance to take us down again. I've got what it takes to get you in the end. I'm mad, I'm upset, I'm inspired, I won't quit. You can call yourself king, but I won't submit. I'm never gonna stop this. Be the ones to end this. Never let this go. Threatening, this will be a day of reckoning.
And welcome back to the LEC as I'm joined by the victorious Neon from Misfits after they took down Astralis in the first game of the week. Neon, thank you so much for joining me. Sad that we can't have you on in the studio, but I want to cover the draft first, if we can show the graphics for a bit, because when I look at Blue 1, 2, and 3, and the whole draft, actually, it looks like Misfits is up to date when it comes to the meta. How do you think the meta suits you right now?
Well, the meta kind of suits us because we brought in Sanzara, right? And honestly, his champions are really good in the meta right now, so it's kind of like a blessing for us, right? And the game is becoming more teamfight oriented every patch. Especially the last patch, it became even more teamfight oriented because you don't want to drop Drakes, you want to group for Drakes, you want to have the teamfight comps going on. So the patches and the meta currently, I think, favors us, hence why we're doing pretty well.
And you were mentioning the Drakes, and in Ready Check, I know that Veri also mentioned the changes around the Drake and the fact that you want to play more bot lane focus right now, and more early game focus also. And I know that up until last week, the best point for Misfits wasn't especially the early game, it was rather team fights, but you became better in the early game. So how do you think playing around more the bot lane is suiting you also?
Well, I think it's been going quite well for us. Unfortunately, I'm not the Jinx one trick anymore, so yeah. And I think the early game is something that we've improved on compared to last split, so I'm very happy with the progress.
I know you've been talking a lot about you being considered as a Jinx one trick, having difficulties being around this champion pool. Do you think that you had something to prove this split to the community and maybe yourself on that point?
Not really. I just kind of go with the meme, you know. Like I don't have anything to prove to anyone other than myself, and I'm just happy with the way it's currently going for us. So.
You guys have been doing a phenomenal job so far. Quick words on Sivir, maybe. In the LEC so far, 7 games, 6 wins, 1 lose. Broken champion, maybe?
Let's just say I think it's quite good right now.
I think we'll see it more. I mean, the champion got 3 pentakills in major regions throughout the whole week, but focusing a bit more on Misfits, you guys replaced Zlatan for Zanzara 2 weeks ago. I know that when we saw some videos from Misfits, Zanzara was more of the motivational speaker, guiding the team and uniting everyone. Can you tell me what is his impact on the team and what he brings to the general mood of Misfits?
Well, Zanzara is a very special player. I like him a lot. He brings like a different kind of vibe to the team, you know, like that kind of a vibe that you're like not afraid to go and fight and die for the team and for the win, you know, like he like brings this kind of spirit out from us.
Yeah, it's doing wonders for the team. But focusing more on Misfits, I know that now you're close to, if you close out the next 2 games, you might be in playoff, maybe sooner, depending on what happens today. How do you reflect on that and the improvements for Misfits throughout the summer?
All right, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves too fast. There is quite a few million scenarios still, I think. This is what I saw on Twitter, at least. And up until we're not in playoffs, I don't consider us being in playoffs. So I'm just, I mean, my mindset is always to take it 1 game at a time, you know, and not think too much about the consequences of the game.
Step by step. And on that note, you'll be playing Mad tomorrow. You played against a Draven today. I'm guessing this won't be the same story tomorrow against Unforgiven. Any take on this matchup, maybe, before we go?
Who knows? What if today I wanted to play against Draven so that I could be prepared for tomorrow, you know? Like, you can never know.
All right, we'll see what happens in Draft Neon. Thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on taking down Astralis again today. And coming up, we have Vitality facing off against Team BDS, and Alphari joined us on Euphoria earlier this week. Let's have a listen.
Speaking briefly on playoffs, when we talked on PGL, you were like 1 game at a time. Let's get there first. While Luca was like, we're going to win the whole thing, as Luca does. Bold man. It was a pretty shit end to playoffs for you guys last time. You guys were like hardcore winning against G2 when you were down 0-2. I felt like, damn, this is it. Vitality are going to turn it around. Yanko steals a Baron and like your hopes die. And like the Excel series before it was super close too. So like you talked a little bit about it earlier about what's different this season, but I would love to know like how do you feel about this team heading into best of 5? Are you like way more confident than you were in spring? Is there more faith? Is there more for the Vitality fans to believe in?
I'm a lot more confident. Yeah. I think that in spring, our scrims were as well not as productive or had the same results as they do right now. I think that our scrim culture and just general like the effort everyone is putting in is really pretty good actually, this whole split. And I think that mid-late is much more consistent for us, and that while I think there's still chaos sometimes on stage, like I think one of the problems we have is that we over talk, like we talk too much on stage, and you will hear multiple people talking at the same time on stage, which does not happen in scrims.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you have to be like, guys, shut up, like just calm down, listen. So there's still like some chaos and like people's heads like go a little bit just all over the place on stage, but I think our mid-late is much better, more consistent, and much more confident.
Well, welcome back to the LEC studio, where we'll be doing a little bit of a case study on set Vitality coming into this one. Now, to really understand why Vitality has been so good in their last 3 games and what they have improved, we kind of need to take a look at their struggles. But let's start with something they've been doing phenomenally well throughout the season. They've always had good solo laners, right? You take a look at their solo lane stats here from Alphari, from Perkz. Wow, look at Alphari's stat. He's like first in so many on the side of Perkz as well. You see so many threes, third coming through. Surely this must be a really good team if you just look at two laners like this. Well, the fact of the matter is, that's not very true. Vitality quite often had good individuals, but you know, they struggle to play as a team. And when you struggle to play as a team, well, it doesn't matter how good of a laning phase you have, other teams will beat you through greater teamwork or planning. And you can kind of just see the stats they had here. This is before they had their 3-game winning streak from the 10 first games. Average game time was first in the entire league. But they were first for being, you know, the team that's losing. And they've always kind of been known as the gatekeeper. They beat the teams that's below them, but they don't beat the team that's on top of them. But something changed. And 2 members specifically have stepped up now. And that's quite often Haro and Labrov, who would seemingly do nothing with their laners. And it would quite often lead to isolated plays or getting out-rotated. But the last 3 games, something has changed. So let's have a look at one of their most dominant performances this year against G2. And what I really want to highlight is the solid movement you get out from them. So we just start the clip. See the replay coming through. Take a look at the minimap. Bot lane has been crashed by Labrov and Carzzy. That means that Labrov finally have time to move around, and he's actually using this time zone. In the past, you would just see him do nothing, go back in lane with Carzzy perhaps, and nothing would amount to that. But now, Perkz, Haro, and Labrov are actually becoming this mid-jungle support synergy trio that we so often talk about with the top teams we have. And it's not only just here, we'll see it multiple times as well, but let's have a look at it again. The same scenario unfolds, where Carzzy's down in the bottom lane, the rest of G2 is potentially looking for a play on Perkz, but Caps is back, so even Perkz can become part of the play now. So as we take a look at it, Haro up towards the top side. Alphari looking for engage, Broken Blade, even if he wanted to get out towards the bottom side, well, Labrov is here. If Labrov wasn't here, Perkz was making his way up as well. So suddenly, this team we've had, who always, you know, has isolated plays, barely committed to plays together, has suddenly started doing that. And with that performance, Vitality, they've managed to change their games from the poor performance we saw in the earlier games to these stats now in the last 3 games they've had. As I'm waiting for them, and there we have it. This is the last 3 games they've had. So obviously, sample size is small, but when you go from barely any first turret to being the first in your last 3 games, the goal difference, who was at a -100, now being at 3.2k, and a KD at 14, where it actually seems like a deadly team with a lower average game time as well. Surely, this is a team to fear. And with all that in mind, I do believe we are ready to send it over to Nymera and Initialize to get us into Vitality versus BDS.
Oh my god, we're not ready!
You're not? I was doing just fine. Thank you, Goldborg, for that wonderful breakdown. Why Vitality are looking absolutely fantastic over the last few games. Crowd's having fun as well here, and it's 2 very different places for these teams.
Yes.
Vitality on the rise, looking increasingly very strong. BDS now on a 9-loss streak.
Yeah, so we do have very different expectations for this game. A lot of the games we have today are between very close competitors in the table. This is the game which really isn't on that kind of note. Doesn't mean the game isn't important in other ways, it's just less important in terms of some of the table implications, right?
They love a huddle.
They do. But Vitality are actually, at this point in time, one of the safest teams in the kind of like the playoffs kind of contenders bracket. They're a win ahead of the 7. So they are currently on 8-5, which gives them an extra buffer. They actually have decent head-to-heads versus a lot of the ones in that kind of 7-win bracket as well. So they are feeling pretty okay. And they are versus BDS, who have struggled to find form this entire summer. So this is Vitality looking like they're going to start cruising through this win streak a little more, potentially, unless BDS have something to say about it.
Yeah, and we've seen BDS get some early leads, but they've really struggled to do anything, you know, some of them convert those leads in the mid-game into wins. Still waiting really for a second boot, and the crowd continues to be incredibly energetic. Very entertaining indeed. Yeah, that's right, give yourselves a cheer, doing very well. On the side for Vitality, though, I know when we were discussing this team, we said, look, not necessarily worries, that's completely unfair because Vitality are looking very good, but maybe a couple questions with the patch change and whether that means things have to change for this team.
And that's why we have to phrase it as questions, right? Because of particularly what Goldborg was saying in terms of the recent gains which Vitality have been showing, they are a strong team. They are one of our top teams in the LEC right now after all of the concerns of Spring and how they performed over that period of time. This is now a team which has started to come together. Coming into this next patch, really worried about that, well, not worried, again, questions about that drafting. A couple of concerns, just going to keep an eye on them, see how they're going to adapt coming into it.
Oh yes, the music's kicking off, and of course Alphari was having a nice little relax there, clearly in the zone, moisturised in his lane, all of that meme reference. Ready to take on potentially another victory here. He was feeling very confident, on Euphoria at least, definitely feeling like Vitality in a great spot right now. See, they can continue to get what should be a win for this team, at least on paper.
I'm not going to completely put that there, of course, BDS. There is nothing worse than completely ruling out something like an underdog, especially when they've got some more teeth to show. BDS have been trying to iterate over the course of summer, try and change things up, see what they can do to put their resources differently on the map. Now, it hasn't worked for them yet, but you would hate to be a team that falls to them, particularly when, of course, the entire table is so close. But kind of tracking back to the thing I was saying about Vitality, one of the things which I picked up about Vitality is how particularly they love blind picking for Alphari, and that was actually particularly crutched by Gnar. Gnar was a champion that Alphari has picked 7 times. And yes, that is the Yumi-Gon. We're all very happy about that. But Alphari is actually the player that is most likely to blind pick in the entire league. He does it in 3/4 of his games, and that is largely due to actually having the ability to take stuff like that Gnar and the Gangplank, both of which were nerfed on this patch. Were nerfed on this patch, and you can take them into any matchup, and that allows them to do hide counter picks for later into the draft. Now, I'm wondering if that's going to have any impact, and maybe this isn't the game to be worried about that because Aggressivo has struggled to play out lane counters in his own right, particularly in that top lane. But as you can see, this is a champion which Vitality loves to just put on the table and say, look, Alphari is going to succeed in this matchup. Question is, with the new patch, with a little bit of extra vulnerability added to this champion, does that affect Vitality and their winning ways?
Of course, we'll ask that question on the Rift. In fact, Gnar's locked in, as you said. Alphari gave a little smile to the camera as well. He knows exactly how he's feeling about that.
Now, you said we're going to ask on the Rift. I'm expecting us to load into the Rift and just go, so about this Gnar?
No, I mean, not to spoil anything, but we may have a graphic about it. So we really will do that at some point.
Crazy, almost like we're prepared for this.
I know, right? Zeri, Wukong, though, responds from BDS 2. Very strong, potent picks over the course of this season.
Now, you see, that's a Sivir locked in.
Yes.
So we have a Sivir comp for Vitality. This is just another Sivir comp. I would have absolutely loved to see BDS take that champion. I really feel like if you're locking in Zeri, this is not the take I have on this patch. It feels like Zeri is a champion that isn't going to punish Sivir in lane, and Sivir is a champion that... so actually, the player which I've cast most of my career is a guy from the UK university, a guy called Gregors, and he loves Sivir.
Lovely guy.
So I chatted to him many hours upon hours about Sivir as a champion, and what he used to say about Sivir is that Sivir is strong when you get to shut her down in lane, so when you don't get to shut her down in lane. When she gets to play lethality and just ignore it, that's when we last saw the champion, right? But right now, it feels like Sivir is starting to coast through the laning phase more, and if you're against something like Zeri, Zeri is not a laning specialist. BDS lock in the Zeri, I feel like it is soft countered by the Sivir in what it does, so now I'm really worried about what BDS can do.
I do want to say, however, that in the green room, and when we were prepping this thing, oh no, 12-14, maybe some changes to things happening, you mentioned specifically Kennen into Gnar as a potential option, and that's what Aggressivo has gone towards, and again, Alphari's been a monster on Gnar, but this is potentially something that could find some answers.
This is an Aggressivo special as well. You know, for those who haven't followed Aggressivo's career before, the LEC, of course, was around in the ERL system for a very long time. He loved playing a lot of his carries, and if you are going to pick a counter into the Gnar, this is definitely a patch to do it again. It felt like some of the counters in terms of lane didn't really hit the mark for most of our teams globally. Until, you know, more recent days, but locking in something like the Kennen, it's not something we see very often, but this is something with a lot of comfort for the top laner of BDS.
Sad Mummy's locked in, looking to find himself some friends in the arms of Team Vitality. Still waiting, of course, on what looks to be a mid lane last pick, though, for BDS. See whether they got something special cooked up here to punish Perkz.
Well, Vitality, though, they do like to, again, pick some things blind to hide counters for later. They're on that blue side, so they're going to have to give over that counter pick to Nuclear, and Nuclear Int has played an awful lot of stuff. Has only got 2 champions he's played more than once, and that's Silas and that is Zoe. He's gonna have to play into Perks' Swain, which is the first game of the split for him on that champion. And Renata is locked in on that bot side. Vitality now have a very strong team fighting. So this will be, unsurprisingly, another first-time champion for Nuclear Int. Kiana locked in
so ready
for the mid laner. I have not cast this champion in a hot minute, but I love myself some assassins. I'm a big assassin player myself, and if this opens up options for BDS to start playing very skirmish heavy, picking people off as they're going to fight, pick apart Vitality's team fight before it even gets into position, that is going to be a very important pick to watch.
A lot of dive, however, from Team BDS into a Swain, though, is always a little scary. So if Perks gets far enough ahead, he could make things quite tricky for this team. I am so excited. I'm glad BDS has still got some few punches to throw, because it's a very interesting draft at the very least.
For sure. Well, now BDS, now I'm looking at this combo now where you have like Curse the Sad Mummy, and then they all get slammed into a wall by the Kiana, and then the Cannonbolts on top of it. They have so many ways where one of these wombos can lead into the other parts of it. Of course, Wukong's even in there too, right? Pretty much everyone's thriving in a lot of AoE in picking off those clumps. So Vitality, they have themselves some 5v5 tools. BDS have some to bring to bear as well. Vitality coming in as favorites, but BDS throwing in a bit of a wrench.
Absolutely. On the other hand, though, Vitality, yes, the Swain's new, but everything else, you look at that and you go, yep, you're feeling pretty happy about those picks in the current meta. And Vitality, as we said, on a very significant tear, feeling very, very dominant and playing now as a team, not just as individuals. And we'll find out whether they can do that on the Rift right now. A little bit of support for BDS in the crowd right now. They're enjoying the entertaining picks they've offered for us. See whether, of course, we've got ourselves a bit of a Gladiator movie on our hands and whether we will come out of this with an Oscar or not.
So about this now.
Yes. All right, fine. We'll start with that.
I want to talk about this pick, Sam. Okay, jokes aside. We were going to get to this a little bit later, but I just had to at this point. So Vitality have stuck to their guns on this pick. See, that is an awful... I mean, you can see already, he's played more games on Gnar than not Gnar this entire split. It's over half of his games played. The blind picks are very prevalent for this champion too. Of course, he blind picks a lot in general, but that Gnar obviously goes very well to him. And it doesn't matter. He just crushes lane. You can see those stats there. Alphari is so strong in an individual level when it comes to those 1v1s, and it's been a big hallmark of Vitality in Summer. So Aggressivu on this counter pick. Have to see how he can try and hold that Dosh. Play Poppy for Mary. Mary, whoever you are, don't know who you are. Sad it isn't this game, but last game at least we got to see that.
Zanzarah is still 100% only Poppy player right now. The one trick doing very well on that one. It's not Trundle, but he's decided to switch out this time around.
Can we make a reference about Mary Poppies?
Oh, no.
Is that
too bad? That's... I'm going to put like that's a veto. Someone has bad taste. I've seen what getting some cheer, and that's problematic on this one. Still, we're going to see junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. Syncroft looking to play towards, unsurprisingly, I think, this Kennen lane, which is that counter pick that Aggressivu has gone towards that pick he was famous for back in the ERLs. See whether he can make that not a priority that Vitality have gone towards the entire split a problem.
Yeah, but just because that top lane is a pretty spicy matchup doesn't mean there aren't good matchups on the other side. Trundle is doing two camps into hanging around that top side. See, there's actually a buff onto the enemy red buff, and Haru getting aggressive early on, going straight into the enemy jungle. It's going to be level 2 to level 3. Syncroft has cleared out the entire bot side, but this is going to be a fight over this buff.
This is a risk. Haru down the level here. Either he wins a smite.
Syncroft has to look for the fight. He has to look for the fight here because he doesn't have the smite for another couple of seconds. As you can see, he's going straight towards it.
Perks is here, though.
Perks has Pyro, and that's flipped it.
But Aggressivo's coming over. There's the smite. Now level 3 comes through on the other side. Syncroft taken so low, but that's just a dead monkey. Surely over the wall he goes. Flash after Haru, but a smite onto the Krugs. Over comes Alphari. Syncroft is down. First blood to Vitality. Wait, but they're like very much the wrong side of the rift here. They need to try and escape as Nuclear and hops over the wall. Hasn't actually mixed out wants this. I don't know whether he does. Gonna try and go for a spleen to smite. Another smite again! Haru gets another.
Is this Vitality or Mad Lions? Because you see the Swain, you see that Trundle, you see the jungler just run into the enemy jungle, and that is a Mad Lions classic. Perks on the roam again, and Perks is absolutely making an absolute mountain of a molehill of mid lane pressure. And what a topside play from Vitality very early into this game. Let's see what BDS can do to respond.
Gonna try and get onto Kazi here, who does have to flash out both the Ghost Pops as well. So BDS at least getting some trades back on that one. Agresivo gets a stop onto Perkz, who he's not going to be in lane necessarily when he wants, but he does have the teleport, of course. And maybe at this point we do have to bring up another graphic after the replay, talking about Haru, because this is straight out of what we saw in spring on the NLC.
Yeah, so, and again, you know, with two people who've seen a lot of Haru recently when he was in the ERLs, but I love this. Initially in the jungle 1v1 matchup, I am sat there going, well, yeah, well, I guess we might even see it again.
Round 34, Flight Limit gets pillared. Now needs to try and extricate himself from the enemy jungle, gets chomped down, the Never Move misses, and then they go with the Bandage. Starts trying to trade this one out, but Limit just nowhere to go, cannot quite read his own limits. 3-0 of Vitality in this early game. It's only 4 minutes in.
But how well are Vitality playing around Haru and Perkz? This time Labrov comes into the equation too, and everything that Goldborg brought up in pregame about, wow, this jungle mid support is really coming online for this team, is starting to show itself in this game. Haru, in the first half of the split, really struggled to get involved with the game. See the stats here, though. When it came into that second half, so far, he has been really starting to get involved in a way he was struggling to before.
And, you know, this is a player who got a skin at Worlds on Ezreal by level 3 ganking with red buff.
Yeah, please never remind me of Ezreal jungle again.
Yeah, just a reminder it happened. Don't do it anymore.
Fervor of battle Ezreal jungle.
There you go. Throw it back to Season 7 when they won that one, of course. And Haru made a name for himself, making these kind of aggressive plays. It hasn't been as successful in the LEC earlier on, but you can see now that Vitality feeling a bit more confident, feeling a bit more coordinated as a team, get to make plays like that where they can work as a team and then use their hand stiff to get out with plays like that.
Yeah, and you know, this is now a team which is sitting pretty towards the top of the LEC table, and this is a team which is looking to go further into playoffs. Of course, they won in the first round against Excel in spring, but they would love to get so much further than that. Haru is not stopping anytime soon. This early power the Trundle has is going to be put on show again.
There's the pillar. Syncroft still has flash, doesn't have to burn it quite yet. He's going to try and walk this one out. Big amount of damage comes through. He throws up the thumbs up, but he knows he's being continually pressured here by Haru and crew.
What this means when you've got this Trundle, which is just making an absolute mess of things, is that someone like a Qiyana really can't respond to that. Qiyana is not a champion which wants to be fighting very early levels, and we saw that when Nuclear kind of struggled to get involved at that point, and this pressure just flows across the map again. It is stunningly similar to the way that Mad Lions have played the game, and we talked about Mad Lions being ahead of the meta. When you bring it into context of other teams, looking up towards that, and Vitality being now another team sitting towards the top parts of the standings, starting to find their own ways around the meta too, and coming to similar answers as other teams thriving right now in Europe, it's very exciting to see how they're evolving with the meta.
Just seeing whether they can find some pressure topside, but at least BDS were around to respond this time. And yes, you're right, it is really exciting. And despite an exciting dash from Nuclear, he finds a supreme display of talent, but has to flash straight out. Burns the flash, burns the ignite, and immediately regrets it.
And that's another fighting tool which BDS now no longer have. When you're fighting in the jungle against a Qiyana, you need to be worried about so much terrain. Actually, that's the thing we're going to have to track a little bit, as a couple of dragons get taken. Of course, none of them taken so far. But if we get ourselves something like a Mountain Rift, more terrain, more walls, more ability to get that huge multi-person stun from the Qiyana ultimate, that could be a dangerous situation for Vitality. Now, we actually haven't talked too much about these bot lanes within their lanes. Does look like Haru is finally paying a visit down towards this part of the map, but with flash and ultimates available for Matty, I think he's safe. It's a question of whether Limit gets caught out at this point.
Yeah, he's of course going to try and stay safe, but I have burnt the flash earlier, so in a riskier position than he might once have been. Still just hovering around in this bush off vision, seeing whether Kazi can be caught out. Does have the spell shield, of course, and not the easiest person to get.
You know what else? Oh, absolutely.
Find it anyway. They're going to get the Ultra Shot laser afterwards, and Kazi dead in lane. Matty gets one on the board for BDS.
Okay, so this bot lane finds something. Jungler comes down, but doesn't manage to save Kazi, who hasn't quite crashed in that lane. And yes, getting some love from the crowd. Might have suffered in summer, but still a lot of love for them around the studio today.
Great to hear the support, and great to see them get a kill, and great to see at least a little bit of fire in the game.
And, you know, this actually really brings up an interesting conversation. This doesn't involve the junglers, but I'd love to kind of bring up this conversation in terms of actually who has been trying to do the carrying on BDS? Who has the team been trying to look towards? Because in spring and then in the early parts of summer as well, BDS were looking towards summer. You can see that in some of the jungle proximity where Syncroft was visiting. Early weeks, see that Nuclear Int was getting a lot of attention. Did again in the last week, but you can see actually there's a bit of fluctuation. And as this summer's gone on, Matty's been getting a little bit more of a look in from BDS. And maybe that reallocation of resources can lead to something. It's too late for them now in this split. They're not making playoffs, and that's a sad situation for them, but maybe it can give them a couple of those blue shells, a couple of those upset victories to give them that spiteful smile on the face.
Just some way to take a team down with them. That's the plan right now. Of course, with the standings at the top of the table so close, Vitality loses, they're tied up with Misfits, who just won earlier. And like, while they are ahead of the pack right now, dropping games to teams like BDS, who have otherwise really struggled in the split, can really hurt you with only 5 games remaining. Now, one less, of course, for Misfits and Astralis, who played earlier on, but point stands.
So, second Herald, well, sorry, no, first Herald.
Not quite.
I'm losing track of time a little bit here. It's like, oh, so much fighting early. Surely there's another.
It's just so fun casting with me, mate. That's what it is.
Time flies when Sam's present. Not going to expand on that. Me saying positive things about a sibling?
I don't believe
not
it.
allowed. Did you know we're actually brothers?
I hadn't worked that out.
Yeah, crazy. You know, Frankie, obviously you're hosting today, just didn't know we were siblings.
No, it's true. Not like we've made a thing out of
it.
it.
Not at all. Need to occasionally do a public service announcement. And now that's done. We can get back to League of Legends. I know, crazy. We can do that too. But BDS, not at a point now where they're bleeding out gold. You know, at the point where actually Nuclear can start resetting on that W to get the Edge of Ixtal doubled up across the wave, which means that actually the wave clear is fairly okay. Means that you're not going to have unparalleled ability to join a fight from Perkz. Actually, Nuclear Int can start hopping over walls, can start running around the place. And Qiyana is a very mobile champion, so able to potentially join more fights should they erupt at this point. And that might change the landscape of how Vitality want to approach things. Because it's very easy to say, look, we're just always going to have an extra person there. That's not going to be the case now, not easily.
No, they do have a bit of a gold lead. They do have the Herald, and they've got a little bit of time to play around with it. 2.5 minutes until the Dragons, so probably don't quite have the timer on that to use it as like a counterweight coming into that.
Observers making us play a bit of a spooky game here. Vitality don't see BDS. BDS, do they see them? They definitely do now. That's the...
Matty, is he as in danger as they think he is? Now Kazi's left on the other side of the rest of the team, away from a blast cone. Kazi has popped his ultimate and will get out to safety. Flash was popped, but Syncroft now maybe overextended, has his limit. Can he escape? Because he's got no flash. Avoids the handshake, goes back in. Remember, there's still no ultimate available. So you'll see a very dead limit who's secured by Perkz.
And this time it is Vitality which managed to get to that play first. The Amumu, great when you're playing aggressively, really not able to retreat without a little help. This time gets taken down. Herald in inventory too means that this is going to be doubled down on the losses for BDS. It's already plates going down. This could be the entire turret. If they manage to chunk it down just a little more. More gold onto that Sivir is obviously very, very dangerous. Didn't manage to see complete Sivir gaming in the last one, was shut down a little early, even though they managed to come back into some of the team fights later. But this will be, if you get all those plates in, still a very relevant Sivir in game 2 of the day.
That is a very risky way to walk Demonic. Ascension going through House of the Pillar, and Syncroft nowhere to go. He is never moving anymore. Dead again.
Perkz, man. Sad 2-0-3. I mean, Haru and Perkz, 100% kill participation. We've talked a lot about how Vitality in earlier parts of the year have been a team of individuals, a team which has struggled to have as much cohesion. Suddenly now you've got actually mid-jungle really orchestrating things in a way that Vitality have started to show more recently, and this is good signs if you are a fan of the team. They can keep this up and keep themselves up in those wins. You can see them getting up into potentially higher and higher finishes in those playoffs and see how far this team really can fly. I mean, this is a team which is chasing Rogue, Mad Lions, obviously at the top, have been touted very much as the strongest team in our region, partly because of their meta read, but from what Vitality have shown today in this game so far, let's just put a pin in it. Of course, BDS have, again, they have struggled. They're not always the best litmus test for our teams, but just rawly off of what we've seen from this game, I'm really impressed from what Vitality has shown through their mid-jungle.
Absolutely. We started the day with around, what was it, 33 million potential scenarios remaining?
33.6.
That course got halved last game. That's the way those work. And Vitality looking to ensure the remaining scenarios are in their favor. Of course, tied up with Rogue as we saw right now, and not miles behind or ahead of everybody else. want to get this win. There's the Herald now summoned. It will go into the mid lane to try and pressure this Qiyana a little more.
So that's obviously a very important thing to keep track of. When you lose... oh, that's another going on to Maddie.
That's a flash, nowhere to go though. His hostile takeover, and I don't think that they can get out. But he Spark Soldier's out the burn from Haru. Gets him a kill.
Oh, challenging Smite MVP. Didn't even need an ignite.
Perkz just flashed to get away from Nuclearint's edge of Ixal, empowered by a little bit of water. And will manage to get himself out to safety for now. But BDS down 3,000 gold, down their AD carry, who nearly escaped, but not quite enough HP. Now in a difficult position, they'd love to get another dragon. Instead, they're going to go in and get onto Haru. Remember, he's burnt himself the ultimate. That's not a great supreme display of talent. Goes wide. Nuclearint trading out with Perkz, but a demonic ascension means nothing to be done. BDS go for a fight and handily lose it. The boomerang blade comes back. Gotta learn that one from any Australian friends of yours, and it's a second kill over to Carzzy.
I appreciate BDS looking for that angle, because also, like a little known fact, if Qiyana throws the ult in River, doesn't actually have to hit a wall to stun, because River counts as terrain. It's a weird interaction, so even if you just punch someone with it into somewhere in the middle of the river, they get a stun, it's extra CC, it's still the damage on top of it, but it's just not clean enough from BDS. They decide to go for the fight, they don't quite find those angles, and the limit starts off with that two-man Curse the Sad Mummy. It's just Vitality, once again, just a little more ready to fight. We're actually going to go right back to the pick onto bot lane. Of course, Matty doesn't have the cleanse. Thinks maybe he can just about flash out of it, finesse it, and it is actually very, very close looking at it. But that pesky challenging smite takes down Matty, and then BDS left a man down for this dragon attempt.
They thought maybe with Haru down that smite, down that ultimate, they could be able to kill him, but they just can't quite get him down low enough. Nuclearint going wide, and then Perkz in the backside, while Carzzy on the other murders everybody.
And it's just, again, BDS kind of knowing they want to fight, but don't know exactly how they want to execute that fight. I do think that Limit had a decent ult there, could have set up something, but Nuclearint not quite close enough. Feels like not quite close enough is the story of BDS in a lot of their skirmishes in this summer.
As it stands, still Haru with that impeccable kill participation, involved absolutely everything on this map from that early invade. Now Nuclearint and Syncrov in danger again as Haru lands the pillar, trying to chase down on this Wukong. Gonna get away for now, but I don't know how far he can run. Rooted, hand shook, and I don't think you want that deal. Perkz on a killing spree.
Oh, Syncrov has been bullied so hard this game, and Syncrov has been one of those players we have looked to on BDS, particularly after his individual performances from Spring. This guy has really struggled in this game. Vitality doing a superb job of shutting down this Wukong, and BDS, it feels like, even though I feel like they have been better at reacting to plays as opposed to making them in this split, this one has been very, very difficult. They haven't really managed to find anything in this game. They've just been bluntly outplayed by Vitality, who've been bringing larger guns to the fights, knowing when they want to fight, and struggling to hold on.
As it stands, that top lane has remained pretty stable, and now it's kind of been all about the bot lane, all about the Sivir and those mid jungles. As maybe there's a little look in to see whether Matty could be caught out, but he trades that one out well enough. He's looking for at least a tower here for BDS, but it's just so risky. There's no control. Just look at the river. There's blue wards galore.
Yeah, and what that means is one of the primary ways BDS can get back into this game is just throwing every ultimate at someone and hoping they die. But if you're trying to do that, and you're trying to get on top of a Sivir who is safely sat behind an ulting Swain with 2 items and maybe pops a stopwatch when Perkz ends up buying that item, like, you are not going to end the team fight with your ultimates now. Nor are you actually going to find your angles very, very well. You kind of want to get someone into the back line, but with all of this vision, I mean, BDS don't have a ward across the river at this point. How do they end up scouting their way into Vitality's key members and finding their targets? It's going to be incredibly difficult. So BDS, though they have the damage potentially to take out Vitality, trying to get it onto the right targets is going to be so, so hard.
And, you know, we've yet to see Aggressivo find a teleport or a flank, really, at this point. We've not really seen a 5v5, and Vitality have just been picking apart the map, really, piece by piece. They've secured 2 of the outer towers. They stopped Drake stacking. They are up 5,000 or so gold, and BDS feeling pretty out of options here unless they can find a Hail Mary throw all their ultimates or so on. But you said already, that doesn't even nearly feel like it's going to guarantee them a win right now, as Haru again starts an invade with Perkz and Labrov.
And there really isn't much BDS can do about it, because if you're going to try and commit to these fights, you have to really commit to them. If you see 4 men in your jungle and you're like, right, we're going for that, let's bring in the Qiyana, let's bring in everyone, you need to be damn sure that hits, because if you fail that combo, game is going to be so done at this point. It feels like BDS are kind of on the precipice of falling out of this one. They're already in a difficult enough space. And I think part of this is, again, you know, I love talking about that vision control. You can see exactly how many blue wards there are on the map from Vitality, but this is actually where an interesting conversation comes in about support champions. Because if you're in Amumu, we talked about this a little bit earlier when Limit was kind of stuck around that bot lane without a flash, and all you can see is doing his best. If you ever going into an area where there's fog of war, you sometimes end up doing it. It used to be called the Hachani.
Yes.
Of course, he ended up playing for Vitality for a bit as well, didn't he? Yeah. He was a very famous support player who was very famous for just going into a brush and just dying once a game. Because sometimes you just have to throw your head in there and go, well, I'm getting these wards or I'm dying.
I think Hachani sometimes just did that anyway, in fairness.
Yes, that was definitely something which happened. But in this game, if
Tower for BDS, a needed victory.
God. Okay, but with someone like an Amumu, it is very difficult to survive your warding trips. If you're someone like a Rakan, it's much easier, right? Because you're very mobile. Even someone like a Pyke, right? Although that changes depending on matchup. If you're against like a Poppy, then we saw what happened with that in game 1, right? But when you're playing around this Amumu, you can see that Limit has struggled somewhat to gain big control of the vision. But in this game, see what happens around this top side.
Oh, that was not the best proto build I've ever seen. Agresivo will throw down a slicing Maelstrom, but he gets a stun onto 3 and still falls. Haru gets that kill, and BDS are scrambling as we might even get a third charge from Shelly here. The old shock lens doesn't put it down. In she goes, destroys the turret, and Vitality are continuing to play. How far will they go? Nuclear taken down. It's 2 already, 3 already, and all the while Alfari flashes out, and the Mati tries to trade this out. A Zeri moment maybe incoming, but as their Visions of Empire secures it, Kazi gets a triple. The inhibitor will not be taken down quite yet. Vitality decide they'll leave that one alone after a stunning ace.
And I love this mentality from Vitality. It's like, okay, you know that vision control thing we're doing? We just gave it up in bot side. How about we just don't let them fight around their vision? Stick towards that top side. Who gives a damn if that dragon's just spawned? You got the Herald, you can commit everyone top side, and BDS are just caught flat-footed once again. Vitality, they call them onto the other side of the map. They are not prepared to fight for, and they absolutely mash them.
It's been a massacre from the moment Haru turned up at level 2 as Synchros red buff, and they just have not taken their foot off the pedal. The ace comes through, Kazi survives, they don't bother with the inhibitor, and they just get straight on out.
And even in that fight, you can see that that's the kind of fight which Zeri is kind of used to kind of winning, right? Where you're sat there and you get to kite around with your extended range, but Sivir is kind of at parity with what Zeri wants to do as a champion, but is also in just a very comfortable spot in the meta herself right now. Very high wave clear and just able to run down even the extended range carry of that Zeri. So even Mati at those items couldn't really achieve what he wanted to. Nuclear in, trying to do something around this dragon, but really not in a safe spot.
The pillar from Haru, just phenomenal. The Empress of Inkstyle taken straight out there. Another kill for Kazi.
This Qiyana has had so little impact on this game. It is so difficult when you get put behind as a mid-jungle very early. Vitality have looked at that champion and said, how do we make this Qiyana not have an impact on the game? And Nuclear In has had to really just sit and abide by what Haru and Perkz wanted to do. Got to feel a little bit put bad for BDS mid laner. I think it's a unique pick. It's another unique pick for him. Potentially had some great calls in the Wombo, but Vitality just not let BDS get to that point. We actually haven't seen a point where all of these ultimates can be layered.
No, I mean, you're looking at the mid jungle of BDS. It's 0-5, 0-3, 0-4. On the other side for Vitality, they're all hedging upwards of like 70% kill participation or above. Only recently has Haru dropped out of 100%. They have been all over the map, and they've really just taken command of this game, and BDS have been split apart and routed.
You know it's bad when the support's got a 1,000.
Oh, brutal.
Oh my gosh, this is just a demonstration from Vitality about how do you control a game from so early on and then just start rolling across the maps. This game feels like it's been going on longer than 22 minutes.
It does feel like a late game scenario. This feels like there should have been a Baron at this point to get to this gold lead. Nope, just destroyed people. That's like, we're looking at all outer towers and an inhibitor tower down at 22 minutes into the game. That is an exceptionally aggressive and effective game so far from Vitality.
And this has got to be, you know, a good confidence boost for Vitality. Just saying, you know, this is continuing to show what they can do with changes coming into summer. How far can this team get? They were promising strong results when they built this roster, made some changes. feels like they found a bit more chemistry, a bit more cohesion. Can they find a way to close out this win? Feels oh so likely. Really does feel like it's on BDS to find a crazy wombo, but I don't know if they're going to be allowed it.
It's a Hail Mary. They need to find something in this choke point if they can. Limit throws down the curse of the Sad Mummy, but he's sent straight back to the pyramid. Dead the Mummy is.
Yeah. Send him back in a coffin. It's back into that pyramid. And again, like that was like the one time I've seen potential for Vitality to actually get wombo. They were all stood in the same spot, but BDS were already on the retreat. They couldn't get to that point. The Vision's been starved out, and they have to now advance into enemy territory.
The Baron's been started. Perkz demonically ascends, and there is nowhere to go. Demon Flare still yet to be used. A rampage for Perkz. That will be a supreme display of talent, but it's just not enough. Nowhere near the damage. Carzzy has got like 20 kills to 2. Vitality dismantle BDS.
Vitality, it has been an absolute display from them themselves. It really wasn't in question. They started off strongly. They're going to run down with 5 people through the topside inhibitor, go to 9 and 5, put the pressure onto Rogue later into the day, into their last games, see if they can keep pace.
From a team that struggled to find synergy, dropped out in playoffs in spring, to one of the most dominant teams in Europe right now, Vitality are on the up and up. Eyes on playoffs, eyes potentially on Worlds.
Taking their time to finish off the Nexus, but it is going to handle the same Vitality. Just about save Lavrov by taking down the Nexus, save those stats. And again, this is a team which has themselves a really good run of form at this moment. You know, it's taken a little while for us to change our thinking about this team, particularly because it was such a shock when they faltered in spring, but summer has been such a different story for them.
And especially after the break, especially now that we've seen a lot of those flaws that were haunting them towards even the beginning of this split begin to turn around. They now look cohesive. They now look dangerous as a unit, not just as individuals. You have to begin to wonder, what is the ceiling on this team? We knew there was talent here. Hell, there are some of the best players Europe has ever produced on that roster. How far can they go?
Starting to take the lid off of these prepared storylines you couldn't use earlier in the year.
You gotta get ready for it, right? We had to stop using them, and suddenly they're right back in action.
Buckle in, we're gonna start talking about dynasties, folks.
Not yet.
To see what they can do a little bit later in. But on the other side, of course, BDS fallen to that 1 and 13. Last time we were casting them, talked about them not having the intro to the league that they would have wanted. But on the other side, Vitality really stopped and broke no bargain with them, taking another win.
It was a little ignominious. They went in and just dismantled them.
What does that word mean?
Kind of like, it means you've kind of done it in a way that is a little bit rough to see. Should we say it that one?
Okay, good.
There you go, we're back here. Not using to find words on the fly, or I should be really, as we're back to us. And again, Vitality, a great win, a win that was expected nonetheless, but it does keep them in that second place for now. They can keep pushing for the top of the table and keep making sure this happens. Reminder people, Kia player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Haru, Perkz, Lavrov, discuss.
Oh, I mean, for me, it has to be between... Thing is, though, like, it is this trio, right? I mean, Goldborg set it up so wonderfully before this game was all going. Like,
why is it always
by the
you
way, you know, this was a team where we kind of struggled to see that cohesion between those 3 real, like, control towers of modern League of Legends. I really feel like Haru and Perkz were the driving force in this game, though. Take your pick between them. There is no wrong answer here, honestly. I'm not being wishy-washy at all, but I do think, you know, when you have these players which have just fed off each other's power in the early game so well, it's great to see for this team.
Absolutely. You asked for a synergized jungle invade. You get a synergized jungle invade a few times and they make it happen. And it is off the backs of those players. But it is time for us to toss to an interview with the winning top laner. Alphari and Law can take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. And Alphari, thank you so much for joining me. 4th game for Vitality that you smashed, basically. And I want to touch on your form and the upwards trajectory for Vitality lately, because it looked like, and everybody said that you were looking at an identity for the team, and it took quite some time to find it. What was the defining moment and the changing moment for Vitality, what you would say?
I think it was just us being more realistic for the champions that we were picking, and also kind of getting used to Haru, incorporating him more into the team and actually helping him with early game, you know, teaching him the basics. I mean, not that he doesn't know the basics, basics like in terms of like English, League of Legends, I don't know, like communication basics, that's what I mean. So just took some getting used to, adjusting to the patch, is. And pretty much that, I think.
I want to get more specifics about Hauer, especially because the way he plays more around the laners lately is obviously playing for Vitality, but I want to know, as an experienced player, let's say, given the fact that he's also an experienced player, what was difficult about incorporating him in the team? And also, given that you all have strong personalities and style, how did you get this whole mix to work together? More specific on that.
I don't think there was actually much difficulty at all getting used to Haru. I think he's a very easy player to work with compared to a lot of other players I've played with in the past. He's very selfless, he doesn't tilt, he's very friendly. So, I think it was just kind of getting on the same page, getting used to each other, which, playing with each other for like the first time this split, it took a couple of weeks. And like I said as well, I think we were not playing the best champions or giving them the best information. So it's a bit of a period of growth as well was necessary. But as far as how it goes, there was no difficulty incorporating him. He was, very easy to work with.
You mentioned champions a lot, but I'm also wondering if there's something else outside of this. Again, you've been playing for so long, so many experienced players within Vitality. What is difficult for you to make all these players aligned and have the same vision of the game? Because that's what it is about in the end, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it is difficult sometimes, even when we talk about League of Legends, 6 days, maybe even 7 days a week, all the time. We will still have different opinions. I don't think there's any fix to this. I think every team is going to have this sometimes. So I don't really know what the solution is all the time. You just kind of try to be on the same page as much as you can. And if there are disagreements, which there always are going to be, you try to sort it out as fast as possible and try to be open and just move on. But it doesn't happen too much on this team, just a couple times, which I'm sure is less than other teams in LEC.
As long as you found it, that's what matters, I guess. Before moving to the next game, I have one last question for you. We played an extract of Euphoria earlier, and you were saying that scrims and on-stage games, when it comes to communication, it's much different and super messy usually when it comes to on-stage games. How do you solve that? And what do you think makes it difficult to have the same level of communication?
I mean, there's always going to be a difference when you play in scrims and on stage because, I mean, there's no stakes in scrims or very little compared to on stage where you play against, for example, if I'm Perkz playing against G2 last week, then I'm really motivated, I'm really invested. I know players will maybe like drink a Red Bull or some other, just get into the zone, right? And of course, there's an audience as well. So it's a bit different playing on stage. I think there's always going to be a barrier or like a difference in communication. As far as fixing it, I think just being aware about it and talking about it is like 90% of the solution. And it didn't happen at all this game today. Maybe it was because it was just so underwhelming and there wasn't really anything to talk about. I'm pretty sure we could have not spoken the whole game and nothing would have changed. So, yeah.
I hear confidence for Vitality. That's what matters in the end.
BDS.
Versus BDS, but still you managed to pick up some also cool games last week and looking forward to the next games for Vitality also. Alphari, thank you so much for joining me today. And we're going to take a break now and we'll be back for game 3 of the day. SK Gaming and Fnatic up next.
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LEC, where we're about to witness Fnatic versus SK, two teams who are fighting out in the middle of the jungle that is our standings right now. And we've been discussing it really for, it feels like, quite a while now. Fnatic have never missed a playoffs in LEC history, but this season, they're really struggling, Videos.
Yeah, so it's funny because we've said this a few times about Fnatic, actually, where it's come close to the playoffs and we were just like, they've never missed the playoffs. And you can even see last year, rather, finishing in 5th place. This team does have a bit of a history of always like dancing on the edge, but typically you see first, second, third, first, second, like that is typically where you expect Fnatic to be. And I think the craziest thing is that with this roster specifically, no one expected them to be anywhere near the bottom of the standings. This is a roster that should be consistently fighting for the top, somewhere in that top 3 range. So to see them struggling like they are really is a big surprise.
And that kind of just like begs the question, what's going wrong here then, right? Because all of a sudden you have like a team that's filled with star spec roster even coming into it. They were the second super team in the beginning that we had, but it's difficult to really pinpoint what the mistake is because it feels like there's multiple things. But if there's one thing I still feel like we see in multiple of their games is that they're kind of incohesive in the way that they are playing together. Like, we don't see the same kind of good map movements that we see from the top teams where we talk about a good support, mid and jungle moving around together. They kind of seem disjointed. Maybe Hylissang's making a play for bot. Razork wants to play topside, but it's not working out. There's just so many multiple factors that's not been going well for them lately.
And I mean, I think Alfari gave a great example on Euphoria, where he talked about how at the start of the split, he felt like Upset wasn't moving enough for Herald, and now he feels like Upset's moving too much for Herald. And it feels like that every small thing that Fnatic seem to try and fix to make their teamwork stronger, it then leaves another weakness open. And it feels like that, you know, the analogy of trying to fill a sinking ship, you know, every time you plug one hole, another one pops open. It feels like every week we're identifying something slightly different that we kind of have an issue with when watching Fnatic play.
One of the consistent issues potentially is the jungle at the moment. What's happening with Razork? He's an extremely experienced player. He might not be as storied as his teammates, but he should be getting the job done. He's extremely good at it normally.
Yeah. But historically as well with Razork, like you think back to the Misfits days as well when he was playing there, he was playing with Hirit, okay? And Hirit was a top laner that demanded a lot of resources, thrived and carry top laners. So in his genes as a player, he just likes playing for that top side. And Fnatic have tried this a little bit, but it still feels like that is not moving down towards the bot side afterwards.
And I feel like that when they did do that, they were very successful. Like, you're seeing the heat map on your screen right now, when they were getting a lot of wins and a lot of conversation was around, should Wunder be considered the best player in the LEC? It was when Razork was investing so much of his time and attention towards the top side of the map. But we're seeing more of a bot side focused meta starting to develop. We're seeing dragons raising in priority, and this is then brings into the question, can Fnatic actually shift this approach to playing around the bot side of the map?
And that's not something they've really been doing, particularly this split so far.
I mean, I definitely feel like they tried to, but it was never in the same regard, like as we think back to in playoffs where it was just like, all right, find skirmishes all the time. They're definitely not as proactive as they used to be, not only just from a bot lane standpoint, but from entire map standpoint, I'd say in that regard. I feel like with the changes coming through, it's not necessarily that, oh, is this going to be the thing that's going to make all the teams play towards the bot side? I just think it's a good idea if Fnatic decides to say, you know what, let's just try this. We know bot lane functions even better now if we can get the Drakes through. Let's just keep Upset and Hylissang as this spear. So you don't need to kind of focus with all of the teammates on the rest of the map. You can just lead all of it down towards the bot side instead.
So do you think that 12.14 is actually going to benefit the bot lane? Are we going to see even more from Upset?
Well, this is really one of the big questions for me, because Upset is a player that I think is still playing very well. He and Hylissang, and you can talk to other bot lanes and how they credit them as being a very strong duo that you can't afford to underestimate. But we haven't really been seeing him prioritize things like the Kalista. We haven't really seen, we saw one Draven game I think we've seen from him. Like, and it's funny because even when Rekkles was on the team, Fnatic used to permaban Kalista. So the fact that this issue seems to continue to plague them regardless of the AD carry, like, it's really interesting because what we got on your screen here is comparing their spring versus summer, and you can see how much more active and how many more resources the bot side of the map typically get. And I think that this is a style that Fnatic should put more trust in, especially when you have a bot lane like Upset and Hylissang, because this is a duo that is known for their aggression. They would consistently find 2v2 kills. In the era of when Hans Sama was in the league, it was Upset, and then we had all these bot lanes that were constantly killing each other. It was Upset and Hilly that were at the top when it came to fighting for these 2v2 kills. So I want to see that more. I think the Fnatic can take advantage of the changes to the meta, and I'm keeping my eyes on that Pantheon pick because I think it's something that would really complement both Razork and Humanoid in their typical approach to attack side lanes and being aggressive early.
It's interesting they're playing against SK as we have got this new patch for the first time this week, at least seeing our players play on it, because SK seems to be a team that feels confident in their draft, feels confident in playing anything, even if maybe they don't always choose the right thing.
I feel like they're confident when they're ahead of the meta. If you think back to when SK found their 2 victories, it was when they played Poppy, and they were the only team that week to play Poppy. Then the rest of them kind of started finding it out. Then you go back to last week where they played against, you know, Misfits, and all of a sudden that drafting wasn't really there with the way the game played out. You can see now this is Alistar. You also see a Poppy. Really doesn't go hand in hand usually when you're watching that out. And while Alistar is good into Sivir, it's that broad picture. So I think for sure SK, they were great when they had the read. Then when everyone knew the read, it kind of just fell back into the normality of what we usually saw from them.
Alistar did get a buff this patch. His Q's been buffed.
Oh, don't even mention it, okay? You get Leona, 4-second cooldown on E and Q. You get Alistar now on Max Round, that's 10 seconds instead. Listen, that guy needs more before he really comes into fruition. He's great into Sivir, but it's going to take a while before I really believe that he's going to be the standard of the supports.
And I think just to further echo Gulbug's point, you can see on your screen the week 5 stats versus week 6. And first blood percentage, first herald percentage,
I haven't seen those.
goal difference at 14, the kill deaths at 14. Look at how dramatically different the early games are from week to week. And in week 5 was when SK were being credited for their hyper-aggressive early game skirmishing comps. They had high priority on champions that many of the other teams were prioritizing. Things like Sylas was a big pick for them. But then immediately the week after, everyone was like, that's a good idea, SK. We're going to yoink that. And then all of a sudden, I think that some of the individual differences really caught up to them and they couldn't quite compete. So the big question now for SK is, on a new patch, once again, so far today, I feel like we haven't really seen anything different. Teams seem to be sticking to what they know. This could be a big opportunity for SK to get ahead of the meta once again and catch Fnatic off guard.
The good bros are standing by. You've got one sentence, make it a good one.
I feel like Treats and Jesu, they just need to send it. It worked for them in the beginning. You're playing bot lane now. I want to see them answer the aggression that we used to see from Upset and Elysang.
And I want to see Treats play a cow. That is enough from us here on the Analyst Desk. It is time for those good boys to take over.
Thank you so much, Frank. I've not heard that one before, actually.
Say, like, you've
That's
heard of
new.
the Brothers Grimm, now get good.
For the Brothers good?
Good?
Yeah, not great yet. We've got to like level up a little before we get there. We've got a bit more practice to get into.
Maybe if we level up enough, we'll get up to the levels of stakes in this game as well. See, that's how we say it.
Well done, that was not bad.
Because, of course, this is a match between teams which are just below that bracket of the teams which are kind of on that cusp of playoffs. These teams are not safe at all. They've got to start picking up wins.
Absolutely, they have, and some really important discussions there as we head into champion select. I was going to call it championship, but I was like, not quite there yet. A little way to go.
A little way off.
But you know, questions about Fnatic's bot lane, how they play around it. Some questions from the desk. On the other side, SK, that eye-watering discrepancy between week 6 and and the week before in terms of how they were playing in the games.
See what we get ourselves in this one, because if we're dealing with teams which are dealing with inconsistencies, you just gotta hope you can roll high, particularly in a game like this. SK, if they lose this one, you gotta feel like they are on the absolute ropes. They can't really afford more losses at this point. Already gotta make up so many games on that pack. If they were to make it to playoffs, and Fnatic standing in their way did break their loss streak, they are still far from the complete product.
A reminder that loss streak was broken against BDS, who are really struggling in this split. And now the question remains, can they do it against SK, who were on an uptick? Of course, then, as the desk was saying, the patch kind of got a bit more figured out by everyone else, and SK lost a little bit the advantage they seem to have. Fnatic, blue side banning Kalista. There it is again.
Yeah, they've really not had a tendency to pick this one. Upset's not really played it much in his career. And of course, actually, SK are, I would say, the best overall Kalista team in Europe. I think that player like Comp is really good at Kalista on an individual level. But SK have been really good at playing around these kind of kill lane bot lanes and throwing resources at them. They kind of got a week's head start, the other EU teams, to deal with that. And it feels like that was part of a lot of their success when they were fighting it.
Well,
there is a lovely sign of the... Can I just say, there are some people in the crowd today who have been cheering for absolutely everyone in every game. I salute you. That is a wonderful attitude to come into. And the signs that they bring with them have been really cool too.
Yeah.
Azir first lock-in.
Was a little unexpected. And some context there for the Anivia Harbor. There is a wonderful sign in crowd that says pick Anivia. So Genex, to give you a bit of a shout out there. The response to the Azir, not a pick I was expecting to see up first, is the Wukong Sivir, though.
Okay, so you've got teamfight on both sides. Bit of a lore matchup here. Azir versus his descendant in Sivir. But now with Humanoid playing something a bit more control major, he's played 2 games of the Azir this split, has played a lot of the Corki too, and just waited to come into relevancy. The thing is, Humanoid in summer compared to spring has struggled to be as really rock solid, to just not be given huge amounts of resources, but still be crazy in those late game team fights, especially with the way that Fnatic are putting resources more towards top side at this point, towards that top lane.
If they lock this in, I will be even more excited for the person in the crowd with that sign, but it's looking more and more like potential Ornn option here, especially with the Trundle.
Not quite the Albus Nox Luna Poppy Inhibitor bot lane. That was the
hilarious.
Season 6 special. Real shout out to that one. But this is going to be huge, huge top side team fight from Fnatic, but you do have to deal with that Sivir. Now, this
the
is going to
crowd's
be
not
silly.
pleased.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean, this is
the
risky.
villains this game.
A little bit, but you know, SK RAT, which I feel like have thrived when they've had kill lane bot lanes, when they've been able to really explode Jezu into the lead through a couple of well-timed 2v2s, but giving quite a weak laning 2v2 in Sivir Yuumi over to Jezu and Trees. I'm a little worried for it, because actually even in isolation, Upset and Hilly have still been doing fine in a laning phase. It's just how the team connects with them, which has been the problem. But in this game, if Upset and Hilly win that 2v2 and shut the Sivir Yuumi out the game, I'm worried for SK.
That is exactly what I was thinking as well. And of course, you know, shout out to the analyst that's got to put up that fantastic jungle heat map where Razork loves to play towards top sides. That might be a read from SK saying, look, you really don't play around the bot lane particularly well, and saying we can get away with this. Even if historically, of course, Upset and Hylissang have been one of the more dominant kill-focused bot lanes. Honestly, this summer, it's not really been as much the case as it's kind of been highlighted.
Okay, so this is 2 of the supports which can fight level 1, level 2 removed from Hylissang's available picks, though. The Rakan and the Renata locked away. That, again, buys a bit more safety for the Sivir Yuumi, and you can see the second half of the draft is very much catered towards securing that lane. Now, SK have to find themselves some solo laners to add into the equation. Gnar still available. It's one which has been played a fair amount across the league. But of course, with those nerfs, we've seen Gnar be less impactful.
Oh.
Instead, we're going to see the Akali. And of course, Soda's solo killed Caps on this.
He did.
G2 have been a little bit down on the luck themselves in their own recent run of form, but that does not diminish what Certus did on that champion. It can potentially be flexed up into that top lane too if they really feel like it. Into the Ornn, it's not something we see so much anymore, but that is a bot lane.
All right. Prepare yourselves for the Juggermore, everyone. Kog'Maw Lulu on the rift for Upset Hylissang.
I was wondering if Fnatic were going towards just kill lane, bot lane, punish the Sivir Yuumi. Instead they say, right, you want to do team fight damage? We will match you in team fight damage. The one problem for me now is there isn't a great angle for Razork to really impact anywhere. There is not great amounts of lane setup. Maybe you can do something in a mid-jungle 2v2, but against a Wukong and Akali, that seems very, very dangerous. And the Nasa being self-sufficient too. I do feel like Razork has limited options. You're hoping that you can just support your lanes through to those 5v5s and hope that SK don't have any early game plans of themselves.
That's definitely the case, of course. If we get to those team fights, and with the way these drafts are working out, it looks like we may well get towards them at this point. The question then becomes whether Sivir with the Yuumi can outmatch a Kog'Maw and a Lulu. That is a hyper carry plus enchanter option. It's not Ardent Sentiment. It feels a little bit not dissimilar.
No, it's like Fnatic, like, see Jezu and Trees, so starting to charge the late game Spirit Bomb, and they go, but we can do that too. So
which one's Goku and which one's Vegeta?
I am not nearly prepared enough to really make a comparison there. Well, Fnatic have been the main character in this league so much, maybe they can find themselves back in the shoes of that one, but they have to take down SK to again keep themselves in contention, keep themselves keeping up with that pack. But both of these teams, if they lose today, are feeling in hot water.
Fnatic at 7th, 1 win outside of playoffs. SK a game behind them, their playoff stream still alive, but they need this win. I don't know how easy it'll be, I don't know what'll happen.
That's what we're here to see.
Absolutely, so much history between these teams. One of the oldest rivalries in European League of Legends is about to start. Onto the Rift we go for game 3 of the day. There we are on the Rift. And we'll kick it off with a very quick look at the standings as a reminder. 1 game apart, 1 game behind playoffs right now are Fnatic. SK, their dreams are still alive, but they want this win.
Yeah, and now I made a bold claim about SK after the break when they looked very, very good in week 6 coming back out of that break, and I thought they would actually even make Worlds. Now, that might have been a bit bold at this point. There might have been a bet put on the line.
What was that bet? Do you want to remind people?
Well, there might be an apology live on air at some point. Dressed as Star Guardian of our choices, bet between me and Goldborg, but we'll see what can happen with this game.
I've got something for you as well. The HUD is allegedly working again. Means I've got some buttons to play with. So have a quick look in at those runes. Shiny they are.
They are. So, have the first strike onto Humanoid, onto that Azir. It's typically what we started to see. You'd tend to see that first strike on champions that do outrange and can very consistently proc that. That's kind of what we're seeing out of this champion, so expect to see Humanoid doing significant poke work as the game goes on, but nothing really out of the ordinary in this game.
Ooh, Fnatic, though, are trying to pull off what Vitality were in the last game. It's a level 1 rather than level 2 this time, as they're going to try and get Gilius off his Wolves, who is going to only get a little one right now, has upset Hylissang way away from the lane. Look at Jazzu and Triso, they're coming over. Will Gilius have to smite is the question, does now do so. Razork and, well, he's still going to be on this blue buff, and Jazzu and Treats were looking and see whether there was any support to be given, but just not going to happen, and early invade works out for Fnatic.
And at the end of the day, you know, you look at the Kog of the Lulu, they just had to fight better at that level 1, and Trundle certainly fights level 1 much better, one of the strongest level 1 champions in the game. SK not in position to respond to that. It sets Gilius behind, and Gilius has often been a very strong litmus test for SK. If he can't get rolling, it kind of follows up into the rest of SK as well. They kind of needed Gilius to deal the finishing blow in a number of their lanes. He plays through lanes very effectively, and him getting set behind early is not great signs for SK, but of course very well identified from Fnatic to put him behind.
Absolutely, and this is a matchup that used to be called El Clasico, and we kind of dropped that storyline a long time ago because SK kind of struggled for a while in Europe, but now they are in similar positions. We're being a little tongue-in-cheek, but have to bring it up, but this is a very relevant game to both teams here, and a long-time matchup was Wunder, chunked out very heavily by GenX here early on.
You know, we've just decided to dust off this kind of title for today, see if Gilius can do anything towards his top. So it is really one of the first times that we've seen Fnatic and SK really be competing with each other on close enough to even footing for quite a while. Gilius and Razork not going to be competing on easy. Like Trundle just wins this matchup so hard early on, especially with Wukong getting set behind just a little bit too. They were the same level, but Razork just forcing Gilius out. Gilius now down a flash. Potentially going to get double scuttled as well, particularly when you look at what's happening with these lanes. That's a push in, that's a push in. Even though Wukong can go towards that bot side, it's very dangerous for him to do so, especially without that flash. Fnatic stealing an early march on this game and getting the jungler ahead.
Yes, they are, and that's off some really nice coordinated early play from Fnatic. They do get into the jungle, you then do see that attempted counter from Gilius. It just doesn't really work out as well as they were hoping, and now put a long way behind, at least early on, and see whether Razork, despite what we're saying, maybe doesn't have the easiest options in lane to gank for, but is making Wukong's life difficult instead.
Yeah, and one thing which I was worried for with Fnatic's draft was actually, I look at each of these lanes and I thought, well, Razork doesn't really have options to gank. He's going to be in a point where he's, you know, not really going to be able to get kills in lanes, but I mean, he very quickly identifies, well, I don't need to do that. I just need to make a mess of the Wukong, and then my lanes have to be self-sufficient after that point. It very much helps them do that. And now, with the Wukong very unable to enter those lanes, it has allowed Fnatic a decent amount of ability to play through their lanes, slight advantages in that mid and bot lane, and they are such high scaling damage carries. That does seem like a real big win for Fnatic for me.
Does indeed for now, and honestly, the desk was talking about it, right? Like, are we going to see more bot side focus for Fnatic? They've drafted an on top for full weak side, and then they've got hyper carries in mid and bot lane. Like, this is what you need. It's not necessarily lane dominance, but it's certainly bot focus.
What's kind of hilarious for me about Fnatic is that, are they going to focus top side? Are they going to focus bot side? The answer is apparently neither.
Sort of, yeah.
Like, in some ways, yes, in terms of the damage that they're drafting, but they are not actually necessarily ganking through Razork. Razork has just decided it's about individual jungle advantage, just making sure that SK don't have options themselves. There's a different way to approach the jungle matchup this game.
And I appreciate that nuance, right? Because what we're saying, look, there is definitely bot side interest and focus. It's not quite the same in terms of how the jungle's playing out. Certus, level 5, looking to see whether there's an empowered auto to be used there. But really, the Akali gets the kill threat at level 6. That's when the real matchup can become a bit more of a counter.
Yeah, and of course, used that very, very well versus G2. Called that one out earlier. But SK, with a draft which felt like potentially the Wukong could get something done a little earlier. We'll need to look in towards the first fights of the game. A little bit farther behind than he would like to be. He's a level down. We've already talked about that enough, and we're going to keep talking about that because I think it's really important to see, actually, SK, if you slide into a mid-game and don't find anything, if you're dealing against these backline carries which are such high damage, not really going to be on even footing. I would like to see SK get themselves a lead somehow, some way. Question is, what's the angle for it for them? Is it going to be around something like a First Dragon? Is it going to be around your level 6s? Or around a Herald or something like that? Either way, you need to get something. Otherwise, Fnatic are going to be sliding into those team fights with a lot of damage to bear.
They're going to walk into the Dragon Pit, though, right now, and look to start this one up nice and early. Of course, Trundle, one of the better ones at doing this early on in the game.
Yeah. And you know, we're talking about the damage. So, Infernal Dragon, just like all the other dragons, one of the hallmarks of 12-14, does more for you now. It used to be 4% bonus attack damage and ability power. It's gone up to 6%. That's matching what it used to be in some previous seasons. Of course, that number's been pushed around a little bit, but that is mighty nice for Fnatic, and that damage just going to have that extra amount of sting on it now.
See what they can get done with, of course. There's still some more dragons to go. Mountain Drake second, and it is that early stacking that can often be so deadly in these games. You can get to the early salt, especially now with how potent those drakes are. A lot of dragons versus none really hurts at this point.
Razor's looking. There is a flash and a ghost on Jezu, and of course Treats gets to go with him, but how much can they achieve here?
Gonna have a spell shield available, but just so much damage. Finally had to flash, but Treats. Bit of damage on the back end of that, but not going to be interrupted. Wing back to the Sivir. Summoners blown, though, by SK, and that is alarm bells ringing for the red side team.
It's 3 summoners, and it is now Fnatic able to push in, stop Jezu and Treats from really having pressure on this bot side. Not that they would have had much to play around. Of course, Sivir and Yuumi really waiting for their own item spikes themselves. Now, Upset and Hilly, I'm actually interested in seeing what they will do with this wave, because they're looking to slow push it in. I'm really interested in seeing what they want to do with this, because what they can do, because the Herald spawn is coming back up, they can pin SK's bot lane and potentially force Gilius to respond on bot side because of this huge wave, while they get themselves a Herald for free. I want to see what they do with this wave, outside of just crashing it.
Still going to step forwards and Upset with his puppy skin on, trying to slobber all over Jezu. What a disgusting looking. You've got to realize those VFX are actually remarkably grim the more you think about them.
Sam, they are not worse than actual Cogmore, who he vomits at you. How is it? How is that worse?
You may have a point.
There are some serious priorities different here.
Cogmore in general is perhaps a little grim, but there we go. Either way, they are going to start at the early Herald. Early Dragon goes over. Razork using this lane priority to get onto that Herald as well, as I swiftly change the topic.
Well, it's kind of what we thought. Fnatic having control of lanes, having control of those ways. So Gilius is in the area, has that level 6, and of course that Cyclone, very, very important in these more than just 1v1 fights. Gilius still in the area, though. How much support has he really got here?
Not maybe as much as he was hoping, as Subjugate's been popped, but the Call of the Forge God now coming through. Wunder gets a knock-up onto Gilius, who's ignited, now flashing away. Flash forward from Wunder, who really wants it, but now the turnaround. Not bad with the Cyclone, but a first blood from Hylissang, aggressively flashing forward for it. But all the while, steps into the backside, exhausted.
Good exhaust.
Can't quite perfect SG, doesn't get it with the 5-point strike either. He's back into the Shroud, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. Trying, but not enough. Megadar into the wall from Genax, but cannot secure it. SK are thwarted at every turn. 3-0 to Fnatic.
And you know what I'm going to say here? Support diff. Hilly turns up early. We called this out. Fnatic had themselves the bot side control, got to crash that wave in. They got first reset, and Hylissang turns up first. Treats is not there for the fight, and that means that that shield is not answered for in kind on SK. There is no extra ability to have this staying power. Fnatic are in a much better position to take this fight, and SK, they commit at a numbers disadvantage. Look at this. Hilly's here first. If you look on the minimap, I mean, Yuumi's just walking out of base. SK feels like they commit because they feel like they have to, and that's the real doom of them. They really didn't have the tools to work through this. And what a wonderful exhaust. Again, just Hylissang really turning up and being the difference maker, and for a player that was so strong in spring but struggled to find form in summer. It's a good look from him. Potentially very important for Fnatic, as again, this is a very important game for Fnatic. They win this, and again, they are starting to keep up with the rest of the pack. I'm going to say that phrase quite a lot today because the pack is just so close. But Fnatic are a win behind a number of the teams that started off on 7 wins today. Even a win today is not enough to keep them safe.
No, it is not. And a reminder, Fnatic in 19 seasons have made 19 playoffs and got 7 titles. They have yet to miss a playoffs.
That is a lot of big numbers.
It is.
This is, you know, one of the real titans of Europe. If you've heard of European League Legends, you have almost certainly heard of Fnatic. And now they are in threat of not even making it through to the postseason in summer. This game found themselves on good footing, and this is a good sign for them. We had a lot of questions about them, had a lot of questions about how they were going to go forward from this point. Of course, the journey does not end here. A number of games left for them, ending with this one. But at least for Fnatic, if they find themselves a return to form, they can kind of stomp their foot and say, yeah, you know, we get to face all of our competition and shunt someone out and get our own playoff spot.
Yeah, they had that very lengthy loss streak of 5, which is something that hadn't happened in something like 8 years, if I remember correctly.
Since 2014.
Yeah, so obviously they broke that against BDS, but the questions remained. Could they do it against teams that were a little stronger, perhaps, than BDS? They've got a schedule coming up of basically all their direct rivals who are vying for those playoff spots. Now is the time to put up or shut up if you want to continue your undefeated playoff appearance run.
Yeah, it means that it's just not in question, right? Like, you can very obviously just say, you know, we have proved ourselves at this point. There is no asterisk on top of that, but let's get through this game first in a healthy advantage so far. They're going to start themselves up that second dragon. It's Mountain Dragon. These are, of course, the Infernal and the Mountain, some of the better individual value, so Fnatic going to have that value under pocket as well. And now, we asked the question a little earlier. SK, we want to see them get some early leads, get to that point where they can get a bit further ahead, and they just haven't done that. Fnatic very quickly stomped out Gilius' impact on the game, and now this Wukong is sat there, still behind in farm, still behind level, and SK have really struggled to stop Fnatic very smoothly, very calmly, getting to a point where their team fight is going to be so disgusting later into the game.
You see just advantages really across the board.
Oh, that is
right,
not the
Fnatic.
2 members you want to see with the most.
Yeah, that is the Azir and the Kog'Maw up ahead in gold. Alarm bells ringing right now as the Santander total gold comes up. We can see exactly how it's working as Razork gets ahead now of even the mid laner of SK. Briefly.
It's, and you know, when you lock in something like a Sivir Yumi, you're sat there going, you know, we're going to have damage, don't worry. Team fight's going to be great at some point. We're scaling, boys. But this is not the game where that is going to be easy. Herald going to give even more gold into Upset, was already fairly affluent before that point. Gets themselves to over 1,000 gold ahead of their opposing number at this point. And SK, questions have to keep being asked. You haven't found a proactive play yet. The Herald fight was miscalculated, not really in the position they wanted to, and it's only going to get harder from here.
Now, of course, if they can get to a couple items, they've got some damage, some scaling to their own name as well. If you can get to the point where Yuumi does work, then fine, things can potentially turn around, but you're facing down a double Dragon stack early on. You're facing down a team that scales on a similar parity to you, and this is a very scary position to be in.
And even just then, right, Gilius is looking for something topside, but Wunder has the Spellbook on the Ornn and just pops the Ghost and Scooby-Doo's his way out that topside. Very safe.
Split up and look for kills.
Well, I mean, if you look at Fnatic's comp, would rather face them one at a time than not. That'd be kind of convenient.
That would be, yeah. Like, Gilius would really like that to happen. But as last, this is League of Legends, not Scooby-Doo. And right now, we're kind of in this waiting period as the next Dragon's coming up in Upset, and the rest of Fnatic are very happy to just sit here, get to a couple items.
Sorry. If Upset is playing like Dogmore, he's obviously Scooby. Who is Shaggy?
It has to be Hylissang, because they're the double. They are the duo lane.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, welcome to the Mystery Machine. We'll see where this one takes us.
What wild ride are we taking the audience on?
I have no idea. Join us for more. Right, well, either way, got ourselves a lane swap, seeing that a little bit. Jezu has themselves that Sivir ultimate, but isn't going to be committing towards that top side, and Razork is there to answer Gilius. And I do really, again, want to zoom out, just say that Fnatic have, while they haven't had the best ganking options, because that's just not what their draft does, right? Yeah. It's not going to hyper gank lanes. It has been doing really, really well at nullifying what SK wants to do in the early game. I think this has been actually quite an impressive performance from Fnatic to keep their carries safe, keep them around there, and we have ourselves a pause.
Oh, well, the pause comes through. When we figure out what it is, we'll find out soon enough and tell you, but we are now just waiting to see how this one gets resolved. Quick flick over to all the players who are sitting and waiting to get back into game as well.
They obviously heard our thrilling content.
They went, we've got to get more of this. Exactly.
Ooh.
Is this free? It's not quite free license to podcast quite yet. Let's check in maybe a little bit with where the game is at, because obviously, Fnatic very happy where the game is right now, but for SK, what do they need to do to try and stabilize and come into a mid game where their comp still has some options?
It's really difficult to say, right? Because I actually feel like they were looking for the right things, something like picking off an Ornn in that side lane with your Gnar and your Wukong into killing their tower. That can open up a bit of the map. It allows your Gnar to take over the side lane. And JerAx is a player that has played a number of Gnar games at this point. It's been fairly successful for it. I actually think that JerAx has been fairly core to a lot of SK's success. Outside of, we kind of called Gilius the litmus test, but with Fnatic playing well on a defensive level too, not actually having Humanoid die to a lot of roams coming in. He struggled a little bit with that in summer. Not having Wunder getting dove by quite a potent top jungle duo, it's hard to enable that kind of play pattern, because at this point, I think it's fair to say, Fnatic's show up and it's 5v5. There's just a beach ball being thrown around the place. Yeah.
The crowd's making its own fun right now while the pause is on. They are having fun. Beach, but it feels, more and more like a festival here every week, I swear. Just the summer heat's hitting all of us as we're actually back onto the Rift very swiftly.
The beach ball demands we play on.
Exactly that. And, SK have got themselves some playmaking options, but they've got to deal with the Lulu, the exhaust, everything else as the beach ball is making myself very entertained. It's going...
What is happening here?
Who knows? Madness. Madness, I tell you. All the while, though, I mean, we are still a minute and a half off Soul Point for Fnatic. We're still obviously in a position where SK can still potentially play this one out, if they can get the kills onto the Akali, get the Sivir to a point where she's got items and can maraud through the enemy with all those ricochets.
I think the crowd's been able to hit that ball more than Gilius has been able to hit enemy champions this game.
Ow!
No, I'm not saying it's his fault.
No, exactly. That's Fnatic have made his life incredibly difficult.
There is a distinction. He's just had a very hard time of it. But and that is going to be increasingly difficult for SK, because now if you lose the second Herald, which is looking increasingly likely, again, if you're going towards these big team fights, you're not really going to be that happy about it. Chances are you're going to lose yourself something like a mid lane outer turret. That means that it's much harder to approach these fights. SK,
beginning.
Such an important fight for them.
Teleport is there. They're going to try and secure it. It's now gone through onto the Trundle. The root comes through, but no real kills come through. Flash forward from Rather with the jump onto Jezu, who's having to run away. The Sivir is out, but one on the other side. Janus gets a stun, but cannot get a kill. Certes exhausted, but shoved away with that massive Emperor's Divide. Back to Fnatic, and there is just nothing SK can do. It is a demolition at double Rift Herald fights.
Oh, the Herald times out. The two focus on the kills, but you know what? Kill enough people, they're probably going to take that tower anyway. Fnatic, they bait SK in with this threat of the objective being taken. We knew it was going to be dangerous for SK. They commit, they show up, and they are put in the dirt. Fnatic really haven't given SK options. Felt after that level 1, after Gilius was shut so firmly out of the game early on, Fnatic have been breezing through into what is now a very powerful mid game. Strong gold advantage, neutrals in their favor. SK, they do have some objective bonus to pick up if they can get it, but they're such a long way behind now, and they really wanted to be ahead. Failed to do that. Fnatic sitting comfy.
I think at this point it might be worth just checking in with a player who we've had some questions about this split. Honestly, Humanoid and the Azir has had now a much better game recently to get them this team, this squad, back into a better position in the split. As the Dragon's being started, in fact, by SK, so maybe we'll wait for that one a little moment.
He has himself items. A crown makes it much harder to burst him out at the start of the fight. What can SK do against these carries which are coming online?
Gilius has to back out again. He's on 20% HP, being subjugated already. JerAx hops away, but I don't know whether the Emperor's going to allow him to go any further. The Blast Cone gets him out to safety for now, but a command attack and a shuffle will ensure that Humanoid gets a kill onto JerAx.
The Sands shift, the Sands take down a JerAx. Gilius left alone, and Hilly feeling bloodthirsty.
Bloodthirsty supports, you love to see it. Wunder on a killing spree, but let's be real, that's Hylissang with all the work.
Yeah, bringing back some good old supportal combat. Fnatic get that soul point up onto that Ocean Rift, going to in such a dominating position. And again, this was why we were so worried about SK not getting advantages, because if you get it to that point, it feels like it's such a hard job getting to those carries, and you're out-damaged by them at that same point. You really were hoping for something to get working for you early. It's not happened. Fnatic showing no mercy. They're trying again.
They're going to make an angle in, but they overcomes Wunder with the call of the forward court. Certes knocked up, trying to go down. Hylissang's got a wild growth against alive. The living artillery secures a kill, and the artillery continues to rain down hell from range. but the kill comes through, and SK throw a Hail Mary, and it comes up with nothing.
And they don't even need Humanoid there. Humanoid safely pushing on the other side of the map. How bad does it feel to be Certus in that point? Sat in the Shroud, looking for that perfect execution part 2, trying to get something in there. Can't even finish off Lulu. Hylissang saw him around that first Herald fight, really praised him for that, just being an absolute nuisance in these fights at this point. SK, again, whenever they commit to those grouped up confrontations, have been thoroughly beat.
Completely true. Of course, got to remind ourselves, game's not over, of course, but I think Fnatic are pretty much there. They're 9,000 gold up. They are managing to turn around a lot of the woes we saw, even like just close as last week, right? BDS was the first win they'd gotten in a while. And they are now in a position where they can start making that push into players, making that push to compete further on as JerAx.
Wait,
his Alcove gamed his way out of this.
Alcove Gaming.
Humanoid will be spotted!
No!
The recall is cancelled!
Oh, JerAx, no!
Alas, sweet JerAx, we knew thee well.
I am really sad. I thought that would have been a great escape. But of
He
course,
was so close.
It's hard to pull off the SOAS against the team which made SOAS famous.
Yeah, he didn't even teleport, so it's not even a true SOAS.
I think SOAS made himself famous, but he was also on Fnatic, so...
and now the item discrepancies are well and truly in as well. It's 2 items completed, and SK tried to fight with that discrepancy where the second item hadn't completed. They don't get it work. Now they are losing all of the map. They're already down to Soul Point, and SK are really waiting on a huge misplay from Fnatic to try and get back into this, and maybe a miracle flank.
And, you know, we kind of called up a little earlier, you know, the split up and look for kills. How do you do that? How do you do that? Because, I mean, at this point, you are not picking off a Azir with a crown in inventory, multiple items. He is so high level as well. You're probably not going to pick up anyone that the Lulu sat around as well. And now Fnatic is sat here with a quite a mobile Azir. Once you get to that level 13, you've kind of you know, got yourself a lot of Q cooldown, so you get yourself the ability to kind of WEQ out, just shift away, and you can probably see that right now. I mean, Humanoid is so safe on that side lane. Fnatic really don't need to be worried about a lot of these fights.
Quick note as JerAx and Wunder trade out here. We are on track here for a perfect game from Fnatic. The last true perfect game was in spring of 2018.
That. No,
as
don't
Wunder,
say that.
the moment might have just cursed him.
No.
Can he get out the perfect game? Was it about to be ruined?
Why would you say
that? I have thrown Wunder under the caster curse of all caster curse buses.
Berlin, I would like to request a boo for the caster.
I'm
that
sorry.
Was a perfect game.
I'm sorry. It's my fault.
There we go. Love you, really. But also, that was really
I deserve that. I deserve that. I'm sorry, Fnatic. See, okay, bit of recovery. We'll take it.
There we go. Play nice as well. Gilius, stuck between the pillar and the wall. Oh, gosh. I mean, you know what? I'm pretty sure Fnatic won't feel much worse about that. Still so much in the lead.
Well, SK managed to at least prevent the perfect game. The record still lands. It's been 4 years at this point. Who's going to have to wait a little longer as Upset decides he's a bit angry about that and just murders the monkey.
Goes down, and Gilius has just had basically no way into these fights. This game, again, we've kind of talked about it enough. It was really about whether SK could find something in the early game. I thought that with the lanes which Fnatic had, there were some openings, but SK, they just never get rolling. Fnatic, very confident game for them, very decisive, and this has been a game which has been much more cohesive from Fnatic than we've seen in quite a while. So for them, it's a bit of a late recovery into this split. Again, they need to pick up some wins, but no time better than to start now.
Baron comes through, 20 seconds on Ocean Soul. The perfect game might be dropped, but this game certainly has it. They are so in command of this game, it would take, well, perhaps more than one miracle for SK to even have a chance of coming back in at this point.
So, really grasping at straws here, and yeah, it really just feels like SK continually
Avert your eyes, this is going to be harsh. Ooh.
Oh, God. Ow. I mean, this is the real mid lane experience. You're like, hey, wow, I'm going to dive in. Guys, I've got our first kill. Awesome. Then you realize that the enemy jungler's actually got more damage and more gold than you. Again, SK would have been difficult at even. They are so far behind at this point. They're not even testing themselves. This dragon, they're going to get themselves an objective bounty on the top side of the map, but it is such a consolation prize. It kind of just feels so flimsy to this team.
That gold is even larger than you remember because, of course, those improved dragons on this patch 4 of them to none. Soul to nothing on the other side. Still a Red Bull Baron power play to go through as well. 2 minutes left on that. Fnatic can really turn the screws and choke the remaining life out of SK.
And what a sad story for SK, because in spring they were obviously 2-7 in the first round robin. They ended up recovering to a respectable finish. They ended up taking games off of a lot of our top teams in the LEC in that split. But now we thought we could see the same from them. They improved by 1 in the first round robin. They went, 3-6, and it was like, oh, okay, cool. Maybe they can do something with this. And they've not really managed to keep up that innovation, that momentum.
Oh, upset. The Bio-Arcane barrage and the Living Artillery takes Gilius down to 10% HP. GenX has to recall as this Kog'Maw just unleashes on the enemy jungler.
That's gonna be such a difficult position to be in. What can they do? Can they break this team?
24.5 minutes on the clock, and Fnatic are done waiting. They want this game right now. They want it right here, and SK, the playoff stream, is looking like a bit of a wish and nothing more as Fnatic prove why they have made playoffs so many times throughout the years. They're on track. The recovery continues. 2 in a row for the boys in orange.
Fnatic starting to show signs of life again. Broke that loss streak, put a second one into that win streak now. Would have loved that to happen so much earlier in the split, but we might have to work for it. But they are looking a lot more cohesive, as we were saying. There are things to start grasping onto here if you are a Fnatic fan.
Absolutely, and we just brought up, SK and Fnatic close in the standings. SK could maybe push for playoffs and get in here, and Fnatic just dismantled them. Literally off another early invade, the game just falls apart for the other team.
And it was so close to that perfect game. If only. If only words were said.
I see that I am going to be blamed for this, and I will apologize profusely. It is my fault.
As your brother to occasionally keep you accountable in that manner. But again, a really impressive game. Sad story for SK at this point too. They looked like they were so far ahead of the meta coming out of that break after getting that new amount of momentum. But Fnatic's such a good team on the day. It's been a while since we could say that in summer, but confidently put.
They do, and it's a Kog'Maw Lulu comp. It's a different look for Fnatic. They win across the board, it feels like. Razork gets to be aggressive against the enemy jungler. Lanes do really well. That was just a very clean game, and I still think there are questions about whether Fnatic can continue this and whether some of those changes in the meta can hurt them. But they seem to, at least in this game, have had a pretty comfortable and confident way of how they wanted to play out in this meta.
And this is a very different team comp to the one that we have seen globally. This wasn't like a hyper-aggressive, let's gank bot, let's dive. We've seen that a little bit with your Dravens and your Kallistas, which have been largely the bot lane meta. This wasn't I'm putting resources into one side of the map. It was I'm stabilizing the map, and then the carries will do something later. And actually, Fnatic made it work very, very effectively. So this could be a different flavor of team within EU. Not really seeing that elsewhere.
Speaking of flavors, you've got 3 to work with, people. Go to @LEC on Twitter and vote for the Kia player of the game. Wunder, Humanoid, and Hylissang are your options this time around.
I'm trying to think who I'd vote for. I think it's Hylissang.
I really enjoyed his Lulu play, in fairness.
It's been a while since we've really managed to gush about how good a player Hylissang is, but that Herald fight, really good rotations, being so annoying in the late game fights. Sometimes it is a little hard to praise some enchanters because a lot of what they do is unseen. That one was a much more visible Lulu game. I think I would give my vote there.
I can also see the argument for Humanoid, of course, who had a lot of those individual advantages.
Did a lot of damage.
Problem with Wunder, he was the one that died. It's my fault, but he did it. So I'm sorry, Wunder, I've cost you that. That's my fault.
That's wonderful. That's great. I love that. I love that so much.
And of course, that does move Fnatic close towards those players. It gets them a little bit closer to tie up with some of those teams that are at those 7 wins. And with playoffs and so tight, only a couple wins between them, a very necessary win for them. But now it is time to toss to an interview with the coach of Fnatic, Yamato Cannon, standing by with Law. See you in a few.
Thank you, guys. And Yamato, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. It's been a while since we had a chat. How are you feeling?
Right now, pretty good.
Yeah?
Pretty good. It was a good game. I think we showed what we are capable of, and, it feels good for the moment, but we continue.
Before focusing on the future and what's been going wrong lately for Fnatic, I need to ask about this season because it is fair to say, I think, that you haven't played to the expectations. How do you reflect on this season and the struggles for the team as a whole?
I think on our end, we struggled to adapt appropriately between the patches. I think the split in particular, there was a lot of changes in between, and I think best of ones reward commitment to the correct direction from the get-go, because you only get to play one game on the day. You need to make sure that you use your 20 games of scrims to prepare your identity, so to speak. And I think we had an issue with just spreading ourselves very thin. We were kind of trying to play everything, and we ended up not being able to play anything at all on some days. And I think this is where we found new focus.
And I think it's interesting because you said that you also tried. When you look at Fnatic and the way they play, we were used to a team playing mostly towards the bot lane. You put an emphasis on top lane also, getting Resorg to play more around Wander. But I'm just wondering, when, let's say that the team didn't have a solid enough foundation, what do you take of the risk of playing differently in the sense that you needed to bridge the team together?
I think it just starts from finding the draft direction that fits everyone's strengths. I think it's important to realize that enemies also have certain strengths and weaknesses that we can cater to, and us as players, like the players within this current dynamic, have strengths and weaknesses too. They might have different identities in different teams, but always when you're playing with a new group of players, you need to kind of reinvent yourself in a way that works within the group. And I think that has been like the biggest challenge for us. I think at certain times we were pulling in many directions and putting energy into different things at different times. And I think the most important thing is that you're focused on the same thing and you pour your efforts into the same direction. And then you finally get to see what players are capable of.
Now, looking for happier days like the victory we saw today, what is the identity for Fnatic, or what would you like it to be?
I think on my end, it's plain and simple, finding the most effective strategy that will rack up the victories. Other than that, I don't want to reveal too many details. I think the opposition just needs to look at our games. Sadly, it's only best of one, so they can look at one game and try to decipher it. That's the fun part about best of one, so good luck to them. I will not reveal anything additionally.
All right, well, focusing more on this game, last question for you. Hylissang got the Kia player of the game today. Any take on his season, but also his game today?
You said Hylissang, yeah?
Hylissang, yeah, correct.
Hylissang, yeah, he's showing up with the Lulu. I think the last time he played Lulu, I remember he was playing against Sivir Braum, Mickey Reckless last year in playoffs. It was a good one. I think Hilly can be very surprising to people. I think he has a lot of depth, and I'm happy that he got the MVP today, because he's not just that person that will find the crazy engages. He is very smart about many things within the game, and today he showed up for Lulu. Maybe tomorrow he'll show something else. Sadly, Hextech Flash is disabled, so, you know, that's his magic button.
Hilly Baba and his mysteries. Yamato, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck on Match of the Week, also
Appreciate it. Thank
tomorrow.
you.
And as we head to break, make sure to listen to the Warner Song of the Week, Not Over Yet by KSI on the official LEC Spotify playlist. Rogue versus Mad will be after this. Stay tuned.
We are like now top team of the LEC, so we have to show to everyone how is the best team of the Europe.
We kind of have the tools to win. Everyone individually kind of mature in terms of, you know, their role in communication. I feel like then everyone's a bit more optimistic and has a bit more trust in our picks and each other.
Boy still standing, Larson stunned. He knocks him back. We wanted to know how they would get into range, and Larson delivers them. Comp with a massive triple.
I think right now we are maybe in the best shape, but we have so many mistakes and we still have so much to improve on that. Yeah, it feels still frustrating to be the best, but not at the highest level, you know.
Unforgiven is about to get knocked up. He does indeed. Moonlight Vigil comes forward, and there's the flash. Unforgiven turning so much damage. He gets the kill inside the pit. Channel on Hex. Can he steal it? It does. Rogue do it. Malrang gets the Baron.
Continues. Jezu being chunked out by Elliot. Oh! Flash jumped. You don't beat the Troll King. Mad Lions mid jungle comes to play.
Winning his matchup, taking control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff, really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Hold up, let me get my story straight. It hit me like a tidal wave. Won't you give me just another day to tell myself it's not over yet? Tell me why you started a fire. It's burning up in my head. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? Why you gotta tear my heart out? Leave me in the rain. Why do I always...
Welcome back to the LEC, where we're saying move aside, babes, to G2 and Fnatic, because your new favourite European rivalry is here. It's Mad Lions versus Rogue, and both of these teams are on track to make their third consecutive Worlds. But do we want to see these teams in America, Fede? Are they going to embarrass us? Are they going to represent us well?
I feel like right now I have a lot of confidence in Mad's ability to represent as well. And while I'm a little skeptical about Rogue, I have faith in their ability to bounce back. I think the thing that stands out to me is how Mad is performing right now. And I think that what I want to draw your attention to is on your screen, you can see how Mad's early game and their dominance compares to historic teams in the past. And we had last year in summer a very dominant regular season performance with Rogue completely smashing the early games. 2019 G2 was very famous historically for being extremely dominant in the early game. And who's in third place? It's the Mad Lions, and the split's not even over yet, right? This team is incredibly dominant to the fact that they're already making it onto this leaderboard.
And that's the thing as well. You know what's really impressive? The fact that, you know, we added durability patch, where early game leech should be harder getting. But you compare it to some of the other stuff we had, right? It's still highly up there. And I think a lot of that comes down to, that early aggression, that kind of LPL-style skirmishes we see so often. Level 2 camps, well, why'd you do that? I saw Tian do it. I might as well try and do it, right? And I think it's not only just that, it's the fact that everything from Mad Lions go down to planning from Champ Select. If it's like a ward on the enemy red buff that's going to lead into a ward on Raptors or Nisqy afterwards, then tracking into, well, let's invade on blue buff then. And then they get the kills from there. They're just so good at planning ahead and finding the first move already from like minute 0, right?
Yeah, I feel like flexibility is another thing that really stands out to me in their early game as well, because sometimes you'll see that their plan doesn't necessarily go the way that they want to, and then they very quickly pivot. They'll find a new way to build an advantage. They'll do something else on the map that works very fluidly, and I think a lot of it comes off the back of this core trio of Elyoya, Nisqy, and Kai'Sa. This mid-jungle support trio is just so effective in terms of how they play around lanes, whether it be the mid-jungle getting control of a mid and then moving towards bot, whether it be Kai'Sa grouping up with Elyoya and attacking top. They seem to have so many options and flexibility in terms of how they want to play the map and where they want to do it, that they seem unrivaled in their ability to get early game leads.
But that can sometimes also be a little bit of their weakness, and I think we saw that in the game against XL, where they struggled to play for Unforgiven, who had a 3k gold lead on the Draven, and the game just got too prolonged.
I'm wondering with Rogue then, are they perhaps lacking the synergy right now that Mad Lions have? Because they had a bit of a shaky start to the split. They seem to improve.
I mean, you take it back to the last time these two teams played against each other, right? Like, it looked good for Mad Lions as well then initially, and even Rogue back then was not having the best of time. Remember, it came back down to an Elder Drake steal. So even back then, I think like we gave them more credit that sometimes maybe they deserved them some of their victories, because some of these victories did come down to a clutch. There was the Elder Drake steal. There was Malrang stealing it with a Poppy Q, not even a smite, right? Some of these clutch factors. On a silver lining, we didn't say this about Rogue in the past, so if they fix some of the issues that you're talking about as well with, not always being on the same page, then they might become a scary team in the future.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is you can look at it from a multitude of perspectives, because on the one hand, arguably their clutch factor has improved dramatically.
Yes.
Right? And that's a thing that we've never really described Rogue as having. When it matters most in the clutch, is this a team that can step up? The answer has always been no, not really. But in this split, that's definitely been the case, and you're seeing it right now on your screen with so many clutch steals, so many clutch outplays. There have been a lot of moments this split where Rogue have had to do something out of desperation, and they've been able to pull it off. But the same level of consistency, the early game control, their flawless macro that they've had around the map, all of these elements seem to be very inconsistent in when we actually see it and when we don't.
Yeah.
And last week, we really did see a faltering, especially in the early game, of how Rogue was very quickly shut down because of these inconsistencies.
Is that the Malrang factor then? Because last week, to be honest, he was pretty ineffective.
And I think some of that goes down to, well, they used to be so good at actually playing that 2v2. I think Rogue had some of the best 2v2s in the mid and jungle with Malrang and Larssen. But I also think from a drafting point of view, Rogue used to be really good, but last week against Misfits, I don't necessarily think that they're setting themselves up for success. So I was having a look at this, and I was very confused when I saw it happen. At first, I was on the same track as them. I was like, okay, we're playing against Sansara, so let's try and ban out the Skarner, let's ban out the Trundle, and then surely we'll first pick the Poppy yourself, because, that's the champion pool he'll have, and then Jarvan is the next one you have. No, you pick Taliyah, you give up a Poppy. And then in my mind, I'm like, okay. But then you have a response to the Poppy, right? There's something that's going to shut it down now you're giving over. No, you lock Vi for Malrang into Poppy. And then in my head, I'm like, wait, what? Sorry. And then the way it just, follows up with the other dashes like Gwen and their Amumus. Well, I feel like Rogue used to be so good at reading patch and knowing exactly what they wanted to do. I think they had a little bit of a blunter into last week. I don't think that's defining them. I think coming into a new patch here, they should fix these. I have faith in them on fixing these small issues, but that's definitely one of the issues why they were struggling last week.
And also, when we think about Rogue, we also think about that bot lane. We think about Comp and Trimby. And from watching this split, so many of the pro players point to that bot lane as being the strongest in the LEC. I don't know if they'd all say that, being asked about it now, given the rise of other teams like Mad Lions. But could they be the saving grace given the patch changes in this matchup, Eddie?
I mean, I think that they already play in a style that complements the current patch. And to be fair, so far today, we haven't necessarily seen a significant shift towards a bot lane focus. But I think that playing towards this bot lane makes a lot of sense. It also just fits into the style that Rogue has historically been known for. And I think that when we look at the Kalista player, the Draven player, the man who's willing to outplay you, Comp is the guy that has really been standing out. And that's why I'm super excited for this bot bot lane matchup, because Unforgiven and Comp right now, for me, are the two best performing AD carries in the league right now. Could that change over the next 5 games? Probably. But in reality, I think that they're both willing to play champions that can 1v9. They're both willing to drive the bus. And I think that they're both primed and poised to go toe-to-toe and see which one can come out on top.
And it feels like, you know, I mean, obviously you saying with that 5 games, that feels like the past 2 weeks in general, as to ranking teams and players in general. But I feel like also just bridging mid prio with jungle prio into that bot lane pressure is really going to be what's deciding this game as well. Because you can have a strong AD carry, but you quite often need teams with the availability to facilitate that. And if Malrong all of a sudden gets shut down by Nisqy and Yolia usually doing what they do, your bot lane is going to be suffering as a consequence of that. So I think it's really about just stabilizing. You don't need to get ahead, potentially. You just need to stabilize against this really dangerous mat duo and then bring the attention down towards the bottom lane.
Obviously, I know nothing. But if there was one thing I'm thinking here, it's that maybe Rogue should prioritize banning Draven against Unforgiven?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe he sounds nervous. He's very nervous to be on stage with me. Goldborg is like, I'm not even going to dignify her with a response. And it's absolutely fine, because right now I've got something more exciting to introduce. It's a brand new caster pair for Rogue versus Mad Lions. It's Trouble and Quickshot.
You're the best, Frankie.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Welcome to the Casters. That's right, Troubleshot to bring you the last 2 games of the day. Just very quickly before we get to the draft, Hex Flash has been administratively disabled due to that instant revive bug. I do want to advise and let everybody at home know that this is an issue that is only affecting the tournament realm. So that means it's the esports games here, not the live game servers. Now, as we turn our attention to draft, Trouble, we talked a little bit about the impact this has. There's a number of champions that are obviously very favorable or fond of Hex Flash. What picks do you think we're going to see between these 2 teams? And do you think there's going to be any adjustments? Because we've already seen a couple of enchanters today.
Well, having a little bit of a talk with a few pros in the background. The makeup station. A lot talked about Poppy, how important it is having Hex Flash with Poppy, sitting behind the wall and suddenly you Hex Flash through the wall, slam someone, stun them on another wall, and it's job done. Another thing is all these melee supports on the bot lane, the Nautilus, the Leonas, that want to Hex Flash into something like a Lulu, a Nami, and sort of render them out of lane.
So very quickly, as you can see, Rogue and Mad Lions will be playing online due to a couple of COVID cases popping up. But that will not stop the action, and these 2 teams both sitting towards the top of the table. We've had 3 very quick, very one-sided games today. I'm hoping this will be a little bit more competitive back and forth. What picks are you looking at? And a point to Frankie, there's Draven banned immediately towards Unforgiven.
There's the answer, probably, definitely, 100%. I'm looking at Zeri and Yuumi from the side of Rogue. Even though they are on blue side, they have shown that from both sides of the map. They are very keen on banning both the Cat, but also the Zeri, which is something that Mad Lions do prioritize in their drafts, whether the blue side or red side. The Cat is already out. I'm expecting for Rogue to also ban Zeri here.
I mean, that's Zeri. 5 games played by Unforgiven, 4 of them victories. Jarvan will find himself in the ban pool once again today. We are playing on 12-14, don't forget. So Poppy is still up. You mentioned it, that Zeri is still up and available. And it will be the Poppy banned away as the final one for Rogue. So leaving Zeri open, do you think it's first pick worthy?
Okay, so I'm also thinking here that Kalista is open, so Comp is going to have to make a choice here if they want to be one, because there's so many OP picks up and running at the moment. The Trundle, the Gwen that has been perma-banned in every single other game. We saw Naz, we saw Aziz, which is something that Larssen does tend to gravitate towards in that mid lane. Never mind the Azir, he's banned.
Okay, so Kennen is going to be the final ban. Little bit surprised at this. Near insta-lock on the Gwen, who's found herself banned in all previous games. So now Mad Lions with a number of top-tier picks. They can take this wherever they want to. Talia would be a natural fit for Nisqy.
I mean, this is Nisqy's bread and butter, right? He shoves in that mid lane, goes towards the side lane. What other champion to do that better at than Talia? She tends to roam really quickly due to her passive as well, close to the wall. So I'm expecting to see a really strong jungler alongside that Talia, maybe like a Wukong, a Trundle, something that can impact the game very early on.
And of course, for Nisqy, 3 games played this summer on Talia, 3 wins. Career-wise, 16 professional games, 56% win ratio. I want to see what Larssen wants to run into that particular pick. He's not afraid of running something that can contest it or challenge it, look for some kills. And Trouble, you talked about that Trundle. It was locked in for Alioa, so no surprises there. And of course, now we see what do Rogue prioritize. What do they want to take in phase one?
Okay, Malrank, the risk is usually really deep into the champ pool, but something maybe like the Wukong that is a little bit more STA in the current meta. Ooh, really nice. Paired up with an Ahri insta-lock for Larssen right there. And this fits straight into the narrative of Rogue and strong individual lanes. Odo Amne with the Gwen right now, permabanned in all other 3 games. Insta-locks would be 1. Larssen also with the Ahri, knowing that you're playing into the Taliyah, there's no Lissandras to come in and pretty much destroy you in lane. So very well done so far from Rogue. This fits straight into the Rogue narrative.
It really does. Kind of fits their playstyle. Rogue team has been struggling the last couple of weeks. Sejuani is locked in. I just want to throw out there, for Larssen, this is only his 3rd ever Ahri game. He played 1 in spring. He's played 1 previously in summer. So definitely not something he's super practiced on. And we're seeing Sejuani. We're going to assume that that will be top. 2nd time today. Are you surprised by that? Do you like it?
I'm a real big fan of Sejuani because he can provide so many cool engages. You just see suddenly an ultimate coming out of Fog of War and somebody gets stunned and dies. So I'm a really big fan of Sejuani. I'm sure Xmithy is as well because he did play it a lot in the past. But I think it's really fun to see how top lane, and especially Armut, is going to impact the map, because usually when you want to play Sejuani, you roam a little bit earlier than the other top laners due to the fact that you have that strong tool on your ultimate to catch people off guard.
And of course, for Armut, this will be his first professional game on Sejuani, over 300 in his career. You mentioned Kalista a little bit ago. Rogue have banned that one away themselves.
But look how tables are turned. The team that has Taliyah doesn't have to ban Kalista, because if you're going to pick Kalista into Taliyah, you're in for a very not so great time.
No, of course. And his last bans now, Nilah finds herself in the ban pool. Haven't seen her throughout the rest of the day.
Severe would be my guess. He has been picked a lot today, gets a lot of prior down the bot lane. Perma push is pretty safe as well from tower dives. Might be what they're going to be targeting Unforgiven with. Zeri's still up and available.
So you have to think that is a consideration. I mean, the hyper carries that we saw a lot last weekend in Aphelios and Jinx up. Ezreal still open, Zeri still open. And we still don't know what Kaiser and Trimby would like to run in that support role. You would assume or presume they can either go for some sort of engaged tools or go for those enchanters, and the Zeri, no real surprise.
It makes so much sense, and now you need to think. There's so many engaged tools on the side of Mad Lions. A Lulu would fit so well together down bot with Zeri. So either you pick a hyper carry of your own, like Aphelios and Jinx, and shoving that Lulu right next to it, or you try to fight this with more aggression. I was not expecting the Ezreal, considering how not so well it went on the 2v2 between Trimby and Combat. Maybe something like a Rakan that really does complement the Ezreal on engages and disengages, as well as poke. The fact that Rakan can actually roam away from the map and leave the Ezreal alone. Ooh.
I'm not going to believe it yet. But I
Spicy.
I do think a little bit about what this Ezreal signals or signifies for Rogue, whether or not they want to unlock that Rakan like you talked about, and then maybe play a little bit around either this Gwen or this Ahri. Kaiser now needs one more champion to close this out. You mentioned the Lulu already, but let's zoom out really quickly. What do you like about the Rogue comp? How do you want to see them play it out?
Just look how mobile they are. Every single one of them is so mobile on the map. Armut is going to have a really rough time actually pinning them down with the Sejuani ult. They need to pile up as much CC as they have. And even though I said, yes, Mad Lions have a lot of engage, maybe, another engage tool in the likes of Kaiser wouldn't hurt them, but they are going to go with the Lulu. I think it makes the most sense next to the Zeri, either Yuumi or Lulu. Yuumi's been banned away. Lulu is the second best champion next to the Zeri. And honestly, putting so many resources on Unforgiven has proven to be the key so far for Mad Lions, so why not give him a support that can actually boost him later on into the game as well.
I also love the wild growth into either, the target that Ahri or Gwen jump onto, but then you do fall a little bit behind. When I look at the damage profiles, it is very heavily skewed in Rogue's favor, but I do think Mad's comp is a bit tankier all around.
Sure, and you also have the Trundle, which is going to make the tankiest, in quotation, members of the side of Rogue, which is most likely going to be the Wukong. Maybe the Gwen, when she walks in, that he's going to make them a piece of paper.
We'll have to find out how this plays out. Okay, let's talk early game and where you want to see movement, maybe from the junglers, if any.
I mean, definitely top side of the map from the side of Rogue. You've got the Wukong, you've got the Ahri, you've got so much set up towards the top side. Get that. Oh.
Let's find out what happens. We're loading up to the rift.
Troubleception.
And there we have it. So top side, I think makes a lot of sense when you see Gwen, Wukong, as well as that Ahri. 3 teleports on the side of Rogue. We've obviously got Spellbook there for Nisqy. We'll be able to toggle that one around. And I do like seeing the exhaust from Unforgiven when you consider all of the threats that'll be diving onto him.
Absolutely, and there's a second Spellbook actually coming into effect right here. It's going to be Trimby sporting the Flash Ignite, and he's going to be changing depending on what happens on the map. Very important to keep track of, because usually with the Spellbook, we never track the Smite. A lot of people will take the Smite even though your jungler is dead. The opponent team will try to get an objective, and then you steal it away with the Spellbook Smite. Now, looking at the map and looking at both of these teams, my eyes go straight to Mad, and I'm like, this is a very Mad-esque draft right here. Nisqy on a perma-roaming champion. You want to shove in that wave very early on and try to make plays together with Elyoya Strandal. That is very strong right now. Pretty much one of the strongest junglers in the meta. Strandal can take the 1v1 into most of the junglers that will run into him. And having Nisqy on the Taliyah with him makes it so difficult for the early game dashes to come through from the sort of Rogue.
And of course, all of those abilities and decision-making in the early game is going to put Rogue under some pressure last weekend. And you take a look at the early game stats. Did not secure first blood, minus 2.5k for Rogue. And that kill death at 14 minutes, 0.5. In contrast, Mad Lions' early game has been consistently strong all summer long. And Rogue, we really want to see them break out of the funk they find themselves in.
Yeah, it was a 0-2 weekend last weekend for Rogue, not the greatest. And honestly, we've done a little bit of research, and Mad have spent, let me check, pretty much most of the early games with more than 1,500 gold in the lead. Most of the games when they turned around onto Mad has been through Mad's faults and small mistakes onto the map, which is something they can definitely fix due to the nature that it comes from them and not their opponents. So again, looking here for that early game aggression coming in from Nisqy, and especially being onto the Taliyah, you need to shut him down early. You cannot allow Nisqy to roam on the map and threaten your top side.
Not at all. Right now, pushing into Larssen. Junglers are doing respective clears. Elyoya will be the first to show his face in the top lane. Odo pretty heavily pressed forward. Omid's going to dash forward there, not be able to find CC just yet. And all of a sudden, Odo's now on the wrong side of the map. Malrang is going to decoy forward. Elyoya's getting snipped. Be able to walk himself away. So pretty heads-up play. Odo actually stepping into the threat, realizing that he had the time. And at the end of the day, it actually is Omid and Elyoya that come away worse for wear.
Yeah, and during this trade in the top side of the map, my eyes were glued to mid lane. I'm like, which mid laner is going to choose to walk up first? And if you would look at the minimap, Larssen was zoning Nisqy off of being able to go towards the top side of the map. Really good stuff right there. Malrang now in the mid lane. Nisqy very low mana.
Ooh, that's the dash over the wall. And not going to use that Nimbus Strike onto Nisqy. He backed away, I think, just at the right moment. Realizing that, or just getting a feel, I didn't see any wards in the river. But both junglers looking for some opportunities, nothing presented yet. And we're pretty much even from all the lanes except top. Keep in mind, Omid is down 20 CS right now, as that Gwen has been able to shove into his tower.
And of course, Odoamne had Malrang shadow him towards the top side of the map, right? When he got ganked, Malrang was there to cover him, so he can perma-shove that wave under the tower. Armor can only CS so much. He's actually fallen behind 17 CS so far, which is about 2.5 waves of gold that Armor has actually lost this time. But you're playing as a Sejuani. Literally, you're there for that R button to catch somebody off guard and actually pile up your entire team on them to kill them. Odoamne right now is more of a carry role in this game. Having the Gwen, scaling to the late game, making sure you get as much gold onto that champion as fast as possible to try and carry later on in the team fights. And so far, it's going pretty well for him.
I mean, exceptional start. I have asked our observers just to check whether or not a bad trade or something happened very early, because we weren't watching top, and Omid is being jumped in right now. First blood secured. on Armored, who is falling significantly further behind. And I believe I just got a note that Armored's just getting bullied in lane, just not finding the CS, not comfortable right now. And this is scary for Mad Lions.
And that's an Ignite, Sejuani, because you usually do not run flash onto that champion up in the top lane. So if you do get ganked, it's pretty bad news for you if you get caught with really low HP. Kaiser now roaming mid.
Oh, Larssen sidestepping the threaded volley. His flash is forced. But Nisqy playing that well, I think Larssen just about escaping.
You know what? I'm gonna give props to Larssen for how cool he was during the entire trade, waiting until he was one auto attack away from dying. But look at this. Because Larssen is pushed out of the lane, because Kaiser roamed first mid lane, Elyoya gets the rights to walk into Malrang's jungle, get level 5 first. So right now, that Trundle is ahead in experience, has stolen away Malrang's camps as well. And as you can see, Malrang is heading towards the bot side of the map. The only thing that's left for him is his golems.
Well, what will Malrang be able to do this time around? Managing to pick up that first blood in the top lane is huge. Get you a glimpse of this bottom lane just trading evenly. And I think some credit here to Armored. He's been able to bounce back on the CS. Picked it back up to an 8 difference. And he has hit level 6. So he's got access to that Glacial Prison. Now he needs to find some targets to land it onto. And I think, importantly, Trouble, Nisqy just hitting level 6. What is traditional for Mad Lions is Nisqy will tend to push this wave out, trade pretty aggressively, and then push and play for a side lane. So that's what we're looking for.
And if you look at his wave, he has been stacking as well, which means it will take a while, Larssen, to walk back into his lane as he didn't have teleport through that trade and clear out that wave. Spend some mana, spend some time. Nisqy's already into Fog of War. And with champions like Taliyah, you don't necessarily have to actually roam. The act of going into Fog of War pretty much makes the side lanes having to respect, or you might actually die to a gank.
And especially when you look at his statistics there, in terms of kills plus assists, as well as kill participation, first and second. But what I love, jungle proximity, the amount of time he spends around his jungler, and lane percentage, the amount of time he spends in lane. This tells a gigantic story. You know, he really is the team player. He's a big part.
Or he really dislikes mid lane, Trevor.
Well, but either or, it's helping Mad Lions maintain on top of the standings, 10-3. They are down this time around, and Elyoya has not yet found the impact. Do you see any easy opportunities for him, or is this just scale for an objective fight?
You possibly want to scale, but the thing is right now, Sejuani has fallen one level behind. Malrang is ahead, actually, in experience right now due to the kill and the fact that has been catching up in experience as well. Larssen has not allowed Nisqy to go onto a side lane, and usually it's Mad Lions with the lead early on in the games that they tend to snowball. Right now, they've fallen 1,000 gold behind. That's due to Rogue playing really clean and methodical individually in their solo lanes, which is the typical Rogue game we usually see, where they bleed their opponents out through map pressure.
And look at this. Trimby's on the roam from bottom lane. No pressure from Unforgiven, and Nisqy gets knocked up. He's holding on to that flash, realizing and trusting all of the cooldowns from Rogue had been used, so he escapes by the skin of his teeth. And I think that Rogue point, this is a good sign for Rogue, who have had a couple of bad weeks back-to-back. They've opened up strong. Odo on a favorable match up top is now part of the reason Rogue are in the advantage, and we're setting up for the Herald fight.
And everyone has moved mid lane. Trimby changed through the spellbook into TP. He's actually right there in the fight. Level 5 for Kaiser as well, doesn't have the Wild Growth, and Rogue are there and ready to fight.
Comp's going to be a little bit late. True Shot Barrage is on cooldown. He's just making it past the inner turret in mid. The Weaver's Wall comes out from Nisqy, locking up Rogue. Unforgiven gets one for Mad Lions. That's a secure on the Herald, and Trimby jumps in, dashes right back out, and Rogue are being wrecked. But will the re-engage help out? Unforgiven is firing out those bursts of fire over and over. 2 kills to Mad Lions, 1 for Rogue. But the Herald was secured, picked up by Unforgiven, and Mad Lions get out.
I mean, Mad Lions had 5 members into that Herald pit prior to Rogue getting there. And even though Trimby did TP in, that is a level 5 Rakan, doesn't have that level 6 engage with his ultimate. He's going, of course, to chase away Mad members right here, try to get some tempo up for his team that is actually dead. But at the end of the day, you were fighting 4 versus 5 for the majority of the time. They have Vizzeri, you have an early game Ezreal.
And of course, that Ezreal's just not there. Look at the minimap. Going to be late to the party. Mad Lions, they get to focus down targets first and end up coming out with the win.
And again, Nisqy's Weaver's Wall locks out Trimby, locks out Larssen, And Malrang goes in on a fantastic 2-man knock-up engage, but no one is there. Although Amne was shoving in that wave on the top side of the map, your mid lane support are not there yet to support him. By the time comp comes, the teamfight is already over.
Yeah, exactly. And Mad Lions managing to claw back that deficit 10 minutes in, and they've bounced all the way back. Take a brief moment to highlight Unforgiven as one of the sort of unsung heroes, one of the players that goes maybe a little under the radar, arguably, but significantly improved performance from spring to summer. Look at this, KDA, gold per minute, damage per minute. One of the best bot laners in our league.
Absolutely, but something else about bot lane right now, Kai'Sa is level 5 in this particular fight. Trimby is level 6. So if Rogue want to pull the trigger, get into this fight, they do have the advantage of the ultimate on Trimby's Rakan.
Yeah, they're not going to commit for it though. Neither mid nor bottom lane is making that move. They'll concede the dragon. Instead, just trying to keep control of the lanes. Small advantages for every single lane on Rogue's side, but despite that 30 CS advantage, because of Armut's assists, he's only down 500 gold, so that is very crucial to keep track of, as both of these teams will now look to start moving around the map just a touch. Also, keep in mind, it's Unforgiven that has the Herald, and right now he's under some threat. Malrang's making his way.
And they know they want to most likely pop it over the bot side of the map. You see they're slow pushing the wave. They're not overextending whatsoever. You see how far behind Kai'Sa goes, but they've seen that he's back in. Unforgiven is all alone.
Oh, knocked up into the air, charmed in place, and Unforgiven will get taken out. Trimby manages to secure that kill. Alcove Gaming, fantastically done by Rogue.
And they're still wrapping around because they know that Kai'Sa might be lurking to try and stop that wave. You'll see that Elyoya is walking towards the bot side of the map as well, but he's going to be greeted by 3 players of Rogue trying to crash in that wave. They could be claiming yet another victim, but very importantly, getting that first back on the map. Trimby onto this Rakan can have so much impact, so he's going to prioritize him back in. And as you can see,
so much damage going out. Nisqy, by the way, is having a lot of those threaded volleys landing. And Trouble, just to go back, what were you mentioning there about that lane?
you'll see that Rakan is getting the first back right here. He's heading straight into mid. As you see, the Lulu is doing the exact same thing. So both supports want to get on the map as fast as possible because mid lane is a brawl right now.
It really, really is. It feels like Nisqy is winning most of the trades, but Larssen is up on CS. Both teams congregating around this middle lane as the teleport is now being channeled. And for Rogue, I think it's like specifically for Malrang, we're very happy to see his influence in the early game. Definitely helping Rogue pull ahead. That's a good charm onto Elyoya. He's tanking up a couple turret shots. They turn their attention back to the first tower.
Malrang?
Unforgiven, dashing over the wall. Chunk down. Exhaust comes up below 100 HP. Manages to make it to the tower. The burn may not kill him. True shot. Barrage is sidestepped. How good are your dancing feet? Unforgiven, taken out by Rogue.
Literally, the only reason Malrang was not using his dash onto Unforgiven was to try and give the kill over to Comp, getting these stacks up, getting as fast as possible to his second item, which is going to be the mythic, most likely for that. Ezreal is so important to try and get this damage done in those fights. And we'll get to see this one more time. Unforgiven has been left in the bot lane twice, has not respected the fact that he's all alone, very overextended. Of course, you can use that Zeri dash through the wall, but Malrang very cleverly kept his to try and get through. They also burned his exhaust, and add insult to injury, the kill goes over to the opponent, AD carry Comp.
That is exactly what Rogue want to happen, and I think doubly effective by keeping Unforgiven down. When you look at Mad Lion's composition, you really need Nisqy and Unforgiven to deal out a lot of damage throughout the course of a team fight. Right now, Nisqy continues to shove forward multiple members of Rogue around. I don't know if Malrang can find another angle. He's got that Cyclone available.
There's been 3 or 2 members mid this entire game. Larssen.
Oh, the seismic shove into the Pillar of Ice, but the quickness fired out from Trimby. That's buying so much time. Double stack on the Cyclone will allow Larssen to take down his nemesis. Rogue with 5 kills.
And Rogue have read Matt's play so freaking well. They're shutting down Nisqy off the get-go. Larssen has not let him roam once. Trimby has been hovering mid lane for the majority of the game. Malrang is always there for the counter gank, and this time Nisqy steps too far forward trying to go for the pick and gets instantly punished. And so far Rogue has been going great. They drafted their 2 solo laners early on, B1 and B3 in the draft. Odoamne has been consistently ahead towards the top side of the map, mostly without any assistance, bullying the Sejuani around. Larssen, no not allowing Nisqy to roam the map, has 2 kills into his name. This area is lethal right now. And Comp and Trimby, very crucially, have not died bottom. If anything, Comp actually has a kill. So the entirety of the map is going so well right now for Rogue.
And what a turnaround for the last couple of weeks for Rogue. This roster that started to drop back-to-back games, started to have some concerns raised about them. I want to just briefly look at that mid lane. Again, we've done a lot of prep, as you can tell. But whenever Larssen plays on Taliyah, he does not have the same level of impact as other Taliyahs in our league. So what you're looking at is his Taliyah stats versus the rest of the league. What I love about this right now is I was nervous about Rogue controlling Nisqy, and they've shown for 15 minutes with Malrang's support, with roams from Trimby, they've been able to put Larssen in an advantageous position, plus 1,300 gold, as well as that item lead, and now they're also playing around this pressure. They're going to shove down top. This will be the first tower secured. No reply from Mad Lions, Trouble.
Look on the map though, there's 3 members of Rogue towards the top side of the map. They want to get that second tier 2, unlocking the whole top quadrant of the jungle for Rogue. Maybe even trying to pick a fight with Armut.
They are indeed. Armut's being jumped on. No prison, not going to do anything. The kill is secured by Odo.
No way.
And they're going to be able to take 2 towers for the cost of the second dragon. So from Rogue's perspective, they're just building up the armaments before they decide to fight in that dragon pit.
I'm going to bring up the minimap because while this push was going on in the top lane, mid lane was also being pushed in by Comp, and they won that mid lane tower as well. So this Herald has won them 2 towers in the top lane, another headbutt onto that inhibitor tower, and Comp has been hammering onto that mid lane tier 1, which means the second that this falls, the top corner of Elyoya's jungle is going to be extremely dark and difficult to cross unless you want to face check.
And that's going to be such a tough situation to come back from if you are Mad Lions. But they do have a number of engaged tools. They also have the ability to kind of dictate the flow of a team fight with that Taliyah ultimate. So for Mad Lions, 2 dragons in the bank is kind of a saving grace. Ideally, if Rogue secure the next one, you're buying time, trying to claw back that gold deficit. But we haven't seen this Sejuani pick be called up because of how much pressure Armut's been under. I mean, he hasn't been able to group with the team. He hasn't been able to really look for a skirmish or a team fight yet.
I think what's very important here, if you're Rogue, is that you're first on the play in the neutral objectives. You definitely do not want to be walking through choke points, through ramps when there is a Taliyah on the enemy team, and your entire team is based off of dashes and being extremely mobile. So for Rogue right now, it's so crucial that they manage to take all these outer towers so they can bleed their vision a little bit further into Elyoya's jungle, so then they can actually get control of rivers and neutral objectives first.
Of course, for Rogue, you need to make sure they don't get surprised, don't get jumped on like you just mentioned. I think their vision has been pretty consistent, pretty good. As Trimby's moved around the map, you can see they're pushing the wards into Mad Lions jungle. It's a little bit of support as Malrang's in that bottom quadrant. Larssen shoving down bottom with teleport available. It's a lot of information to work with, and for Mad Lions, this is now the patience game. You have to try stall, try pick up items. That 3rd tower secured. It's exactly what you're talking about.
And very importantly, while the bottom tower was going down, Wrong is perma-pinging that mid lane tower as well. They want to turn lights off for Mad Lions. They want to force them to walk into them for the fights instead of having to pile themselves up into choke points towards Taliyah. This is very well done so far for Rogue, which we've actually praised the macro in that late game when they have their items, when the stable lanes have gone really well in the early game. And right now they're showing that they're taking the game pretty slow. They have a bunch of scaling with the Gwen and the Ezreal later on into their team. So all they have to do is just keep on bleeding their opponents in very traditional Rogue style.
That's it. Threatening or challenging for the Brambleback. Malrang steps forward, smites that away. Is not done yet, continues to step forward. This tower is very, very low. Mystic Shot followed up, Cyclone comes in, flash away from Unforgiven. The tower's finally focused down, and Nisqy steps forward. Weaver's Wall is available to him as the teleport's coming in from Odo down south. Correction, Armut. Armut's coming in from below. Nobody's died just yet, and Armut is now the focus. We'll be able to dash over the wall. Nobody dies, but I think for Rogue, big signal. They are willing to push this advantage.
They took mid lane tier 1, they took Unforgiven's double summoners, and they very crucially took Armut's.
Oh!
And they take Armut's TP, almost taking Elyoya's life right there. That is a triple big W for the side of Rogue. 7,006 point something, I can't do math anymore, 1,000 gold in the lead for Rogue. And again, this is not a very explosive game from them. They have 6 kills in 20 minutes, but this is what Rogue is known to do so well. All these regular splits, back to back to back, that they've been first place, why they're so good in best of ones, is because they can play through their solo laners, slow, methodical, choking their opponents out of resources and ending the game on a 10k gold lead.
I mean, that's what Rogue want to do, and that's the Rogue that we've missed for a little bit.
They're back, Trevor.
Since their loss to G2 2 weeks ago on Saturday, there's been some troublesome games, but I think for everybody else in the league, this is kind of an exciting turn here with Rogue in a huge lead right now. If they are to close this out, look at those standings. It literally makes that race for playoffs even more exciting because we genuinely just don't know who is going to place where in the top 6.
And also, if you think about the rivalry between Rogue and Mad for the past year and a half, Rogue being able to take that victory over Mad, that will put them on a 2-0 over Mad. So if they do end up tying in the standings, they have the 2-0 head-to-head.
I mean, all time is 14 wins to Rogue, 12 wins to Mad Lions. So very, very close. Right now, it is not very close. Odo continues to press the advantage. Plus 50 CS. He's threatening this bottom inner turret. All of those wards that were placed in Mad Lions jungle earlier allows him to push relatively safely. It allows the dragon to be secured uncontested. That, I think, was expected here. Mad don't want to force that fight. For Mad Lions, it now becomes a war of attrition. Don't get caught out of position. Don't let Rogue take Baron. And just buy time.
I think what's very difficult here is that also Mad relies heavily on Armut getting that ultimate down onto a member of Rogue, but they're all so slippery and mobile with the composition that they've chosen that Nisqy needs to be there. He needs to lay down the rocks, no one can dash or they get stunned, or if they do, Armut can then land the ultimate on top. These are two conditions that need to be met unless Rogue are too late to actually react to an Armut ultimate, which is not going to be the case because their vision so far has looked stellar. You see that Larssen and Malrang have been going around as a duo. You've seen that Trimby has been moving into the jungle, setting down vision for themselves. So Mad need to find a pick on a side lane.
They really do. Need to have some vision for that. We need to look at the minimap constantly. And they need a little bit of a timing advantage or a good read on where Rogue are going to be, because I don't think Rogue have really allowed opportunities to be punished. They've really dictated the flow of this game.
Okay, that was really cheeky from Malrang. He dashed into the pit and then he got back out.
What's he doing
so
now?
He's still inside Mad Lions jungle. Now they're going to see him, but it's very important because if you look on the minimap, top side of the map, it is Larssen perma-shoving this wave, the perma-shoving bot wave. Comp has actually shoved in mid wave as well. So again, they're trying to force Mad Lions to play underneath their towers, which gives Rogue the timing to put down their vision and maybe even start a neutral objective. And by the time they've already started, this is where you can start catching up these team fights, finding who overextends from Mad to fight for vision, and then punish them.
I mean, Rogue just exquisitely controlling the jungle. Take a look at the itemization in the bottom, plus 1,500 gold top, 1,900 in the jungle, 1,600 in the mid lane. It's just significant advantages
Even the
for
support
everybody.
is
The tower is just pressured. That's literally multiple minutes of gameplay, pushing all of the lanes, pushing that vision into the jungle, and it will allow Rogue to pick up their 5th tower of the game. They push that lead even further, and it's now looking like Rogue are running out of quote-unquote easy objectives. I use that term very loosely. So I think the focus is probably going to start shifting towards the likes of Baron and Dragon, obviously.
The thing that's really on Mad's favor is the fact that they've taken 2 of these dragons, which means it earns them 10 more minutes until Rogue will be on that soul point, until they will be fighting for soul. Mind you, yes, these are buffed dragons, but this is still a cloud soul, which is something that the teams do not favor fighting over very often. Now here again, Malrang, his favorite position, top side of the map, straight into Illyria's jungle, but there's 3 members of Mad right there that are instantly hovering towards his side.
It's just so scary because even if Mad want to start the fight, their vision line ends at the entrances to the river. They are behind in, combat stats. So they really, really have to be careful with how they push forward. It's a minute and a half until the next dragon spawns. The vision is being littered inside that red buff area for Mad Lions. And for Rogue, they are now starting to force an error from Mad so they can unlock one of those neutral objectives.
And again, back to the same repeating strategy. You see Larssen left his fountain straight towards top to put that pressure. You see Odoamne pressuring that bot side of the map. Comp has not left mid lane at all. Rogue right now are not allowing Mad to breathe. The second these waves crash under tower, Rogue is instantly in your jungle trying to take your vision away and setting up theirs. Larssen needs to be careful. There's 2 members there.
I mean, Larssen right now, 2-0-1. That Ahri pick into the Taliyah has proven to be very effective thus far. Despite the damage he was taking in lane, it never went anywhere. It never grew into something Mad Lions could use to build an advantage. And because of that fact, because the early game was so heavily in Rogue's favor, we're now at this position where Mad are 8k down. And they are continuing to stall. This is a good sign, but it's starting to get hairy because I think Rogue continue to apply pressure, and I'm just waiting for them to pull the Baron card.
And at this point, again, when you see Larssen moving towards the top side of the map, if you look at Nisqy, he has Ignite through his spellbook. So Rogue can actually play towards the bot side of the map, get yet another dragon that's spawning in 8 seconds, start stacking the map. When they do get the soul, they'll be so quick on the map, and the rotations so far have been stellar. You'll see how Mad are actually desperate to get vision into that Baron pit. They know how fast they can go down. You've got Wukong, Ahri, Ezreal. Yes, not the fastest, but look at their levels. Level 16 on Ahri, level 15 on Ezreal, level 12 onto Malrang's Wukong as well. 3 items onto Ezreal. Yes, you're not a hyper carry in terms of you don't have a steroid in your build, but you do take down the Wurm at this point, and Mad definitely do not want Baron on the side of Rogue because they already have 3 lanes that are bleeding towards them.
3 lanes that are bleeding, that Cloud Drake was just secured. You can see some of the changes on your screen here on 12-14. And I think the way that Rogue are moving around the map, probably relatively happy with the Cloud soul as they work towards it. But the tempo of this game has slowed down significantly because of how much of an advantage Rogue were able to accrue. Now, in order to push that lead even further, it gets much riskier. You need way more wards. So this is a good sign for Mad Lions. I have a feeling that Rogue are maybe too slow. Do you think that is fair to say? Or?
I'd say this is classic Rogue gaming right here. They're almost 10,000 gold in the lead, 25 to 27 minutes in, with only 6 kills. They're literally bleeding their opponents from pure and raw macro and map pressure, which is what we know Rogue for.
Ooh, that charm. Not going to be able to do a whole lot. Larssen and Trimby technically were outnumbered, but the damage from that Orb of Deception cannot be understated. Malrang once again stepping relatively far forward, has the backup of the rest of the team.
Very importantly, Larssen has no ult, he just has a flash.
Okay, Spirit Rush is on cooldown. Weaver's Wall is popped. That will get a teleport out of Odoamne. And Mad Lions, they are hunting. They've grouped up, they've formed the pack, and for a few minutes now, they've been looking for opportunities, but they haven't fully committed.
That's due to the fact that Armut is able to group right now. Armut is the trigger to catch someone. That someone could also be Odoamne, but because he has the bubble, of course, and his invulnerability, they cannot really catch him unless the W from Nisqy hits him first. And again, Armut is the trigger for Mad. They're looking, Malrang on the bot, Odoamne on the top, but Larssen does have TP.
Oh, I'm waiting for the trigger to be pulled. Armut is going to dash over the wall. Baron hasn't yet been started, and now the Rogue reinforcements arrive. Odo and Trimby, the first into the fray. They jump onto Alyoya. He's snipped to pieces, loses a third of his hit points. That is gigantic. And this time around, Rogue, they're starting off the Baron.
They're starting off the Baron, and Tribute will play Gatekeeper right there. Look at Larssen, he does have his ultimate, level 17 on this Ahri.
Oh, there's the quickness thrown down. Aljoria stays alive for just a few seconds longer. That's Smite doing work. Baron down to 5,000 hit points as Mad Lions have stepped forward. Armut's held on to that Glacial Prison, hasn't pulled the trigger yet, and Rogue are running for their lives. They have been forced away. That is huge for the Mad Lions.
I'd like to see the replay again because I think Aljoria used his Smite for this fight and he didn't have it for another 5 seconds. So if Rogue knew this information, they would have burned down that Baron instantly because they know they have the advantage of having that Smite on their side. But again, Mad, really quick on the trigger. The fact that the Sejuani is there, can be the front line, can catch you off guard, doesn't necessarily allow Rogue to go too deep into these choke points. And we mentioned these choke points. You play through them if you're Rogue versus a Taliyah, you're going to be heavily punished. Malrang in his favorite position, topside quadrant yet again.
Yeah, very far forward. His team is not really close by. And I think you're 100% right, Trouble. I think Aljoria smited that red buff, picks up some HP to survive, and Rogue are now stepping back. Armut's got the TP, he's level 16 in that bottom lane. The Observer's doing a great job of showing how little vision Mad Lions have to work with. And we're stuck in this Baron dance as Rogue trying to force Mad, but Mad are not yet overextending to the point they can get punished.
Tell you what though, there's both, all three teleports, are down for the side of Rogue. So when they're starting to pressure the side lane like Odoamne is doing towards the bot side of the map right now, they're not gonna have a TP to join. Trimby!
He's in a little bit of trouble, has been able to run for a while. Exhaust is thrown out. Trimby caught by the prison, is gonna be forced to flash over the wall. The dash comes forward, and Nisqy gets the kill. Mad Lions with a numbers advantage turn towards Baron.
Keep track of these ultimates though, because I think Larssen used his to get away, so he doesn't have it available on the other side. Nisqy, no Weaver's Wall. And Rogue are really good at poking their opponents down, especially when they bounced up in that Baron pit, especially with Ezreal having 3 items.
And of course, Mad Lions, they cannot risk starting that Baron. It'll take a long time, and the waves were just not in their favor. So this time, Mad able to punish Trimby, who's very far forward.
But we mentioned Rogue can't join these fights. Odoamne's bot lane, Malrang is towards the bot side of the map as well. They cannot join. Odoamne doesn't have teleport. The only one you have there is Larssen, and all they're doing is pretty much getting out of dodge and trying to get out of a sticky situation together. They blow the summoners, they blow their ultimates as well. Trimby blew both of his summoners. Larssen has to block his ult, which means that even if he finds a way back into the fight, doesn't have the ultimate to find, so that Ahri is not as potent. And Mad, slowly but surely, keep creeping back in. They keep finding these peaks, and the first ones in the river.
They are. There's no teleports, remember? Trouble just talked about it. They're late. Rogue are not going to arrive in time. Baron is being burned down. 4,000 hit points. It's gone. It's gone. Mad Lions have secured the Baron. True Shot Barrage made it very, very close. Can Rogue find any kills on the way out? Odo on their steps forward. The Cyclone is knocking up the Mad Lions. Odo's chucking out the needles and snipping his way. Comp Arcane shifts over the wall, and there is so much damage. 2 members of the Mad Lions are down already, and Unforgiven will be the third. Larssen Spirit rushes forward as Kaiser is running for his life. Mad get Baron, but get decimated in the fight.
And Rogue were trying to find a way to force Mad to fight, as Malrang will seal the deal with an ace. And Mad gave it to them, Trevor. Rogue right now are 10,000 gold in the lead. They have so many more items, so much more damage in their inventories. And Mad gave them the team fight that they so longed for.
It was the make or break play for the Mad Lions. Gamble it all on the Baron, and they got punished. But frankly speaking, Rogue smashed from the early game. And after a troublesome week 6, turn their attention to the #1 seed. They beat Mad Lions in week 1. Rogue beat Mad Lions in week 7. And the 2-0 head-to-head could be massive at the end of Super Week next week.
That is so important when you're chasing for that #1 spot. Reminder, Rogue is a team that's notoriously known for ending first in regular split. So if they want to continue that tradition with themselves, they need to beat whatever team is sitting on #1 right now, and they've done it twice.
I mean, that is just, it just makes the rest of the games even more interesting when you look at the top of the table. I think very impressed with Rogue's early game and how Malrang was able to find some influence again. And for Mad Lions, a bit of a wake-up call. That Taliyah not finding success today.
Especially since it was picked really early, right? Rogue said, we're going to play our game and we're going to beat you in our game. Because if we play our best style, you can't beat us even if you play yours. And it was true. Slow, methodical, strong individual play into Malrank shadowing, finding these picks, bot lane not dying, actually getting the kills.
And so much excitement here in Berlin. Obviously, this is for G2 versus XL, our next game. Before we get to that, Rogue obviously needs to have a player of the game. You can vote at LEC on Twitter. Odoamne, Larssen, and Comp. I do think some questions, some discussion can be had around that mid-game. There was a gigantic advantage so early on, and I started to get nervous, started wondering if Mad Lions were being given too much time, too much freedom. But I think both teams just playing, very safe, very respectable. So a lot to discuss whether or not they could have done anything different.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think Rogue were looking to slap Mad with their wallets because they were 10k ahead. And I think Mad pretty much single-handedly gave them that chance for the fight.
So Rogue going to be very, very happy with that. They move to 9 and 5, tied with Vitality as we look ahead to their games tomorrow, to next week. Of course, if you don't make playoffs, you don't make Worlds. And for Mad Lions and Rogue, these are two teams that have been showing consistently they can contend for the title. I think until this recent blip, Rogue definitely one of the stronger looking teams from the beginning of summer, at least until last week.
Yeah, and of course we need to wait for the playoffs as well, because we know how strong Rogue are in regular season. But then when it comes to playoffs, we always have questions. And going towards Worlds, it being summer season, they need to actually gear up even more.
They really, really do. All right, I believe we are ready to chat to Comp and Law standing by.
Thank you, Quickshot. And Comp, thank you also for joining me for this interview. Congrats on breaking the lose streak for Rogue. Before we talk about the past few weeks, I want to ask about the draft, because Mad Lions banned Nilla, which is a champion we haven't seen at all so far. So without revealing too much, do you think we may see the champion in the future? And what's your take from what you've seen in solo queue so far, maybe?
Well, to be fair, first of all, thanks for having me. But
My
to
pleasure.
be fair about Nilla, I don't really see it on solo queue a lot because I think it's just permaban, so it's just scrim data mostly. I think the experience thing is really toxic, honestly, if you can abuse it very well. You should always be 1 to 2 levels ahead on support every game.
I see. Well, we'll see if the champion pops at some point in the LEC. But as I said, you just broke the loss streak, and none again other than Mad Lions. Twice you beat them this split. But if you think about the past few weeks for Rogue, especially when you think about the early games, things have been difficult for you. How do you explain the recent results? And do you think the bad phase is behind you now?
I think we had I wouldn't say even a bad week last week. It was mostly just a bad weekend. In the official games, I think the scripts were going decent, I would say. I wouldn't say like very well, but decent. So I was pretty... I thought it would just be a 2-0 week, but in the end we kind of got got, let's say, by better teams. I think our potential is way higher than what we have shown for now, at least. But I'm still very happy with how things are going, and I think we will be prepared for playoffs because that's the thing that matters mostly in the end.
It is. It is in the end. We lost your camera, but we still have the voice, so we'll stay on me. But you can keep on talking. You mentioned potential just now. I want you to elaborate on that. Where do you see the potential, but why do you think we don't see it on stage maybe so far?
I don't necessarily think we haven't saw it on stage yet. I think we are just very inconsistent. So the best example is basically last week we just went 0-2 versus teams that were supposed to be easy 2-0s, in my opinion. So I think as long as we're just consistent, we for sure have the level, and we for sure have shown some of this level, even... For example, last playoffs versus Fnatic. I wouldn't talk about the G2 series, but versus Fnatic, I think we've shown decent stuff.
All right. I want us to look at the standings right now, because you mentioned consistency, which is something that's going to be really important, especially coming into the last 4 games. When you look at the state of the LEC right now and how close teams are together, what do you see for Rogue? And where do you hope you can end up by the end of summer?
Well, I think my camera is still lagging. I think we should probably still end up in first place. I'm not sure if it's completely in our hand right now. Of course, basically what I mean is if we end up winning every game, but Mad still wins all their games, they're still first, right? So I'm not sure how that works exactly. But yeah, we are just aiming to win every game and see how it goes. For sure, everyone aims for first place, but we see.
You still have everything within your hands, and I'm glad to hear that last week was just a bad memory for Rogue. Comp, thank you so much for joining me today. Hopefully with a camera tomorrow. And
It's
we're
okay,
going to
voice
take...
of comp.
All right, well, we're going to take a short break now. Thank you for joining me, Comp, and we're going to be back for the last game of the day in a few minutes with an on-fire audience, Excel versus G2, coming up next.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
And some Kit Kat for you, and some Kit Kat for Elder, and some... No Kit Kat for Barrett.
NANI?!
I got you.
It's not over yet. Tell me why you started a fire. It's burning up in my head. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? Why you gotta tear my heart out? Leave me in the rain. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? When the light fades and the dawn breaks, that's when it's hardest to fix it. When you're lonely and your heart aches, that's when you know what you're missing. Hold up, let me get my story straight. It hit me like a tidal wave. Won't you give me just another day to tell myself it's not over yet? Tell me where you started a fire. It's burning up in my head. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? Why you gotta tear my heart out? Leave me in the rain. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? It's not over yet.
Show me where to look for a halo. Oh, I'm sick and tired of the pain, so I don't wanna be the one to let go. Oh no. But why is everybody telling me it's over? Trying to shut the voices out, they're getting closer. Help me stay alive just so I can show you
It's not over yet. Tell me where you started a fire. It's burning up in my head. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? Why you gotta tear my heart out? Leave me in the rain. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? It's not over yet. Tell me why you started a fire. It's burning up in my head. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet?
Welcome back to the LEC, and at the start of the show today, we probably didn't imagine that Rogue would finish off Mad Lions, and especially not in such winning fashion. Well, quite literally, they won. Galborg, talk to us about that near flawless performance.
Yeah, but I feel like the thing that's really subverting expectations from this series was the fact that it wasn't Mad Lions just getting this normal early game lead that we're so used to seeing them get and then running away with it. It was actually Rogue that then took that lead into the mid game. They slowed the game down real hard. Either way, that's not the point. They still managed to keep it a little bit clean. They get one fight where they get picked off and you think it's a Rogue time. But it's not. They ace them afterwards and they get the win.
I love that you sound happy about Rogue time. That's not a good thing. It's like a G2 moment. We don't want Rogue time, at least if we're Rogue.
Yes, I think for me, the person that really stood out was Malrang, just because he was the first jungler I think we've seen successfully shut down what Elyoya likes to do in the early game. We saw Elyoya do a very traditional path he's been doing a lot of, which is 3 camps into gank. He tried to gank top. It then got shut down by Malrang. And it just felt like that he was doing a great job of mitigating and limiting a lot of what Elyoya does in the early game to propel Mad ahead, on top of the fact that we saw Kaiser on a Lulu, which is not something that gives him the same early game agency and roaming power that he typically has on other champions, meaning that same sort of synergy is not something that we got to see from Mad, which I think Rogue did a really good job of mitigating and locking down.
Well, I have to say, people watching the LEC now, they definitely got favourites, because I think this is the 5th time this man's name has been announced as the key player of the game. It is Mr. Odoamne, a.k.a. Armit's worst nightmare. Absolutely bullying that Sejuani.
You're shaking your head, Veddy.
I hate Odoamne now. I've just decided. He'll hear this. I know he will.
Because he's taking Malrang's thunder.
I hate you, Odoamne, just so you know. Stealing key player of the games. You guilted fans for so many years, and now you've gotten too many. It's unjust.
To be fair, we did that on broadcast as well.
Shut up.
Okay.
Are you quite finished?
I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sure? Because we've actually got a really important, exciting game to talk about right now. It's actually our final game of the day. No, today feels like it's been incredibly speedy. This one could be speedy too. It's XL versus G2, and it's definitely going to be one you'll be glad you waited for, as the two teams are currently neck and neck in the standings with 7 wins. And really, it's kind of a case of G2, obviously, champions of Spring Split, versus XL, who didn't make playoffs last time round?
Yeah, so I think for sure there's a new side from both teams coming into this game, and wow, that's a lot of G2 fans there. I heard from Nightmare that a lot of G2 fans have traveled all the way from Belgium out here, and that's currently what we're seeing here.
You've done this show before, there's always G2 fans.
Yeah, but not like this. Like, look at them, they're just dancing around, they're jumping and...
They're Belgians, they like to do that. They eat a lot of chocolate, a lot of waffles, that's sugar. That's a high, it makes you bounce.
I will say, though, that coming into today, G2 are not the favorites. Like, based on their recent performance, even though they had a pretty solid week last week, there is so much doubt around their early game right now. And they're going up against a team that is so dominant in the early game. You look at some of these early game stats, first tower percentage, first dragon percentage, gold difference at 14, kills plus deaths at 14. It's just, there's a lot of not great numbers there, and that's only a fraction of really what's happening in the game as well, where we're seeing no early game control. Their early game is comparable to BDS's, arguably worse based on the split, which is not really a stat that you really want to be compared.
Statistically, it is worse, Medius. Like, G2 fans, everyone needs to get this into their head. G2's early game, like, it is worse than BDS in some fronts, and I think that really speaks to how catastrophic it's been at times. That doesn't mean that is, it's fully alarm bells and all that just yet, because they are coming in, hopefully with a new patch as well, where they've finally had some time to stabilize themselves. But if they do not manage to fix their early games, they won't fix the other issues, because they just continuously fall too far behind.
Can we also talk about the fact that G2 are not necessarily playing around bot at the moment? We're going further, deeper still into a bot-focused patch. Is it because Broken Blade is such a monster in that top lane, or is it just a lack of flexibility?
Well, he definitely is a monster in the top lane. He is the type of player that will try to counterpick you. He's a player that has typically, throughout his career, demanded resources. And when we look at G2's typical approach, it's difficult to invest resources in all 3 lanes, so you have to make a choice. And Flakked as a player has always been quite happy to just sit back and kind of play the more passive approach, allow his support to roam away while he plays a little bit solo. And to be fair, today has suggested that it's not just been about trying to play through your bot lane. So perhaps our early expectations are not quite coming to the way that we expected them to. But in any case, it's still an area of the map that you have to be careful of, because you are going up against Patrick and Mickey, who at the start of the season, at the very least, were fighting and contending to be that best bot lane in Europe.
And while they might not be paying attention GT themselves down towards the bot side, they haven't had all too much success lately playing up towards that top side. I think lately as well, some of that draft haven't really been facilitating that. You know, they've been playing the Viego into Poppy and they had Aurelia top side. It's difficult to play off of that top lane as well. And then you had Flacket down on the Kai'Sa Nautilus with no front line in these instances. So I think when you're playing in this game, if you're not playing for the bot lane, I think it's very important you put Flacket back on these positions he was so comfortable on in Spring, which was the likes of Aphelios, where you could still be a good menace towards the mid to late game, but you didn't need to get too many resources because you had the scaling on your side. Problem is then, can you weather the storm that will be XL's bot lane? And not just that bot lane, but also Makoon coming down here, because you've been talking about picks like Pantheon as well.
I really want to see Pantheon.
But I heard Makoon say Pantheon was like not really good right now, so I don't think this is the game you're getting.
I hope he was lying to you, because pros do that a lot.
They do that, you're right.
But I think that what we've seen today is teams haven't quite shifted a new approach just yet. They are still sticking to what they know, what they're comfortable with. We're still seeing a lot of Wukongs, Nas. We expected Taliyah to still be a high priority. But to me, the biggest clash of styles that we see with these two teams is that Patrik will blind pick Draven. He'll also blind pick Kalista. That's not going to happen on the side of G2. XL finds a lot of success through their bot side of the map. And Kadril, when he was the jungler for Patrik, even on Euphoria, you probably heard him say, yeah, my whole plan was I get Patrik fed, he's the bus driver, right? And I think that across the board for G2, you look a lot more at their mid-jungle top side. These are the players that need to stand up. These are the ones that need those resources to carry. And in recent weeks, especially in the early game, they haven't been able to do it. So the questions for G2 is, can they get a successful early game? Have they been able to use this week to fix some of those issues that have really plagued them for a lot longer than just this split? Or will XL be able to dominate throughout that early stage? And will they be able to clean up some of their play? Because they're not looking the cleanest right now either.
So far, not really seeing too much of an impact from 12.14. But on paper, Goldborg, this should be a patch that XL benefits from, especially when you think about Patrik. He's a big bottom.
That's the thing.
He likes a strong...
You're completely right.
He likes a strong bottom, does he?
He loves a strong bomb.
Right.
He loves the Kalista. He loves the Draven, as you already mentioned.
That's quite right, yeah.
And you know,
Heavy
strong
bottom.
bottoms, Patrik, yes, playing for Drake, yes, guys. I think it is beneficial to the likes of XL, for sure, like 100%. We've talked about it in Ready Check. We also talked about the weaknesses of G2 as well, not really playing around that bot lane for themselves. And I think that might, of course, come back to hurt them unless they fix some of those early game issues, because the game is never as black and white as that. We're only bot side priority focused, because you always have that like, oh, we have bot priority, let's move our support up towards the Rift Herald, and you still can play towards the top side that way, like we saw Vitality do earlier today. So I still think they have ways of mitigating the pressure. I think it's just indicating that there's two different stylistics coming through from this game, which that G2 really likes playing top, and XL really likes to playing for that mid-bot lane instead.
Can we also talk about just the sheer improvement of XL this year so far? Because going back to that spring split, no one would have necessarily had them down on their predictions card for potentially going to Worlds, but they're still in contention for a spot.
Yeah, qualifying to playoffs last split was a huge deal for the organization, and I think that coming into the year, people saw the names on the roster and had faith that this team would be able to do something, especially with the addition of Mickey to the roster. And now they find themselves in summer with a great start to the season, but with a bit more inconsistencies. And right now, my biggest concern for XL is the rate of growth doesn't seem to be the same as other teams, because they already had a very high ceiling coming into the split. But I'm hoping that as we get closer and closer to playoffs, a team that now seems guaranteed almost to make that playoff spot and seem very likely to qualify for Worlds, I'm hoping that we can just see the true potential of this team, especially on a patch that enables that early game focus that they are so well known for.
Well, last game we saw the true potential of our newest LEC duo. It's Troubleshot.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Welcome back to the caster desk. XL are taking on G2. And I think the differences in how these teams play was covered extensively on the analyst desk. We are very, very intrigued at how well G2 are going to handle the early game, or how consistent XL can look, because today we've had 4 games in a row that were pretty one-sided.
Yeah, this is, I think, one of the biggest stylistic matchups, because if you see how far behind G2 fall in the early game and how much XL want to dominate that early game, I'd say in typical XL fashion, I'd be very happy playing G2 right now.
Yeah, definitely. Now, just a reminder, the last time these two teams faced, XL lost to G2. and they will be facing off against the 6th man of the Berlin crowd. So many G2 supporters in the house. Let's get ready for draft. So, Trouble, do you think we should prepare ourselves for any shenanigans? I think, for the most part, teams are not changing a whole hell of a lot this weekend on the new patch.
I think it's a lot about figuring out what is first pickable, what is okay to blind pick, what is okay to counter pick with, since a lot of the picks, mainly it's been all about Scorch being buffed and the poke, and also second wind that would usually heal all that poke that would come your way has also been nerfed. So they're trying to balance this out, seeing what actually comes out. But I'm really liking the Pantheon ban right there because it suggests to me that Jankos has maybe been practicing that Pantheon.
It does indeed, and Berlin, what do we think of Pantheon? I've been waiting all day for that to happen. It is in the ban pool this time around. But
Zeri?
Yeah, Draven is open as well.
Ooh.
Wukong will be the final ban. The analyst desk, we're talking a little bit about it. Patrick is the type of player who would be willing to blind pick Draven, but this is where we find out what is their first pick priority.
XL have been prioritizing that AD carry, but locking in that LeBlanc for Nuke that with picks like Ari, Lissandra comes to mind as well. Things like Swain that like to create space for your team. I think this is a little bit dangerous right here.
I mean, bold pick. That's the first LeBlanc of summer, only the 3rd of the year. And for Nukeduck, it is his most played champion at 30 games, but he's only won 10 of those. And by the way, Jarvan has been banned 2 of the 4 games already, and it is now drafted first.
But I'm so confused here, Trevor. LeBlanc is very slippery if you usually want to shut down mid. You can't do it with the Jarvan. LeBlanc is just going to jump away from your flag and drag. But right here, Caps is going to reply with that silence, which means picks like nah. If they're locked in for the side of XL, they're going to be stolen away ultimates for Caps.
Now, of course, with the 2 teams in play, one of the things we were talking about is how we actually wouldn't be surprised to see some shenanigans. This is a little surprising. Nilla is locked in. What do you make of this?
Okay, so apparently she's extremely broken because she has invulnerabilities. She reduces magic damage coming at her. She has something like a counter strike like Jax has. And double invulnerability right there for you, Trevor.
Oh my word. Okay, so Taric as well. Okay, make some sense of this now. Flakkid's gonna lock in the Sivir.
Okay, so the only thing I'm not sure of is how does Nilla do in the early versus the late game? Because this is the first time I'm going to be seeing her in professional play. And we know that CB loves to shove in that lane and play for that late game 2 to 3 item power spike for the side of G2. So I'd love to see how Nilla actually pairs up into that matchup. And of course, what support G2 is going to choose to put next to Flakkid, because traditionally G2, in every single game this season they've played on red side, every single one except one, they've always counterpicked support R5 for Targamas.
Oh man, now does this surprise draft from XL throw a curveball? Vi will be removed from the pool. Markoon has already lost access to that Wukong, the Poppy, the Trundle, the Jarvan. So where does he go to after that? We have seen a couple of Hecarim games, Volibear as well, Viego. So I'm not sure what he wants to run in this particular scenario.
I'd say something that pairs up really well with LeBlanc is something like a Lee Sin. Now, we haven't necessarily seen Markoon play too much Lee Sin, but that is a way to actually capitalize on having that LeBlanc and getting the 2 versus 2. And Lee Sin is actually pretty okay to Jarvan as well. He gets to hop out of the Cataclysm too. So we'll see how G2 actually choose to use that Jarvan in the early game, because so far bot lane seems like a no-go, mid lane seems like a no-go.
I mean, Rakan, Janna banned away. Targamas, does he get the pick now or on R5, as G2 have done so frequently this summer? And of course, we're going to have to find out how this draft from G2 will play out during the course of the early game. They have struggled all summer, and Sejuani will be secured. I'm seeing a death ball.
It's another R5 for Targamas. This guy has been so integral for G2, roaming around the map, getting the better matchup, and actually capitalizing on shadowing his laners around the map. There's no way. Okay.
Okay, let's focus in now on this composition here from Excel. With so many junglers being banned away, Markoon does have to go down the list. It will be a Viego. How on earth can we set some expectations for this draft to come together, as it looks like it's going to be that Nilah Taric bottom lane if this Ornn gets secured for top?
So what I really like so far here is that they have a scaling jungler for the side of Excel, but you also have a very heavy roaming brawler in the mid lane, which is the LeBlanc. You get to shove in Sylas, who's going to be playing melee form, into you, and then you get to bleed the pressure onto the sides. Now, what does Targamas pick here to roam? Because actually maybe even something like a Pyke, now that you have a CV on the bot side of the map. Okay, that was anticlimactic.
It could have been, but it's going to pivot away to the Lulu. I think, again, kind of synergizes and fits with this composition. Run forward, you've got the movement speed buff, you've got that ability to wild growth, the LeBlanc target, or that, Viego ultimate. So can work out, but for me, G2 makes perfect, crystal clear sense. Group up, bundle, push. I have no idea what to expect here from Excel, and this first pick LeBlanc as well as Nilah.
I'm just looking at the Java and I'm like, where in the world do you go? Do you pair up together with Sejuani top lane, try to punish a tank to give a kill to another tank? Do you go bot lane where you have a severe Lulu and you want to perma-push? And then they have Taric bot so you can't dive? I'm loving what you do have so far, but it just, for me, the Jarvan right now is a little bit of a head scratcher.
Okay, so then we need to find out what decisions that Jarvan will be making in the early game. Where will Jankos focus his attention? And I definitely want the observers to keep their eyes on this bottom lane. Nilah Taric into Siva Lulu. I think it's a bold approach here from Excel, as they are tied in the standings with G2, 7 wins, 6 losses apiece.
But I would also like to mention right here that Excel have been really good with the new picks that they're bringing into the meta every single time. Ever since the Korean bootcamp, they've been bringing in the Zeris, the Twitches, the Yumis.
Let's find out if they can make it work again. Excel versus G2. So we hit the rift for the final game of the day, and we get to see our first Nilah in the bottom lane, being piloted here by Patrick, as Targamas is immediately going to step forward, just playing the vision game, no real shenanigans. And Trouble, this crowd is so hyped up for G2.
Yeah, I think Broxah said it last week as well. It's so important to have the crowd on your side, because if you don't, you still hear it and you know they're cheering for the opponent team. So it's definitely going to be a confidence boost for G2 hearing the crowd, being with them and cheering for them. And if anything, G2 really need this. I want to remind everyone, last time these two teams met, G2 absolutely obliterated Excel in their game. They choked them down in the early game. Jankos with his Jarvan, even though to me personally doesn't make much sense, he needs to make things done in the early game.
Well, let's find out if he can do it again. Patrick is stepping forward. Flakked and Targamas waiting, but they will get spotted up by that ward in the river. And I do just want to throw down the gauntlet to the fans here in Berlin, because despite the cheers, those stats, Berlin, are G2's early game. 23% of the game's first blood, 10th. First dragon, 10th. Goal difference at 8 minutes, as well as that KD sitting at 10th. This is a team that, despite their week 1 victory over Excel, I think have had more struggles, and they haven't been able to really challenge in their early game. They need to survive and have those comeback wins.
Absolutely, and on the other hand, Excel have arguably looked a lot more consistent. Again, ever since that Korean bootcamp, they've come into the league knowing exactly what game they want to play. Proactive jungler into roaming mid lane and bleed the pressure into the map. Kind of like Mad-esque and what Mad usually likes to do. And they've also been pretty consistent at doing that. Look at that. Nukeduck instantly shoves in the first wave, goes into Fog of War.
Yeah, he does. Threatens at least some sort of room, some sort of pressure.
Could be jungle pressure as well.
And I'm going to just say it out loud that I think G2 are the underdogs in this matchup, just based on recent performance, based on what we've seen throughout the course of summer, despite their standings looking the same. But I am very intrigued by Excel. This was not a draft I was anticipating, and Patrick right now is being shoved underneath the turrets. No surprise, really, against both Sivir and Lulu. And he's currently down just 5 CS. I want to keep track of how much of a difference that makes. We did catch a glimpse, by the way, of Broken Blade shoving into Finn.
Yeah, and now that we're looking at Nilah as well, she's a little bit similar to Samira, and she also has that AoE ultimate when she goes into a team fight, but then you're walking into a team fight of a Sylas, a Lulu, a Sejuani, a Jarvan. So we'd have to keep our eyes onto Patrick, because as much as he's the bus driver, one wrong move and that bus driver gets out the window.
And keep an eye on those levels. Patrick and Mickey already level 3 into the level 2s of Flakked and Targamas. Markoon making a little shadow of an appearance in that bottom lane. Jankos doing the same up top, as the Scuttle Crabs are not going to be challenged. It does look like Finn was considering backing, but he's not overextending. He's not opening an opportunity for Jankos.
I was
to
about
jump
to
on.
say, but Jankos is still towards that top side of the map, and he might actually be waiting around. He's going to stay into Fog of War, maybe wait for Finn to walk towards that river and try to pick up a fight. Right here, Finn is looking for his wave to be crushed, and this is going to not necessarily be the case. So he's going to need to stick around for a little longer. Broken Blade, though, does have a bunch of mana to burn if he needs to shove it quick.
Broken Blade's also got that Ignite available.
Oh, here we go.
Flag and drag over the wall. Bellows breath comes out from Finn. The knock-up, the flash over the wall. Now Broken Blade is chasing. Jankos waiting for that E to come up. It is available. Markoon now stepping forward to try cut off Caps, who's being flanked by Nukeduck as well.
Oh,
the chains don't find a target. Finn, Bellows breath does a lot of damage, but first blood is secured by G2 and the crowd goes wild. Markoon's trying to chase forward with those auto attacks and will get a reply.
And that is absolute chaos 4 minutes in. Quick reminder, last time G2 were able to shut down Excel was through mid-jungle synergy, shutting down Nukeduck. This time G2 are hitting towards the top side of the map. And this was the head scratcher we're talking about when we looked at the Jarvan, right? Where do you play? You go mid, LeBlanc is very slippery. You go top, you give a kill to your tank. How much can Broken Blade give to this game playing that Sejuani, not necessarily on a carry? And you can see Jankos here spent so much time waiting around to try and kill an Ornn. Ornn is an assassin, marksman, mage at this point, anything. He does so much damage onto Broken Blade, who actually has even the Ignite. And through all this time, you'll see on your minimap that Caps is roaming first, but very crucially misses the chain. Finn sidesteps it, which means Nukeduck and Markoon are there in time to punish and turn that kill around. Now, I'm pretty sure the kill went over to Markoon. So you've got 1 kill on a tank, 1 kill onto somebody who can carry the game. The trade goes over to Excel.
It does indeed. Even as far as gold is concerned, I really appreciate how Finn moved around that scenario. Very briefly, I just want to highlight the synergy you just talked about. Trouble, Markoon and Nukeduck, the dynamic duo that have done a great job this summer. When you look at their kills and assists, their kill participation, they've worked together, they've found advantages, and a lot of the time, when they are in the lead early, it's because of these two players. And look, once again, Markoon is going to be flanked by Mickey in the middle lane, trying or potentially...
Oh, Broken Blade level 6, he's already in the mid lane though.
Okay, Glacial Prison needs to find a target. Markoon's only level 5. Nukeduck is going to be able to escape with that Mimic for now. Now Markoon stepping forward again, no Heartbreaker. And Patrick gets the first kill. The flag and drag is dashed away from his Cap, stole that Heartbreaker and used it as an escape. Excel get another.
And Excel is so quick to reply on the map. Even Patrick actually roamed towards that mid lane to cover for Nukeduck. They knew that Broken Blade would be roaming really quickly, and we said this about Sejuani. Level 6, you've got such a strong button for engage. Broken Blade would get there the second he hits level 6, but look at the top side of the map. Broken Blade is only 400 gold ahead through that kill, and Finn is actually very happy to catch up and scale, whilst on the other hand side, Markoon on the Viego has cashed in on a kill. Patrick Patrick Contanilla has cast in on the kill, and these two are two carries on the side of XL with more money in their pockets.
I mean, that's exactly how XL were hoping this would play out. Patrick stepping forward, looking for that stun. It's spell shielded by Flakked. A return damage from those ricochets doing work. The cleanse is used, and now Mickey steps his way forward. There was some support from Markoon, and there's no teleports available from G2's side, so no further push. Instead, XL, after shoving that wave, step into the darkness, and they will just get themselves a back. So looking for that pressure, looking to play into Flakked and Targamas, but they didn't get any summoners. They just got a good damage trade.
But there you see how much trade you can put down, and that's even before Nila gets to back and cash in on new items. And honestly, Markoon was over there to shadow, crushing the way from the side of Patrick and Mickey X. And now, this is usually the time where you will see the supports actually roaming the map. But this time for XL, it's not just the support that's roaming the map. Both the bot laners are heading towards that Herald. They want to get that early game aggression through Shelly, getting more tire platings, potentially putting them towards Patrick as well, getting that Nila ready and started.
And of course, for anybody keeping tabs, Patrick's Nila is busy maxing that Q. Currently has Conqueror. You can see the rest on the Masteries. While XL are starting the Herald, G2 will be able to start the Dragon, which is uncontested. Of course, the lane swaps have now come into effect. Minor gold lead for XL. They were the first ones to make the move. I think you could make a defendable argument. The Herald is theoretically a higher value objective if you can use it to get those plates. And that's maybe what is going to happen in that top lane. Jankos still slowly chipping away at the Dragon. You can already see 3 members of XL and a big wave up top.
G2 is in trouble though, because they might actually get dive level 7 for Markoon, and Caps is the first one to roam towards the top side of the map. Jankos is heading towards that as well. And it's just purely so they can shadow the fact that Flakked and Targamas are playing underneath the tower. Targamas is level 5, so very diveable, because as you can see, Mickey X has that level 6. He can pop the invulnerability down, and they can try to dive. So really quick reactions by the mid lane and jungle from the side of G2, trying to make sure that their bot lane doesn't get dive and goes further behind.
And of course, that Cosmic Radiance could be huge if Caps is able to jump onto the right target. It's such a difficult ultimate to pull off, because you have to be able to read that fight so incredibly well. But it could be the game changer. Again, we talked a little bit about damage, we talked a little bit about the compositions. You see, it's really primarily this Sylas and Sivir duo that have to kill through everybody.
And I'm a little bit worried if I'm G2 here, because Jankos on that Jarvan, even though we know he loves the champion, proactivity in the early game hasn't necessarily netted him much positives. He's 0 and 2, he's 1,000 gold down, his counterpart Markoon. Markoon is playing on an ever-scaling late-game champion like the Viego. You're gonna get ornaments later on from the Ornn as well, and Nukeduck on this LeBlanc, he's got 3, maybe 4 targets he can go towards. He's already level 8, Jankos is level 6, then you've got a pretty squishy Lulu and Sivir towards the bot side of the map. So you've got plenty of targets you can poke out of fights.
Yeah, and of course, it's something I always talk about. The champions that are picked very early in a draft, I have high expectations for what the team will do with those champions. Nukeduck's first pick, LeBlanc, so far, he's doing okay. Jankos on that Jarvan. I haven't yet seen the influence. It's only 1,000 gold difference. Okay, Berlin, just very quickly while I have a moment, I want to play a game with you. And the game is, will Caps be able to lead the league in deaths in summer? What you're looking at is the total number of deaths before today's game started. Now, Gilius picked up 5 deaths in their loss to Fnatic, meaning he's at 53. And if Caps wants to claim that prestigious title, he will need to die 6 times. Let's see if he can do it.
Finn is roaming towards the top side of the map. The bot lane is in trouble.
What a stun! Mickey and Markoon, the M&M duo, setting it up. Heartbreaker will secure the kill onto Targamas. Broken Blade will be flanked by Caps. That's a hijacked Ornn ultimate, knocked backwards, sending XL flying. Here comes Markoon for the re-engage as Jankos flags, drags, and cataclysms his way into Markoon's face. Another kill secured. This time it's Nukeduck that picks it up as Flakked gets the first for G2 in the fight. It's not done yet as Caps and Flakked trying to hold off the siege. The tower is being chunked out as Shelly's been summoned. And Markoon continues the chase. Flash forward into Ethereal Chains will root up one. Cap survives thanks to the Lulu Shield, but not much longer. Markoon 3-0-2, and they could continue the push.
And Markoon is one of the most aggressive junglers we have over in the LEC. I have been casting this guy's career ever since he stepped foot in the NLC. He's been aggressive ever since. He never changed his playstyle ever since he joined the LEC, and right now it's paying off. 100% kill participation from the XL jungler, and XL are doing the same thing. They're trying to dive the bot lane of G2 over and over again. They know they have the invulnerability if they want to dive, but there's not even a tower to dive. Targamas and Flacket are playing between tier 1 and tier 2, which means XL don't even have to worry about tower shots, and by the time the rest of the G2 members arrive, XL are still with numbers advantage here.
I mean, such a fantastic start with that two-man dazzle, and I think, again, an example of XL being first to the play, being ahead of G2 throughout the course of this game. They've extended that gold lead to nearly 3,000. And this team composition that XL have put together really does well in these scattered fights. They can pick off the targets they want to. They've got a lot of mobility in CC. And Markoon dancing on the edge of safety. He's 3-0-2. He's now such a power to contend with.
No, Nukeduck though uses W. He doesn't have R available. He will be mobile for a little bit.
He will indeed. Caps has been able to at least hijack the old team. That's the passive from Nukeduck, and it should be an easy secure. Caps will be able to pick that one up.
Very
so
nice.
Punished.
Very nice punish right there by the mid-jungle duo. Again, the reason they were able to beat XL last time was through Caps and Jankos shutting down Nukeduck. But I don't think Nukeduck is the guy you need to worry about.
No, you don't. Markoon's going to go forward, targeting Targamas, pulled backwards as Patrick is tanking out the tower. They're not going to be able to find the kill thanks to that wild growth. Cataclysm is available. Jankos flags, drags, and dunks down onto Patrick. He's already used that Apotheosis, and that's one more for G2. Markoon is the next target as Flacket takes down Mickey, and Markoon may not be able to escape. Shut down. G2 right back in it.
Over-aggression from XL, instant punish from G2, and Berlin is going mad. G2 really needs this if they want to pull this back. Only 800 gold deficit. That's going to be their second dragon as well, and some kills are going the right way to the carries. One for Caps, shut down onto Nukeduck. Two for Flacket onto that CV that wants these 2-3 items onto her to start doing damage. And let's watch this again. They know that Nukeduck is dead, and Caps and Jankos are towards the tops of the map. So again, they have numbers advantage. But what's happening here is that Patrick starts by tanking the tower, which means he has to leave from that engage very early on, even though he has that shield bow. And by that time, Jankos has rolled all the way from the top side of the map. They catch them. Broken Blade also is into the play, and they actually punish that 3-man core from XL for overextending.
Exceptional punish from G2. Will secure the second dragon of the game as well. And that 1,000 gold difference really is irrelevant at this point in time. I think crucial to call out, XL, the 2 times they've been punished in the last couple of minutes, they were the ones either out of position or starting that fight. Markoon unable to find the dazzle, unable to take down either Flacket or Targamas. That means they get punished, but they are able to at least maintain some level of control, picking up the second Heralds.
I'd say XL have been pretty consistent with extending their leads. Ever since they get something in the early game, they'll keep consistently being really aggressive with very quick, fast-thinking macro on the map. And that's exactly what they did right there. There were 2 members of G2 towards the tops of the map. They tried to pull in a dive. It goes wrong because Patrick was tanking it from the get-go. Right now, still, this Nila is very strong. We haven't necessarily seen Nukeduck in any of these big fights that are about to break out yet. So just wait for this LeBlanc and the impact he's going to make, because again, that LeBlanc was B1'd.
Oh, that means there's a lot of pressure to step up and find those picks. Caps is now under some level of pressure here. We'll be able to look for those chains. Nukeduck stepping forward. The Heartbreaker comes out, and there should be a kill secure. Caps down to 200 hit points, and on the mini-map, no one else really available. No real, cross maps available. G2 will concede their 6th death of the game. And we're getting into this territory where both teams are just throwing down for the skirmishes. They are just committing to whatever farm is in front of them. and we've seen punishments on both sides.
And you'll see that G2 is right now trying to play away from the Fed members of XL. Wherever Markoon is, G2 are playing towards the bot side of the map. Is Markoon gonna go top side? You see that Broken Blade shoves in the bot wave, they put down Vision down there, and then they use Flakked and Tagamas to push in through mid lane. So at this point, if you are G2, you definitely want to be playing away from this Viego, trying to get some tanky items onto your Sejuani, try to get Flakked onto that level 11, get 2 to 3 items onto that CV, and try to play for team fights, because again, Nilla is very strong, but it's almost like a melee AD carry. It's kind of like Samira. When she ults, she wants to go into many members and ult them together. It's kind of like a shockwave from Orianna. So the second Patrick overextends or goes too deep into a fight, he can get instantly punished.
I mean, that's exactly what XL will be looking for. If they can go for either Flakked or Caps, get rid of one of those primary or sort of, you know, one of the only 2 core damage dealers. But for G2, it's going to be very important for them to peel and to protect. I mean, you've got that Sejuani that can both go offensive or defensive. For the time being, Broken Blade's the only member of G2 with that gold lead. Plus 30 CS, plus 1,300 gold, 103. This Sejuani having significantly more impact than what we saw in the previous game. And we're a minute and a half until this next dragon. And Trouble, it looks to me like XL may want to challenge it.
And look at that. The mid-jungle duo from G2, again, roaming the map together. This is how G2 want to solve that early game, making sure you shadow Caps so he doesn't die on the side lane, gets to push that wave, gets these levels onto the Sylas. Level 12 right now has 2 points into the ultimate. Let's see if Caps will be able to still... If you still Taric ultimate right here, you're invulnerable. If you still on ultimate, you can actually engage from super far away.
Yeah, so many interesting options. I mean, even if Caps were to steal Nila's ultimate, would also be hugely impactful. Markoon's going to drop Rift Heraldry on the middle lane. Finn is already here. Broken Blade's going to teleport to that inner turret. And with the mid tower falling, XL could peel backwards towards the dragon. 40 seconds until it spawns. And both teams 5v5 there are setting up for the engage.
I'd say what's going to happen right here is G2 are going to have to try and fight for that mid wave, making sure they can get into this river from multiple positions. But XL do not want to let them.
Who's going to pull the trigger first? I'm waiting for the prison. I'm waiting for the call of the Forge God. If anybody is just marginally out, it will go. Nukeduck dashes forward with the distortion and hops right back to his original position. G2 shoved the wave forward, but XL are in the river.
I'd say eyes on Broken Blade. He has the trigger in his hands. If he catches anyone with that ultimate, G2 are going to pile up on top of that member and kill them before Taric ultimate takes turn.
And the moment that engage comes down, follow Caps and Flacked's HP bars. XL need to take them down. The Dazzle finds the root, the flag, and the drag from Jankos does wonders. The Cosmic Radiance will buy some time as Jankos is forced to flash defensively. Nobody's died just yet, and the prison will whiff. Caps is stepping forward. He's got the Heartbreaker available to him. The chains will whiff, and Mickey is able to escape. Now Finn, the next target, stashing forward. Caps will be able to find one. It's Flakked that actually gets the last hit, and now Markoon's the target. Another for Flakked, a third for Flakked, and it's G2 that destroy XL.
And XL pile up into this choke point. Nuke that goes too deep. No one touches Flakked the entirety of the time. And we said if anyone gets the kills from G2, it has to be this CV. And it has been Flakked this entire time. He went under the radar. He was shoving in waves. He was getting the gold. He was getting the items. And now that he has 3 beefy members standing in front of him, he was untouched and cleans up house for G2.
I mean, I'm going to keep my eyes now on how Flakked is positioning, and put yourself in XL's shoes. How do they get through this front line onto the damage dealers?
I mean, look at that. While the ultimate from Taric is going down, Jankos is keeping 4 members busy and survives, which means now that the Taric ultimate is not a thing, now that Nukeduck is very low HP, you get to start chasing because you have Caps, you've got Broken Blade and Jankos that can dive in with really big HP bars and allow CV to just run them down.
It really feels like as soon as XL are retreating with this composition, it loses a lot of the synergies and the values. Patrick on this Nila hasn't necessarily taken over the game, as Jankos will stay alive a couple seconds longer to get back to his team and escape with his life. Trouble, G2 have the kill lead, have the dragon lead, have a minor gold lead, and are showing they can navigate these team fights well.
Very importantly, the guy who has most of their lead, which is, yes, only 100 gold, but he is on the CV, and he is their weapon right now, has purchased a stopwatch as well. So G2 are looking, they're praying for that next fight. Frozen Heart completed for Broken Blade, huge, because Nila wants to play really close up and personal to the team fights. Hourglass also completed for Caps, which means he gets to overextend and stay alive for a few more seconds. Keep your eyes on these two stopwatches. 3, Jankos gets one for himself as well. I think the fact that G2 right now have 3 stasis on their side means they're looking to fight.
And of course, with the fact that it is an Infernal Soul, that is exactly what the Sylas and Sivir will be looking for. Broken Blade waiting in
There's
the
no
wings.
flash on Patrick, but there's Cleanse.
Marcoon could be a target, holding onto the trigger. No Arctic Assault forward. Mickey now a little bit separated. Nukeduck's up in that top lane. Just want to highlight 2 towers apiece at 22 minutes into the game, so there's still a lot of safety to fall back to his outer turrets. And at least for now, G2 will clear that vision out. I really think this next dragon is so huge. XL cannot afford to give up that soul.
And again, we need to see the LeBlanc getting into the play. You don't necessarily have to kill someone, but poking someone completely out of the fight gives the numbers advantage to XL. If they want to fight the next dragon, they need vision. They need to somehow wrap Nukeduck around, try to threaten Tagmas or Flacket, push them out the fight, and then try to win this fight 5 versus 4.
It's exactly the game plan. Is the vision set up to do that? Right now, a couple of wards from XL
There's a Skull Crab
in that upper quadrant. Crab just secured. There's not the earliest of setups, but I think now we're going to start seeing both teams potentially pushing these waves out, potentially setting up for either the dragon or right now G2 grouping for top tower. And if they can get any sort of advantage, they can peel back to that Baron.
And G2 are mostly where Caps is at this point. When they put Caps on the sideline, specifically when he doesn't have his flash available, we've seen Jankos shadowing him through the map, making sure that he stays healthy, he stays alive, shoving that wave, get even more global gold for the team. Right now they're sitting at 1.5k, let's say, in the lead. But he goes back, he grabs a few more components. This Sylas gets even stronger, gets even beefier to play in that front line.
That's exactly like the benefit here for G2, because the longer the Caps can stay alive, the more impact he's going to have. His entire kit can do so much. And there's a lot of versatility in that hijack. Again, vision dependent, setup dependent. A minute 20, top tower was secured, so G2 have got at least 3 for now. The vision in the river. Neither team really got deep vision for their opponents. But I think the pressure is here on XL. How can XL set up for this fight? Because it felt like they, had a good initiation against G2 around the last dragon, but they just couldn't get the damage on the targets.
Well, first of all, they're going to have to actually fight for that mid lane wave and contest that and make sure that the first ones that walk inside the river, make sure that G2 are walking through a choke point, they have the ore, knock many people up.
And that's, of course, the initiation. A lot of damage onto Broken Blade. The Wild Growth is still available. Caps is going to hijack the Cosmic Radiance. That is a game changer. Has to be a consideration for XL.
G2 are like, fine, we have 3 dragons, we can get Soul in 5 minutes. But there's only 1 Baron on the map right now, and if G2 take this, they'll take control of the side lanes as well. XL really have to face check right there.
They really do. I think that Cap showed in the top lane. He's already made it back to the squad. Another 5v5 setup. Gigantic initiation tools available for both. Cosmic Radiance still available for Caps. Cataclysm is flashed away from by Mickey, and that's at least the hijacked Cosmic used. Broken Blade split off from the rest of the team. Finn will get that knock up. Call of the Forge God will whiff and not find further. The re-engage coming from G2 will be thwarted by the Cosmic Radiance. XL need to get the damage down, but they can't do it. They can't touch Flacket. They cannot find the bot laner. 1, 2, 3, 4 kills secured already, and Jankos is trying to hunt down Nukeduck. It may just be a matter of time.
Oh, Dargamas gonna flash forward for the ace! And G2 win a very crucial fight. Again, XL pile up on the choke points. Flacket untouched the exact same time. And not only are they gonna take the Baron Trevor, but they're also gonna take that very needed Infernal Soul. I think the crowd buff is working for G2.
The crowd in Berlin are going ballistic. Another excellent team fight. I need to keep track on how well G2 defended their bot lane now.
Look at Patrick right here. Look at Patrick and keep your eyes on him the entire fight, because we said that Nila fights pretty much similarly to Samira. So she wants to be face into all the members of G2. But this G2 composition is very anti-melee. And as you'll see, Patrick will dash in, get his ultimate, trying to catch G2 off guard. He'll do it right now. Dives in, presses ult, but he's in the middle of 5 members from G2 who are extremely beefy. And through this entire time, Flacket has been completely untouched. The ricochets from Sivir are absolutely wrecking the XL members that are piling up through that ramp.
I mean, all 5 of them, beautiful ricochet targets. Great, great fight. This will extend that lead. So Soul was secured, Baron was secured, and G2 are now just tearing through this middle lane. Broken Blade stepping forward, Glacial Prison is available to him. If we get a moment's left, I want to see how much damage Flacket has been able to deal throughout the course of this game. Finn, by the way, is trying to get something in the bottom lane, but he needs to be with his team to defend.
Finn is your go button. If you're XL, you cannot have your own in the front line, because G2 are just going to walk in. There is nobody that poses a threat of engage to G2 if Owen is not there. So G2 are just going to walk in, take your main middle inhibitor, and Finn only replies with a side lane tower. 22k almost from this Sivir. The closest one is 14.
I mean, 7-0-5 for Flacket right now. He's been untouched through multiple fights, and it's G2 on the initiation. Caps takes a lot of damage, but Mickey's forced to use the ulti already. The Forge Guard goes through, spell shielded by Flacket, who finishes off that inner turret. The re-engage, and Patrick is being forced away by Broken Blade. That's another kill for Flacket. He's legendary, a double. And G2 are now setting their sights on the Nexus. They're pouring into the base. The Red Bull Baron power play is still in effect, and those minions are going to help tear through this Nexus turret.
And the guy who was criticized in spring comes into this game, takes the resources, and carries the team to victory.
G2 esports are not done yet. They continue the chase onto Nukeduck and Mickey, looking for a couple extra kills. One last XL member standing is dropped inside of the base. G2 dominate XL. Those team fights were beautiful from G2's perspective. Maybe optimistic from XL's perspective. Constantly into those narrow choke points.
I have to say, Nila just felt so difficult to play into so many melee champions that want to CC lock you in place. Again, it's a Samira-esque type of champion. You dive into Lulu, Sejuani, caps on the Sylas. You're going to get locked down, CC'd. And Patrick was just not able to play these fights in the choke points.
No, absolutely not. G2 fans here in Berlin will be very happy with that result. It will move G2 to 8 wins, 6 losses, and again, crucially, 2-0 over XL. As we look ahead towards the end of the season, and a bit of a surprising result. I think I have to give some credit to G2. They were under pressure early game. They fell a little behind, but in comparison to previous weeks, they were able to find some punches back.
I'd say multiple members stepped up the second they fell behind. Jankos and Caps together linked up as a duo were finding the side lane picks. What did that create? Pressure for XL to reply there. Flacket went completely under the radar, pressure in the lane, getting even more gold, while Jankos and Caps were creating that pressure. And Broken Blade 1-0 and 15. He got ahead in the early game, provided his team with beautiful engages, and survived the entirety of the time playing in the front line. Really great stuff.
That Jarvan, by the way, 100% kill participation.
You know what? I'll eat my words next time, Trevor.
I mean, it was a very interesting draft. We were not necessarily expecting the way it played out. I will have some Kia Player of the Game nominees for you as soon as I see the graphic. Vote at LEC on Twitter. Broken Blade, Jankos, or Flacket. This is actually so tough because...
Okay, this is difficult.
It truly was just defined by those team fights. And G2 were able to thwart off all the pressure. I don't think XL executed their comp well enough. They just barreled forward.
Okay, so we make it a little bit easy for people. Is it Broken Blade for creating beautiful engages and being the front line of Flakked? Is it Jankos for creating pressure so Flakked can farm into the late game? Or is it Flakked not dying the entire time and putting down all that DPS that G2 needed to come back into the game?
All three? Why not all three? The thing that I find most intriguing about these last two results, with Mad Lions and XL going down, arguably the favorites in both of the respective matches, the top of the table and the 2-0s that are going to be in one or another team's favor is going to be super, super important as we look forward, to tomorrow's games, to Super Week next week. And for G2, this is huge, super, super valuable against another team right next to you in the standings. That does it from Trouble and I. We're going to head to stage where Law is standing by with Flakked.
Thank you, Quickshot. Flakked, thank you for joining me. Also, congrats on taking down XL today. Quick hit on Nila. It's the first time we see the champion. You laned against it. What's your take on how strong it can be? Because it wasn't so successful, for example.
I mean, I kind of think that the champion is like a better version of Samira. So, of course, there are some comps or some matchups that are like really rough for her. And I mean, I still don't know much about the champion, right? Like, I didn't play it much. But I mean, for sure, in some comps can look really strong.
All right. We'll see if we can see the champion later on. But focusing on G2, Quickshot was highlighting the fact that yet again you fell behind in early, which is a tendency we see for G2 so far in summer. I'm sorry about that, but that is actually, I have stats to back this up. You had a deficit at 8 minutes in 11 of the 13 games you played.
I think we need the stats.
Elaborate on that.
Yeah.
What makes it difficult in early game?
I mean, I think our main issue was like communication early game. I mean, of course, like there are some games that we lost early game because mechanical misplays. But I think for sure, like the worst thing we had was our communication. And actually, it's something that we are really improving. And actually, this week we were like really confident, everyone, that we are gonna like smash early game and be really ahead. And again, we really entered early game. But I think it's getting way better. And usually, when we start losing early game, we just like lose whole game. But actually, this time we lost early game as well. But the game was playable, and we actually managed to take the win. So we're making progress.
You're making progress indeed. But with that confidence, when you look ahead at the G2 Fnatic match of the week we have tomorrow, what makes you think you're going to take them down? Yeah, give me a couple examples as to why you will take down Fnatic.
I mean, I think we're going to win. I mean, of course, I think like. In scrims, we're playing really well, and actually, we are playing like way better. Like we played way better on stage like these last weeks. So I'm really confident on the game, and as well, I think us and Fnatic both are looking sometimes like really shaky in some games. So I think everything can happen, but I think we are gonna win.
I just expect a bloody game, honestly, from this one. You mentioned the stage, of course. We have to show these guys who stayed during the interview. Is there anything you want to say to them? The G2 fan club is getting louder and louder every week, even more loud than Jankos at this point.
I mean, I would just like to say, guys, thank you all for cheering for us. We love you a lot. Oh my God.
Sue.
I mean, but yeah, like today, I don't know, it was really wild today. I don't know, like, in draft, it was like really hard to hear anything because it was like, all the time. But I mean, it really bangs and it's really, really hype and it's really nice to play in front of a crowd, especially if the crowd is like fucking crazy. So it's really nice. So thank you guys.
Thank you guys in Berlin. Flakked, thank you so much. Hopefully this energy can carry you in the rest of the season, and that's all for us now. We're gonna take a short break and we'll be back in just a couple minutes with post-game lobby. Stay tuned, guys.
Control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go. He's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
welcome to the LEC post-game lobby where I'm joined by Golborg and Jankos because I was kind of desperate for G2 to win because I hadn't done an interview with Jankos before. My name is Frankie, by the way. Hello, nice to meet you.
Hello, my name is Jankos. Nice to meet you.
It's nice
And I'm
to
in
meet
the
you
middle.
too. Yeah, no one cares about you.
That's
so,
okay, I can
Jankos,
leave.
let's talk about the fact that you just smashed XL. How'd you feel?
Well, I mean, I don't think it was a smash, really. I think, again, we had like a rough early game. We are pretty known for it lately. Fortunately, enemy team also made mistakes that allowed us to crawl our way back in the game. And then, we kind of played better team fights. But I think it was a pretty exciting game. I think, the fact that we were losing really hard early and then we made some good plays, I think was definitely fun to watch and exciting for the fans. But tomorrow's game, we want to make it a little bit more one-sided.
That's the thing, right? Because I think a lot of fans are looking at you specifically and be like, we want them to improve and we believe you can improve. Would you say that your improvement is coming fast enough as well? Because as you're saying, like the early game issues are still there. You had to fight your way back and a lot of that maybe came a little bit of XL making mistakes as well that you're able to punish. Are you seeing a good curve towards playoff?
Well, I mean, I think our goal right now is to make playoffs, of course. And what we wanted to focus on is early games just because normally when we are ahead, we win every game, but we just are not ahead that often. Fortunately, when we are behind, we don't lose every game, right? We still have games where we are still win when we are behind. I think it was kind of one of them, right? We were not behind too hard, but definitely we were behind in gold in the early game. But yeah, early game is one of the things we are trying to focus on. The other thing, of course, is meta read and how the game is being played and overall our mechanics, everything. That being said, I think it will get better and it's getting better and we still have a lot of time before playoffs. But again, we need to make playoffs first.
That makes a lot of sense. Golborg, you're my favorite, just to clarify.
Wow, thank you, Frankie. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I did understand it was banter, so it's totally fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh, was it though? We've got to talk about Kia Player of the Game. Jankos, you're one of the nominees. Do you feel confident?
No.
Yeah, and do you know
I mean,
what?
I think my team fighting was good, but I think my early game was like pretty garbage. So it's like, flip.
But that's kind of spread across the board when it comes to G2.
Kind of. I mean, I think I don't even know who are the other ones. Probably BB and Flacket maybe.
If you want
and I
to
think
cheat, you
Flacket
can live
team
right
fighting
there.
and laning phase was really good, so it makes sense. Yeah, okay, Flacket.
Yeah. I was going to do a big announcement and everything. Guys, your Kia Player of the Game is Flacket with 58% of the vote. But you should take some credit for that. You were setting up your teammates so well.
I mean, I think Flacket had pretty straightforward game to play.
He did die.
And he did play very well, so.
Is that something new as well, like having to integrate playing from different sides as well? Because obviously G2 has always been a very flexible team from like drafting point of view, but also play style point of view. And this time around, you didn't go for an Aurelia Viego up towards playing topside into Nai. You went for Ide. You're on Sejuani now. Flacket on Sivir. Let's see if we can get him ahead in the early game. Do you feel fully comfortable playing from each side of the map from G2 at the moment?
I mean, I think we can play from each side of the map. I just think that some of our drafts in the previous weeks were not played very well, but also we made it hard for ourselves. I think the way we drafted today, for example, is like very straightforward. I think this is like also how the top of the league drafts. It's like really, really, really easy to play. You don't really have to sweat for it. You just like have a comp that is super easy to execute. And I think this is how you get wins, right? And in playoffs, you can change things, you can experiment. But when you are sweating for games and when you really, really need those wins, then of course you wanna take the easy way out when it comes to drafting and then just play the game, and just have to be better. And it's always going to come down to which team is better in the end. But I do think that this kind of comp is just easier to play.
And just quickly, do you feel like that's what goes into the meta? Is that more like what's the playstyle actually is, or is it comp dependent?
I mean, it's part of the meta, of course, right? I think it's very similar in Asian regions, right? I don't really watch much of NA, so I don't know if it's similar there, but I think it's like quite straightforward right now, the meta. And I don't think anything is going to change for playoffs either, since the patch is pretty much the same, maybe like little changes. So people will figure out counters to what is being played now. And of course, you can go 2-3 steps ahead. But currently, I feel like we will see very similar drafts for the next 2 weeks.
Oh, boo. Well, early today, we asked fans to ping the lobby with your thoughts on patch 12.14 and how they thought it would impact pro play. Now you've heard Jankos' opinion. So let's take a look at their thoughts, starting with Johnny. What's Johnny got to say? He thinks that top lane has even less impact.
That's like Giga Copium, actually.
Giga Copium.
Can you elaborate
He's been
on that?
huffing.
I mean, it's just that Herald is very strong now, gives more gold. If you get the Herald, because top lane is winning, you probably get a tower. If you get a tower, you get 2k gold. If you get 2k gold, even if they get a Drake, it doesn't actually matter because you can fight the next one. So I think top lane being useless is like the biggest meme ever. I think top lane is quite an important role right now in the meta. Of course, every role is equally important, and in solo queue it can vary a lot. But at least in competitive games, I think saying top lane has less impact is like you are bronze and you just don't know how the game works, and you are just like saying things.
Thank you.
Johnny has just been
I'm sorry,
absolutely
Johnny.
schooled by Jankos. He's not really sorry though, is he? Right. Harry. Niate Harry. So it's actually not Harry? I'm so confused by your Twitter name, mate. Right. Sadly, Azir comes to mind with Sustain, Nerfs, and Scorch buffs.
I mean, personally speaking, myself, I think it's great. You could already run into the trees of like Eri, Azir, right? Now you just get even more poke with that. And then you take into the consideration that you can't really optimize too much into the green tree as much as you could before, just due to the fact that some of his nerfs. I don't think it's immediately going to make them super busted and be the champion you want to play, because this Scorch buff was also for champions like LeBlanc potentially, or the sudden impact buffs for champions that wanted to take aggression in the early game. And Azir's not always that champion, depending on the matchup, of course.
Jankos, any thoughts? You don't care about mid?
I mean, I kind of agree, right? I don't really play Scorch nor a lot of the trees, because jungle tree is always the same. You go Conqueror and you just go like boots for free, right? And CDR. But I do think that Azir is more of a lane bully now if you decide to go Scorch and you want to really push.
Well, finally, we've got a tweet from Andy. This is the thing that will probably get a cheer from the audience. Removing Yuumi will improve game state any patch.
I completely agree with that.
Why does everyone hate the kitten?
Because I think the design of the champ is flawed. I think it's like giga unfun to play against, and either, yeah, she's useless because her team is useless, or she's giga OP, monster OP, monstrous OP, because she cannot be killed, and she's just going as a little parasite on top of a different champion that is fed. And many champions synergize with her so well that she just can't die, perma heal, so much damage, CC, can't die. How do you play against it? So I think this champ has a flawed design, and I think it should be removed or banned from pro play at least. And if some people want to play in solo queue because they are really into that, cool, I don't mind. But I do think pro play is like so disgusting.
Can I just really, really quickly, do you think it's BM that Fnatic let SK have Yuumi today?
I mean, I think that the way Fnatic drafted around it was like in a way smart, but I also think that the way SK drafted around it was like not smart. So, I mean, I still think that Yuumi is you know, very high prior in every region pretty much, right? I think only in LPL they don't really care about Yuumi, but there's still some combos like Sivir Yuumi, Zeri Yuumi, or Twitch Yuumi even, that are very, very powerful. And I think Yuumi can get on a jungler in the mid game. It's so free win. And in solo queue, it's so, like in high elo, it's so disgusting. So anyway, I hate it.
And Zoomies, that he got nerfed as well in the recent patch, and we should talk.
Oh yeah, it got nerfed, right? Yeah,
big nerf.
Yeah, it got
Really big nerf.
Yeah, good one, yeah. 5 kill, yeah.
It got nerfed a bit.
Yeah.
Maybe not enough for you. Anyway, just remove the Eek entirely. It's fine. Then Jankos will be happy. Gilborg, what are your thoughts on what we saw from 12-14 today?
Well, you know, we were
impact we
expecting
saw.
a lot of bot lane priority, at least to come through because of the Drakes as well. I think we didn't really see it to extent where it's just like everyone come bot all the time and play like Fnatic did last year, for example, in summer. But I think we still see it become more teamfight oriented due to the fact that objectives pose so much more value, even Herald now as well, right? So having the fact that, okay, let's just put my top lane on and on, like we saw Fnatic do, or even today with you guys with Sejuani as well, just make it easier as well for that mid to late game. I think it makes it easier for teams that are struggling to play, and I think it's a patch that's really good for some of the early game teams. But unfortunately, that didn't show today. Mad Lions and XL lost, so I'm not really sure where to keep my expectations right now.
Were you satisfied playing Jarvan today, given the changes?
I mean, I think the patch for me at least is kind of a breath of fresh air. I think the meta is not super different from last week, but it's just the fact that in solo queue at least the objectives are worth more, and as the jungler you always do the objectives, right? So for me the game feels more rewarding if I play well, because I just get the Herald, extra gold, I get the Drakes that give stronger buffs. And besides that, I think Riot's trying to make the games a bit shorter, as you know, it's kind of the meta right now. No one really wants to sit around and watch like a 1-hour game where nothing is happening. You want fast-paced games with a lot of kills. And I feel like, of course, making people fight for objectives will make games more fast-paced. So I like the changes. I think it's fine.
It's one of my favorite things about reading the patch notes from the dev team. Is just like, yeah, we think the game's a little bit slow at the moment. we really want to see
To be
more
fair,
blood in
the
the
game
early
phase
game.
didn't go up too much. It was just less fighting we all of a sudden had. So I think that makes
Yeah.
a good sense to get more of the team fights in to make the game more exciting to watch when it really is there.
Well, look, let's move away from the patch slightly now. Let's take a look at our standings as 4 games remain for all of our teams on the road to playoffs. It continues to be a tense race in the middle of the pack. But Jankos, surely you can breathe a little bit easier after that win today.
Yeah, I mean, I think even if we were to go 2-0 this week, we still have to win a lot of games last week, the next week, right? So it doesn't really matter. I think at this point you just focus on every win, and it's quite equal. Whether it's Excel, Fnatic, or Misfits, all the teams can still make playoffs. So I think it's kind of exciting. I think it's probably the most exciting split we had in a while. I leave it to audience to decide wherever it's good, because let's say teams are worse or better, I don't really care about that much. Personally, I'm just sweating to make it, so I think it's also fun for the players.
Well, I think as well, just like Mad Lions taking a loss of them, you suddenly being at 8. Like Mad Lions struggling tomorrow, you getting a win, you're one victory of first place. I feel like it's so close between all of the teams.
I'm excited, I have to say, about the return of El Clasico. Are we allowed to call it El Clasico? Is it still El Clasico?
I mean, I guess so. Are you talking about like our game versus Fnatic?
Yeah, G2 versus Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, I don't, yeah.
You're not bothered by Fnatic anymore. Who's your new nemesis if it's not going to be Fnatic?
I think it's fun that we play Fnatic because, of course, I face against Wunder, and today I face against Mickey, right? And it's my ex-teammates that we had a lot of success with, so of course I want to play them. Same goes to Perks, right? But like, I don't think much about the hype around the game. I just think about my own team and how we play the game, because that's more important.
And so far, there are 4 teams above them they can call the nemesis right now. So
That's true. Fair enough. Okay, state the obvious. But which one is your favourite one to beat if you're ex-teammates?
I mean, I think all of them are really, really fun to play against, and I hope that I can meet all of them in playoffs. Currently, Fnatic, Excel are like 1 win behind us, right? But that can change very quickly. So I hope all of us can make playoffs and fight it out there. That being said, I think
Wonder.
we are the only ones that lost to BDS so far, which is Grabs and Dachman, which are our old coaching staff, right? 1-13, the only one win G2 Esports, so that kind of sucks. But I really hope they will win one more game. I think they will as well. I think there's no way they will just go like 1-17. I think they will win one game. And I think I look through games, right? And I think every game that they win matters for us in a positive way, because they play all like the middle of the pack teams, which are every team right now, I guess, is the middle of the pack team. So anyway, they play all of these 4 teams left, and I really hope that they will get a win somewhere on the board.
Well, looking at the schedule tomorrow, Fnatic can potentially tie it with you guys in G2 tomorrow in that match of the week. So definitely a lot to play for. Goldborg, it's slightly awkward because you've got a member of G2 on the sofa at the same time. Okay, fine. And also, to be fair, given the circumstances, you're probably quite confident talking about who you think is going to win that one.
Oh, man, it's 2 struggling teams. Of course, I think it's a good stepping stone from either of them to move forward. But I think in terms of game plan and the way games were played out today, obviously, they played Excel, Fnatic played SK. But I think Fnatic played it out a little cleaner and came in with a different game plan as well and adapted really well to what SK drafted themselves. So I would actually have to give it to Fnatic a little bit with the edge there.
That's fine. I don't really mind what you think, to be honest. No offense, bro, but I think we will do well, and I'm excited to face Fnatic.
I'm guessing you didn't see the Fnatic SK game earlier.
I mean, I did watch it because it was directly before our game, was it? Actually, I don't remember when they played.
It was match number 2,
it was game number 2,
No,
yes.
number 3.
Number 3.
Okay, so we had Vitality BDS. It was just quite a quick game, so
Yeah, so I don't really... So I didn't watch it fully, but I watched like the first 10 minutes, and yeah, well, it was really obvious who will win, right? Like Fnatic did play cleaner, and they didn't really... So they won early game, and then they snowballed, and they won the game. We lost early game, and then we make a comeback, and then we won the game. So yeah, I would give it to Fnatic when it comes to that. But, I mean, I'm biased towards my own team, I guess.
The other thing, I guess, being slightly devil's advocate here is you guys know what your issues are, but it's quite hard to put really put a finger on exactly what Fnatic's issues are. And they played SK, who sometimes get a little bit ahead of themselves, a little bit over-aggressive, lose to themselves as well as their opponents with more experience than them.
I mean, in the end, I can say as much as I want, right? It's going to come down to tomorrow. It's going to come down to the day. It's going to come down to the preparation that they've done on each other, right? So I feel like there'll be more for that for the pre-match tomorrow as well, that we'll have loads of for the match of the week.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm fired up for it. I mean, we got to have Mad Lions versus Rogue today. tomorrow we get to have an actual banger. Not that today wasn't a banger either. You know what? I'm just saying banging a lot because Broken Blade's on your team, and he literally describes everything as banging when you do well.
Okay.
You had a banging draft tonight.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we. Yeah.
You were literally on the team with him. You know he says banging all the time.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for backing up my point so I don't completely throw the end of the show, because that does it for us here today. Thank you for joining us, Jankos.
Thanks
we
so much.
are going to be back here tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. for more LEC. I forgot my phone, so I thought we could do a... Listen, I've been watching Shocks, okay? So I thought, do we do a selfie? Am I allowed? With
I think it's fine.
I've heard it's fine, even though it's embarrassing because I'm literally holding up. I'm such a mother. I am quite literally a mother. That's the cameraman.
But you need to flip it around.
How do I do it?
Yeah. I don't know. That's...
I'm dying.
I'm fired. It was so nice
That was
knowing
it
you
for tonight.
all.
Good night, everyone.
Thank
Well
you so
played.
much. Welcome to week 7 of the LEC summer season. The heat is on this weekend as we're approaching the end of the regular split, and all playoff spots are still up for grabs.
Exactly, and this is really to highlight the fact that both these teams have had great turnarounds over recent weeks. It's irrelevant. Out of nowhere, it's a solo kill. All the while, steps into the backside, exhausted, can't quite perfect. SG doesn't get it with the 5-point strike either. He's back into the shroud, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. Trying, but not enough. Megadar into the wall from Genax, but cannot secure an SK are thwarted at every turn. In she goes, destroys the turret, and Vitality are continuing to play. How far will they go? Nuclear taken down. It's 2 already, 3 already, and all the while Alfari flashes out, and the Kabati tries to down. A Zeri moment maybe incoming, but as their Visions of Empire secures it, Vitality dismantle BDS. We are on track here for a perfect game from Fnatic. The last true perfect game was in spring of 2018.
No, don't say that.
The moment might have just cursed him.
No.
Can he get out the perfect game? Was it about to be ruined?
Why would you
Shut
say
down! I have thrown Wonder under the caster curse of all caster curse buses. Like a complete joke as Chachi is swooned away with the wall. May have a hop, may have a hope, but not enough quite yet. Meganar is just not enough. He falls down. VT on a killing spree.
Very relevant Civic against
Syncroft,
Wilde.
that is a very risky way to walk demonic. Cassette go through House of the Pillar, and Syncroft nowhere to go. He is never moving anymore.
Comp Arcane ships over the wall, and there is so much damage. 2 members of the Mad Lions are down already, and Unforgiven will be the 3rd. Larson Spirit rushes forward as Kaiser is running for his life. Mad get Baron, but get decimated in the fights. XL need to get the damage down, but they can't do it. They can't touch Flecken. They cannot find the bot laner. 1, 2, 3, 4 kills secured already.
We will Mountain Drake you.
That is awful.
I know, I'm sorry.
That is so bad. Never do that again.
Tell me why you started a fire. It's burning up in my head. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? Why you gotta tear my heart out? Leave me in the rain. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? When the light fades and the dawn breaks, that's when it's hardest to fix it. When you're lonely and your heart aches, that's when you know what you're missing. Hold up, let me get my story straight. It hit me like a tidal wave. Won't you give me just another day to tell myself it's not over yet? Tell me why you started a fire. It's burning up in my head. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? Why you gotta tear my heart out? Leave me in the rain. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet?
want to let go. Oh no. But why is everybody telling me it's over? Trying to shut the voices out, they're getting closer. Help me stay alive just so I can show you it's not over yet. Tell me why you started a fire. It's burning up in my head. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? Why you gotta tear my heart out? Leave me in the red. Why do I always tell myself that it's not over yet? Tell me why you started a fire. It's burning up in my head. Why do I always tell myself that it's